All right, Mr. Court Reporter, are you ready to proceed?
You're on the record.
On the record. Thank you. Well, good morning and welcome to the Maryland Public Service Commission. Today, Monday, March 22nd, 2021, we will be conducting a rulemaking proceeding to consider proposed changes to regulations for community solar energy generating systems in COMAR Title 20, Subtitle 62. We will be considering changes first initiated and proposed by the Coalition for Community Solar Access and the Maryland District of Columbia and Virginia Solar Industry Association. Several other parties have also provided proposed changes or proposed alternatives to proposed language, including Commission staff, the Maryland Energy Administration, the Office of People's Counsel, Valley's Planning Council, low and moderate income advocates, and several of our Maryland distribution utilities. So we have many important interests and stakeholders at the table today. Since this proceeding was initiated by CCSA and associated parties, our commission staff and senior advisor are suggesting we follow a similar format used at the supplier consolidated billing rulemaking proceedings held recently, and that we walk through the proposed changes to regulations topic by topic, which is outlined in the agenda provided by Amanda Best, our senior advisor guiding us today through this proceeding. Throughout this proceeding, I'll plan to start each topic by first recognizing commission staff, then to the representative sponsoring or proposing the language or issue. Generally, that'll be CCSA. Then to representative from our electric distribution utilities. After that, other interested parties, and then I'll plan to give government agencies, MEA, OPC, any final word. I just want to get a mic check. Can you hear me all right? Good. Okay. I'm sorry. I have a number of circling symbols over people's faces at the moment. Now I want to. So I'll give the a final word opportunity to speak by MEA and OPC or any other government agencies that might be joining us today. Now, as a commission panel, we will try and make decisions and vote on proposed regulations as we go through each topic. Or if we are not able to, we will provide other guidance where appropriate. So before taking appearances, I would like to just pause a moment and recognize my fellow and panel commissioners, Commissioners O'Donnell and Linton, and to see if they have any opening statements or comments. Commissioner Linton, Commissioner O'Donnell.
I'll just say this, Mr. Chairman. I know that a lot of work has gone into these regs over a long period of time, an extended period of time, and it's kind of nice to see the light at the end of the tunnel for at least this phase of this rulemaking. So we've been at it a long time. Thank you to all the people who work so hard to try to help us get it right. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, good morning, everyone. I would just echo the comments of Commissioner O'Donnell. There's certainly been a lot of work that's gone into these regulations, and I look forward to seeing move forward in a productive and perhaps even conclusory manner. Thank you.
Yes, I would also like to associate myself with Commissioners O'Donnell and Linton. I know a great deal of work and meetings have been held, and I think this is a very important topic, and hopefully we can provide some guidance and directive going forward for this program. All right, just a few housekeeping items. We're going to work as much or to get as much done today by 5 p.m. and we do have a hard stop at 5:30. We do have scheduled time for to continue if necessary tomorrow, if that is in fact necessary. This morning we'll plan to take a 10-minute break around 11:30 and a 45-minute lunch break at 1 p.m. Now I'd like to go ahead and start taking appearances, and I'm going to try something a little different here. We do have a lot of parties that are interested in participating. So what I'd like to do is ask that if you can do, as I ask for your to make appearance, if you do have an opening statement, if you could make that statement at that time. We do ask that everyone keep their statement, brief, hopefully no more than 2 minutes. And let's see. And just a reminder, if please state your name and your organization, and I'd also ask if you could spell your name for the court recorder. So with that, let's go ahead and start with our commission staff.
Ms. Garofalo, you're muted.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Commissioners. Annette Garofalo and Philip Vanderheyden on behalf of Commission staff. Garofalo is Garofalo, and Vanderheyden is capital VANDER, capital HEYDEN. These proposed regulations were filed on March 9, 2021, and represent staff's recommendation on 17 issues regarding the Community Solar Pilot Program. They were discussed in the net metering working group over many weeks. Staff has worked with stakeholders to address the rulemaking petition of the Coalition for Community Solar Access, filed November 18, 2020, in order to achieve a consolidated revision to COMAR 2062 that incorporates the interests of the entire stakeholder community, including the solar industry, ratepayers, utilities, social activists, land conservation groups, and government agencies. These issues were introduced by multiple parties within the working group, and although all parties attempted in good faith to arrive at consensus, the interests of the working group were too disparate to arrive at agreement on most issues, although many of the technical issues appear to be close to resolution. Of primary importance among the issues to be decided today are the following: whether and under what conditions additional capacity should be granted, including concerns regarding project impacts on agriculture and ecologically sensitive areas, and two, whether pilot regulation should establish a new entity as proposed by CCSA. This is a subscriber representative which would bundle subscriptions for many projects into a single brand for the purpose of marketing to customers and providing a consolidated bill for retail energy regulated services and subscriptions. It's staff's position that sufficient capacity to conduct the required pilot study has already been granted. Existing authorized capacity exceeds 400 megawatts, which should be sufficient for over 200 separate projects. Any additional capacity added to the pilot would serve to expand solar investment in Maryland, but that's not the requirement stated by the community solar legislation. Further, until the Commission has completed the pilot study in 2022, there is no assurance that benefits attributed to the pilot and its subscribers would be offset by program cost. CCSA has also proposed to accelerate the awarding of capacity by combining years 4 and 5 and advancing years 6 and 7. Such a plan would award all available capacity by the end of 2023, 1 year prior to the end of the program. Staff sees no advantage to the pilot in CCSA's proposal and is concerned that doubling the capacity awarded this year, 2021, would overburden staff and utility resources needed to authorize projects and conduct interconnection studies. Further, advancing the capacity schedule would provide an advantage to incumbent developers to the detriment of any new entrants in the future. Staff recommends the Commission leave the existing capacity schedule in place. CCSA has also proposed to allow co-location of LMI projects up to 6 megawatts at any location. Staff recognizes the desire to lower the cost of project development and hopefully pass some of the benefits on to LMI subscribers, but the proposed language is not consistent with the enabling legislation, which prohibits construction of projects on contiguous parcels except rooftops. Staff also notes that CCSA has not shown a need to provide additional exemptions for LMI projects, and the program has many LMI systems proposed under existing rules. This is a pilot, and it's important that the projects be completed, fully subscribed, and appropriately studied. The currently approved capacity likely provides more than enough projects to provide the pilot details required by the legislature, presumably to determine the appropriate parameters of a permanent program in the future. While it may seem timely to expand the pilot to meet renewable portfolio goals as suggested by CCSA, staff is mindful that there are program costs to consider as well. Current rules cause the awarding of capacity to impact ratepayers for at least 25 years beyond the end of the program in 2024. Staff has suggested regulations that would impose a specific limit on residential monthly bill impacts in order to directly control long-term ratepayer costs. In recognition of the desire of the community solar community for additional capacity, staff has proposed as a means of bridging the positions of stakeholders, the awarding of supplemental capacity after the requisite legislative report has been filed. Rather than making an expansion at this time, staff's proposal would award the same capacity asked for by CCSA, but require the award to be consistent with the pilot study's findings and program goals. In addition, in order to provide some relief to those working group participants that have drawn attention to agricultural and ecological sustainability issues, supplemental capacity would be allotted to programs that, to projects rather, that pass certain screening requirements. The second major issue is CCSA's proposal to create a marketing entity called a subscriber representative, which would be authorized to market subscriptions for projects it did not own. While not exactly the same, this approach seems to work like that of a subscription broker. Staff finds CCSA's approach to be an innovative means to consolidate marketing and billing for many individual projects, retail choice, and utility bills, while providing an easy way for developers and investors to outsource sales and customer service functions. However, this approach is still new and combines subscription sales through the pilot with retail energy markets in a manner that has not been approved by the Commission or examined by retail choice working groups. Staff believes the best approach at this time is for CCSA or its marketing member to apply for authorization as a subscriber organization. The community solar law anticipates this approach for third-party marketing, and staff has authorized at least 2 SOs with a similar business plan. Staff believes the introduction of a similar entity to market subscriptions may undermine customer protections and market competitions for other subscriber organizations. There are additional outstanding issues regarding price information, opt-out offerings, and disclosure of comparable rates, which are not the subject of the rulemaking, but may be complicated if more than one type of marketer is created. In particular, staff believes it is important for customers to have the information needed to compare different offers from more than one SO in an apples to apples manner. It may be a concern if many of the projects in the pilot were marketed together at the same prices, which would create an effective monopoly or a duopoly price structure, which would limit the ability to study customer pilot requirements and savings. In addition, the proposed subscriber representative rules may impact either SOs, which are currently authorized to sell subscriptions for projects of which they are not the direct owners, and also the subscriber representative would be authorized without the same bonding or disclosure requirements as traditional SOs. It seems that other other companies rather, would be at a disadvantage. In short, staff does not support that, and staff is available to answer questions and walk through the recommendations at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Ms. Garofalo. And just a reminder to everyone, maybe I wasn't clear, but we will be taking all these issues topic by topic, so we don't necessarily need to get into full discussion or debate on the individual issues at this time. So with that, we will now move to the petitioners. Why don't we begin with CCSA? Who would like to make appearances?
So I'm Leslie Elder, the Mid-Atlantic Director for CCSA. I want to thank you so much for the time and attention that you put in front of our petition. It has really been a pleasure to have the opportunity to testify in front of you again. As you know, CCSA is a trade association of both community solar industry leaders and nonprofits who work together to apply best practices to the Maryland pilot program. We really want to thank the net metering working group who have diligently worked both inside and outside scheduled meetings to find consensus in this rulemaking. And as we presented in our comments, we believe that we have found many areas of agreement with many of the stakeholders. Today, I have many members who have been very active in the net metering working group, the community solar pilot program, and then negotiations with interested stakeholders. In addition to myself, CCSA will be represented by Francis Uhas, who is the chair.
Could you just pause just a second?
Sure.
We do have the court recorder, and make sure that you do clearly state the organization names and a spelling of the name as well.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely. Thank you for reminding me. So I'm Leslie Elder, that's Leslie, last name Elder, Coalition for Community Solar Access. With me, I will have Francis Uhas, that's FrancesyUhas. She's the chair of CCSA Maryland Committee and the board member of CHESA, also formerly known as MDVCA, and Salar Naini, which is SalarNaini of Turning Point. I have James Feinstein, who's the vice chair of CCSA Maryland Committee, and Matt Minsner of Arcadia. Then I have Jake Springer of Nextamp, Jim Rice, who's the CEO, Eric Lamora and Eric Paul of Nautilus, Brian Eckstein of Forefront, and Garen Bishop of Summit Ridge. We're also very proud to testify alongside Susan Miller, who will be representing the LMI advocates of the joint petitioners. Would you like me to spell all of the other names, or would you like them to spell them themselves?
If they're all going to make appearances, then I'll let them spell them for themselves.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Who would like to go next from the petitioners? I've got a list here. I could just go down the name. I think Franny Uhas, Turning Point. Ms. Uhas, or do I understand you would like to make an appearance?
Ms. Uhas, you're muted. Your microphone is muted.
Thank you, Commissioner
Good
O'Donnell.
morning.
Well, I'm watching this on a iPad, so I've got a lot of little tiny pictures. So thank you,
Good
Commissioner
morning.
O'Donnell.
Can you hear me now?
I can.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Yes, I'm Frances Uhas, the Mid-Atlantic Director for Development for Turning Point Energy, FrancesyUhas. I'm a lifelong Maryland resident and would like to continue to work in the solar energy industry in Maryland. We certainly appreciate the Public Service Commission's administration of the community solar program to date. And I'm going to address specifically the topic of the definition of a brownfield, specifically language that expands the definition of a landfill. I've served on several working groups and task forces to address.
And Ms. Uhas,
Yes.
may I suggest we are going to go issue by issue? Would it be okay if maybe you held your presentation until we get to that section?
Perfect. Yes.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Why don't we go to James Feinstein of Arcadia? Do I understand you'd like to make an appearance?
Yes, thank you, Chair Richard. So I'm James Feinstein. That's F as in Frank, Einstein. And I'm the Senior Policy Manager at Arcadia. And I'm joined by my colleague, Max Minsner. That's Minzner. And he is our General Counsel. And yep, as noted, I'll be speaking on a variety of issues, including the subscriber representative definition. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Mr. Feinstein. I'll go with Salar Nini from Turning Point. Do I understand that you would like to make an appearance?
Yes, Commissioner Richard, thank you for the opportunity. Salar Naini, that's SalarNaini. Thank you.
Great. Next, Jake Springer from NextAmp.
Thank you, Chair Richard. Jake Springer, that's SPRINGER, Senior Policy Associate with NextAmp. Filed written comments, and I know we're going to get into some of the issues later. So I'm happy to just be brief here. It's clear to the commissioners and everyone on the call that I think there are a number of important areas that are going to be addressed today that I think, hope that everyone has recognized here. A lot of time has gone into development of these. Really appreciative of the commission considering them today, and I think they will put the program on a good footing going forward. So I'll sort of defer comments for later on, recognizing we can get into them later. But very grateful for the commission's time and consideration here today, and looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Springer. Brian Eckstein, Forefront.
Hi, good morning. My name is Brian Eckstein, Bryan Eckstein, ECKSTEIN. Pleased to join you this morning as part of CCSA, representing Forefront Power, developer of solar projects nationwide. We, our CEO and head of legal, are both in Baltimore, and we currently have operating 6 projects throughout the state, representing more than 2,000 households. Look forward to sharing more detailed comments with you later in the proceeding. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jim Rice of Nautilus Solar.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much. I wanted to thank everybody first, as far as all the time and effort put into this. It's important, and we really appreciate it. It's Jim Rice, JIMRICE. I am the co-CEO, co-founder of Nautilus Solar Energy. Nautilus Solar is a solar owner and developer focused almost 100% on community solar. I am a Maryland, I was born in Maryland, went to school down in Annapolis at the Naval Academy, and I think it's a wonderful namesake for us as far as the USS Nautilus, because of my background in the submarine force. Nautilus has invested heavily in the state. We have over 30 megawatts currently of projects on almost all community solar. We're serving 6,500 subscribers, including 2,400 LMI subscribers. And just 2 things. One, just to express general support for the CCSA recommendations. I think the most important part of those recommendations, from my perspective, is the size of the program. This is a pilot program. I think everybody should celebrate our success so far and our ability to continue to scale. And I think having the opportunity to do that as an industry and as a company is important. I think as an engineer, we certainly recognize that scaling is important, and efficiency and cost and those kinds of items, and being able to prove out a concept is very, very important. And so I think the capacity aspect of what we're going to be talking about today is what I'd like to focus on the most. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Let's see, I think I also heard Susan Miller is planning to participate. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you, Chair Richard. And good morning, Commissioners. My name is Susan Miller, SUSAN MILLER, and I am speaking today on behalf of the Low and Moderate Income Advocates. The Low and Moderate Income Advocates are nonprofits who have devoted significant time and resources to the implementation of Maryland's community solar program. The low-income advocates choose to use their limited resources in this manner because they believe that this program is the only way that many Marylanders, and in particular low and moderate income Marylanders, will receive the direct benefits of solar. Moreover, community solar is a key aspect of the state's ability to achieve its environmental policy objectives. Achieving these objectives is essential to Maryland's ability to mitigate the impact of the climate crisis we are experiencing. The proposal put forth by the joint petitioners are modest changes designed to enhance the program's ability to achieve its goals and to improve low and moderate income residents' participation in the program, which I note is a key legislative goal. While Chair Richard has said we will discuss each proposal separately, I feel compelled to note that Ms. Garofalo has inadvertently incorrectly described the LMI co-location exemption. It would not apply to all LMI projects. It would only apply to projects that have 100% LMI subscription. This is a very narrow exemption, and I feel it's important to keep that in mind. The low and moderate income advocates look forward to participating in this hearing, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Are there other solar industry or petitioners who would like to be recognized at this time?
Yes, please. Garen Bischoff here from Summit Ridge Energy. That's Garren and Bischoff, Bisschhoff. I'm the Vice President of Business Development at Summit Ridge Energy. We currently have 9 Maryland community solar projects in operation, totaling 12 megawatts. We have another 3 projects under construction, totaling 12.5 megawatts, and another 7 projects under active development, totaling 23 megawatts. And we currently provide electric rate savings to over 6,000 Maryland ratepayers. So thank you very much for your time today, and looking forward to getting involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bischoff. Other petitioners? Hearing none, why don't we go to...
Excuse me, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I raised my hand, but I guess I'm very small.
Oh, yeah, please. Yeah, everyone, just please speak up when you have the opportunity.
Yes, okay. Yeah, thank you, Chairman Richards and Commissioners. Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm Dr. Alfred Bartlett. That's Bartlett. I'm a board member and energy policy lead of the Chesapeake chapter of Physicians for Social Responsibility, which is a national organization focused on preventing harm to human health and well-being from nuclear war and climate change. I've had the privilege of being an active participant in the net metering working group since 2015, and I've also participated in the low and moderate income advocates group and support the proposals from them, CCSA and MDVCA. And I'm also a Marylander and a subscriber to a community solar project, so I have a consumer's perspective on the program as well. We appreciate the opportunity to participate in today's rulemaking, and we've submitted extensive written comments. But I just wanted to use this opening moment to advocate for additional resources for Commission staff and for information management capabilities for the Community Solar Pilot Program. During the working group's prolonged discussions with staff preparatory to this rulemaking, staff has noted that much of the work required from them by this program is additional to their existing workload. We also heard that management and online posting of consumer-focused information regarding community solar projects would require financial resources that are not likely to be available under present funding. As we approach the study design and implementation phase, the workload of program oversight will certainly increase. We therefore respectfully recommend that the Commission provide additional resources for program staff and for information management and online publication. If resources for these purposes aren't available from current funding, we're certainly willing to advocate in support of such resources from the state's budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. Other petitioners?
Yes, could I speak as well?
Please.
Yes, I'm Susan Minemeyer. My name is S-U-S-A-N, last name Minemeyer, M-I-N-N-E-M-E-Y-E-R. I'm the Vice President of Technology with the Chesapeake Conservancy based in Annapolis, Maryland. And I'll speak today on the topic of land use with regard to solar siting within the Community Solar Pilot Program. So we feel that it's important that the Community Solar Pilot Program encourage the development of energy on optimal sites to the degree possible. And thank you for the opportunity to present today. I'll speak more during the land use section.
Very good, thank you.
Chairman Richard. Yes, Chairman Richard, I guess I should start my video. My name is Kathy Gramp, and I am with the Advocates for Herring Bay. which is a community-based environmental group in Anne Arundel County that focuses on ecological issues, such as preserving and restoring forests, wetlands, and oyster habitat. We've been working on issues related to community solar since 2017. For each issue we have pursued, whether it was local vegetation standards in the zoning code or here focusing on state financial incentives, we've done our best to provide helpful and practical policy solutions that will maximize the public benefits of our transition to clean energy. We greatly appreciate the opportunity to discuss land use issues with you later and appreciate the patience of the members of the working group who had interesting thoughts on the proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Got
Hi,
another
my name is-
petitioner, please speak up. Good.
My name is Marisa McCurdy, M-A-R-I-S-A, last name McCurdy, M-C-C-U-R-D-Y. And I'm here to just make a statement in support of Rulemaking 56, specifically as it relates to the program capacity increase. I'm an independent solo practitioner here in Maryland. I practice solar law, meaning most of my clients are solar developers. And my rationale for supporting the increase in the capacity is threefold. First, I feel like it's the clear desire of our General Assembly to increase our state's residents' ability to obtain electricity from renewable resources. Various bills that increase the percentage of solar required in our renewable portfolio standard have received widespread support throughout the state and even by our governor. The General Assembly has made its intent to the PSC clear through various letters of support for the programmatic increase. Second, increasing the capacity of the program here in Maryland would not only help meeting our state's efficiency goals and clean energy goals, but also promote economic development and our state's tax basis, including my own contribution from my income tax. It's a clear financial win for the state. Lastly, I'm a resident of Howard County and have thus far been unable to join a community solar farm, despite a strong desire to do so. I admit I would prefer to join one of the projects I've helped develop, so I'm watching out for those with a keen eye, but I don't think any have come online that I'm eligible to join yet. I keep a very careful watch on all advertisements that arrive, and I have not received one to my house to join a community solar garden yet, which I think speaks volumes about the availability of access to community solar gardens to Maryland residents. The clear implication of this to me is that there are not enough community solar gardens online yet, and we should increase the program capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCurdy.
May I?
Please.
Hi, my name is Teresa Moore, Teresa Moore, and I'm the Executive Director of the Valleys Planning Council in Baltimore County. And we're a land use planning organization that started in 1962 when we commissioned one of the first ecological landscape-based studies in the nation, really. And it now serves as the foundation for much of the land use planning policy and regulations here in Baltimore County. Like most people, our solar experience is limited to the last few years. We did do a climate study specific to our area, and our most recent study has been the optimal solar siting study. Most of the community solar programs in Baltimore County have come to one district. It's Council District 3, which is part of our territory. So I have participated or sat through dozens of hearings on community solar projects that were opposed by residents. I also provided input to the county legislation and served on the county planning committee that evaluated how the legislation was working after the first year. I conducted some outreach to other states and organizations to see how community solar was being approached in their areas. And then, of course, we did commission this optimal solar siting study. And I think it was late 2019 when I joined the net metering work group. And so we're here today to share our experience of being on the receiving end of community solar. And we are very supportive of solar in all its forms, but we do think that Maryland is missing out on some opportunities to tailor the program and get the most benefit for subscribers, ratepayers, rural communities, and urban communities. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner
Any more?
Richard, Harry Warren, if I might.
Yes.
Good morning, Chair Richard, commissioners. For the record, Harry Warren, that's HARRYWARREN, on behalf of Clean Grid Advisors. Chairman Richard, I won't be able to be with you all day through the session today, so I just like to make a brief summary statement as someone who's been involved with this process of rulemaking from the very beginning. Commissioners, you have a lot of material on the record before you, but I would suggest that there are some particular recommendations that are most deserving of your attention. First and foremost is the recommendation to increase capacity in the remaining years of the program. The proposal to provide roughly twice the capacity in years 4 through 7 than currently authorized was made to the working group in 2019 and brought before you at that time and now again. I think it's deserving of your resolution. It's deserving of resolution. And while you rejected the recommendation in the past, there are good and important reasons to approve it at this time. In the record, you're provided with support from the solar community, from low and moderate income advocates, from building owners with expansive roof space, and from members of the state legislature. I'd add my support by noting that there's a broad consensus that we must dramatically accelerate renewable energy deployment to have any hope of meaningfully limiting climate change. Yet on a global, national, and even on the Maryland state levels, we continue to fall short of our goals, no less dramatically accelerating. Expanding this pilot program will engage the energies, the commitment, and the financial resources of the many parties on the screen before you to fill that tremendous gap. Second, there are other recommendations of the joint petitioners that initiated this rulemaking, and it certainly seems procedurally proper to focus on the requests of those petitioners. As I detailed in comments in this docket, these recommendations have been before the working group for a long time, and many have been submitted to the commission in the past, though not ruled upon. They are worthy of consideration and adoption today. As directed by the commission, the joint petitioners did make additional efforts in recent weeks to reach further compromise with other parties, and that has resulted in some modifications to their initial filings. But I would submit that these accommodations stand in significant contrast to some other proposals that have been injected into this docket that don't represent consensus and are much more recent in vintage, some only weeks old. Third and finally, I'd urge you to focus special attention on process recommendations that will make community solar work better. More efficient portals for data exchange between utilities and subscriber organizations, clarifications regarding subscriber list updates are examples. At even the current level of authorized capacity, over 200 projects supplying as many as 80,000 Maryland residential customers will be involved for the next 2 decades. Customers and subscriber organizations alike deserve quality systems supporting them. And while the General Assembly needs to formally make community solar a permanent feature of the state solar market, the unique benefits of the model and its growing success across the nation, I think, make that an overwhelming likelihood. So process improvements made now will benefit even larger numbers of customers and market participants in the future. Thank you very much. I hope to be with you as much as I can today to answer questions, but thank you very much, commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. Do we have any more petitioners or interested public?
Commissioner Richard,
No,
this is,
we could.
if I may
Yes.
speak.
Please do.
Hi, my name is Lynn Heller. I'm with the Climate Access Fund, which is a nonprofit green bank that operates statewide. And can you hear me? Is my Wi-Fi okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
terrific.
I can hear you.
We're a nonprofit green bank that is focused on providing financial incentives to solar developers interested in serving low and moderate income community solar residents. I will be represented, I'm represented by Susan Miller of Earth Justice, so I did not submit a written petition, but I would just like to add that our support for the co-location requirement and the expansion in capacity is based on the recognition that while LMI community solar is in fact getting off the ground, it is only really on large 2 megawatt projects at the 30 and 51% capacity levels. We as a green bank are interested in pushing the envelope of the market and testing various models such as 100% low and moderate income projects and low and moderate income projects on smaller rooftops, which normally the economics of those projects are difficult. And so we bring our financing social impact capital to the table to incentivize that kind of development. And an increase in capacity is extremely important to allow us to continue to do that kind of experimentation, which serves the purpose of the legislative intent of the program. And I will look forward to Susan Miller's comments on our behalf. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ms. Heller. Any more petitioners or interested public? If not, we can move to distribution utilities.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good morning. Matthew Seegers appearing for the Exelon Joint Utilities. Also appearing with me today for PHI, we have Mr. Albert Phan, PHAN, and Mr. Steve Sunderhoff, SUNDERHAUF. And for BGE, we have Mr. Daniel Herson, HURSON, Mr. Steve Bartenfelter, BARTENFELDER, and Miss Alexandra Wiltsey, WILTSE. Your Honor, we don't have much of a an opening statement this morning. We think our comments speak for themselves. Really, what the utilities want to do is implement a successful community solar program. And we believe the most important aspect of that is that we have clarity in the rules. As I discussed with the Commission back during the December 2019 rulemaking, what we don't want to do is be in the position of having to interpret what a rule means or whether or not a project could qualify for the program under a rule. We would want the rules just to be clear, because otherwise that could lead to a dispute with the developer, and then that could lead to a complaint before the Commission. We don't want to do that, Your Honor. We just want to implement a successful program. So in that regard, we are very much looking forward to working with the Commission and the parties today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seegers. Other utility representatives?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. This is Robin Leone of Saul, Ewing, Arnstein, and Lear, LLP. We're appearing on behalf of the Potomac Edison Company today. My last name is spelled Leone. I'm accompanied by my colleague, Greg Waterworth, that's spelled WATERWORTH. And from the company, we have Chris Carr, CARR, Matthew Rosensteel, ROSENSTEEL, and Seth Rollman, ROLLMAN. And again, we also do not have an opening comments per se. I would echo Mr. Seegers' comments about clarity, in particular with respect to customer communications about these programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leone. Anyone else from the utility community? Hearing none, why don't we invite our government agencies, starting with Office of People's Counsel.
Morning, Chair and Commissioners. William Fields, the Office of People's Counsel, WILLIAM FIELDS. I'd also like to enter the appearance of Jacob Auslander.
Mr. Fields, this is a court reporter. You're speaking very, very low. Could you get either closer or speak a little louder? Because I'm not picking you up.
Maybe that's worse. Now I'm not sure if anybody can hear me.
We can hear you better now.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, is that better?
Yes, Mr. Fields, that is better.
Let's give it a try.
All right, thank you. Also like to enter the appearance of Jacob Auslander, Auslander, Jacob. He has a conflict this morning. Hopefully he'll be joining us later today. As for an opening statement, I think I'll just say that OPC believes that, well, as been noted by staff, this program is a pilot program, and we think we should keep that in mind, and we look forward to moving this pilot through to an evaluation phase so that we can determine how best to move forward with community solar and leave some of those decisions until we have that report and evaluation on the pilot in general. Thank you. We look forward to participating on the specific topics as we go along.
Thank you, Mr. Fields. Can we take appearance from a representative from MEA? I see Mr. Nair.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. I'm Kush Nair. First name A-N-K-U-S-H, last name Nair, N-A-Y-A-R, counsel for MEA. And I am joined by Dr. Babatunde Idrisu. That's spelled D-A-B-A-T-U-N-D-E, last name Idrisu, I-D-R-I-S-U, policy manager for MEA. And for any further comments at this time, I will hand it over to Dr. Idrisu. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ankush, and thank you, Commissioner Mike. My name is Babatunde Idrisu. That's B-A-B-A-T-U-N-D-E. Last name I-D-R-I-S-U. I'm an energy policy manager with MEA. I would like to appreciate the efforts of staff and other participants in the net metering work group for the progress that has been made so far. And I'm looking forward to the rulemaking session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Idrisu. All right. Do we have any other representatives from government agencies, or have I missed anybody that would like to make an appearance? Okay. Hearing no one. I think we're ready to proceed, and I'd like to just now turn to Ms. Amanda Best. Ms. Amanda Best, why don't you go ahead and give us some guidance here on how we want to take on these first issues.
Thank you, Commissioner Richard. So the general outline for today is we will begin this morning with discussion of three major issues, pilot capacity and land use proposals, as well as subscriber representatives. So we will discuss those three issues, and then after that discussion is complete, we will go into more of a chronological read-through of the remaining issues in COMAR. So with that, I think we are ready to turn to staff.
Chairman,
very good. So we'll begin on, I'm sorry?
Before we proceed into the issue by issue rundown, I have a question I wanted to ask somebody based on their opening remarks that probably will not come up in the rundown of the agenda, if that's okay.
Yes, please. And to commissioners, please speak up anytime. Again, I have little tiny pictures of everybody, so I really can't see if people are raising their hands. But yes, Commissioner O'Donnell, please proceed.
Dr. Bartlett, in your opening comments, I think I heard you advocate for more resources for staff, and that you had gotten an indication These are my words, so if they're wrong characterization, please correct me. But you had gotten an indication that this is not what I do normally from our technical staff. This is kind of extracurricular activity. Did I hear that right?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Not exactly. What we did here was there were many meetings, including subgroup meetings, that the staff appropriately and we appreciate organizing during the preparatory phase to get to this rulemaking. And during that time, it came up a number of times on staff's part that the work associated with all of this process was additional to the other work that they had to do. And as I say, as we look forward to the next phase, as we go into the study and design and implementation phase, the workload's only going to increase. And that's why the suggestion, and a number of us have informally talked about this and agreed that it would be helpful to have additional resources. Also, when we get to the part about the MEA's request for specific both information for both public and for use by the agencies, that information, and particularly the public part and posting it, the management of it and the posting of it would require resources. And so that's the basis of that suggestion.
I appreciate the clarification. Our staff works very hard. They do have limited state resources. We're under limitations, especially during this pandemic condition and the fiscal condition of the state. We have hiring freezes, et cetera, et cetera. So I appreciate that classification, but our staff works tremendously hard and they produce a voluminous amount of work. And if anybody needs evidence of that, just take a look at our annual report on our website. So,
and we certainly recognize and appreciate all that work. It's just that it seems like it's turned into quite a burden. And there are other things that they are obviously responsible for as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great, thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell. Okay, with that, Ms. Best, so are we turning now to staff? And I think the first issue we're going to take up is pilot capacity, and also the proposal for supplementary capacity. Is that correct, Ms. Best?
Correct. We can turn it over to Mr. Vanderheyden.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Vanderheyden. You may be on mute.
There we go. Can you all hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today. On the issue of capacity, I think Ms. Garofalo covered much of our concerns in our opening remarks, so I don't want to necessarily go into that. I think the concern we have about the expansion of capacity really has to do with our ability to determine whether or not we will have any cost and benefit information available to us to determine whether or not making the program a permanent program and expanding it further will be available to us. We report information on the community solar program each year when we do the net metering report for the commission, and the most recent one was released in November. We use information that is available as of June of each year. Well, I think what's really in front of you in terms of the issue is to determine whether or not there is a sufficient information that will be available in order to study and provide a report to the legislature. It really comes down to at this point determining whether or not there is a need for additional capacity in order to provide the study, or if it's important simply to increase the capacity for many of the renewable energy reasons that folks have mentioned in their comments going forward. So just to kind of explain where our recommendation stands right now, staff is still is not recommending to expand the program further at this time. We believe that the report, which we'll have to begin preparing almost immediately after we complete this rulemaking, which is due in July of 2022, will give us information about the costs and benefits, and will help us to determine whether or not we need to make changes to the program or if we'll be able to, continue with a very similar program going forward when it becomes permanent. In order to kind of bridge the differences between the various parties, staff proposed supplementary capacity, which would allow the commission to expand the program as in the same size requested by CCSA, but hopefully in a manner that would allow projects that would become eligible for supplemental capacity to be screened in a way that would mitigate the problems that were raised by folks who were concerned with land conservation, concerned about whether or not certain types of projects were better than others in terms of assisting with the distribution grid, and other ways that would allow us to benefit from what we learned from the study that we're going to conduct and deliver to the legislature in 2022 in order to determine if it's appropriate to expand the program now or if we should make some changes and expand it after the legislature has reached the determination on making the program more permanent. So I don't know, Your Honor, if you want to proceed with hearing from folks why we should. I think many of the folks have not had an opportunity to explain why they would be opposed to expansion, or I think some folks have already indicated their preference for that. I'm happy to go in and explain what we might do with the supplemental capacity. Just wanted to kind of give you an understanding of what was the purpose of that proposal, which was developed as a means to kind of get the two parties to try to come to some additional agreement, which unfortunately was not realized.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Vanderhaden. Why don't we go ahead and hear, I kind of see these as I guess, issues we probably should discuss at the same time. The supplementary alternative, in that I believe this would be kind of an either or an alternative approach. Is that correct? Am I understanding the supplementary capacity proposal correctly, Mr. Vanderhaden?
Yes, Your Honor. It's proposed if the commission is not able to expand the capacity without any of those restrictions. What that's intended to do is provide a way to provide additional capacity, potentially avoiding some of the concerns that folks have had about doing that. So if you would allow the additional capacity now, you wouldn't need to do the supplemental capacity approach. But if you were to deny all of the requested increase or a portion of it, then supplemental capacity might be a way to allow further program development to occur the way some of the folks from CCFA have asked for it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, why don't we then turn to the petitioners and hear their discussion on the capacity increase, why they disagree with staff, and then they could also touch on their thoughts on the supplementary proposal.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to offer some procedural guidance, and I hope my fellow commissioners will agree with me on this. Please speak up on these issues as we step through them one at a time. Don't wait to the end and then say, I want to go through all these issues all over again, because that doesn't work. It's not going to fly. It's not going to happen. And I hope my fellow commissioners agree. Please speak up on an issue by issue basis and don't wait to the end.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell, for raising that. Again, we're going to go through this topic by topic, and then it's my hope that we will actually make a decision. We'll take a vote among the commissioners and decide these topics as we move along. So yes, if you have a thought, an opinion, position, please speak up now. So again, thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell. With that, we'll turn to petitioners if you would like to weigh in on the issue of capacity.
Yes, Commissioner Richards, this is Leslie Elder from CCSA. So first, CCSA is elated that the discussions over the past several months really have revealed that there is broad agreement that the program should be expanded, and that really the main disagreement is on how. Program capacity is the most important issue for CCSA in this rulemaking, and we strongly reiterate our support for the expanded program capacity as stated in the original joint petition. As we have noted in our comments, that there is clear legislative intent to expand the capacity in programs year 4 through 7 beyond the 165 kilowatt per category per year previously approved by the Commission. Staff's comments on February 1st included several unsupported arguments against increasing capacity that I would really like to directly address. First, staff stated that an increase in size of a pilot program may not be the direct intent of the recent revisions of the RPS legislation, as there was no corresponding increase of the 1,500 megawatt net metering cap. The General Assembly explicitly stated in SB 520 and House Bill 683 for the Commission to increase the program capacity year over year. Additionally, on January 27th of this year, Senator Kramer and Senator Feldman and Delegate Clippinger and Brooks wrote another letter to the Commission reiterating their support for CCSA's proposal, explicitly stating that our petition is consistent with the legislative intent. Furthermore, Senator Kramer and Delegate Clippinger have sponsored legislation to double the net metering cap to 3,000 megawatts in response to community solar development. Both pieces of legislation have moved out of committee and passed their chambers, moving to the other chamber for crossover without amendment. Staff's focus on the 1,500 megawatt net metering cap is irrelevant for several reasons. To date, the megawatt allotment by the General Assembly has been based on size and been technology agnostic, resulting in a healthy mix of project types. As noted, current legislative actions, the General Assembly is also currently working to address any cap issues before the cap may be reached. Second, the staff raises citing concerns from anti-development stakeholders to limit the program, which I will address comprehensively later. However, under the enabling statute, community solar facilities are exempt from the Commission's siting authority, subjecting them completely to local zoning controls. It is the intention of the General Assembly for local governments to determine the suitable locations for these facilities under this program, and increasing the capacity does not impact local authority to dictate where these facilities will be sited. Finally, staff suggests that the Commission should limit the program size to facilitate its study. This position directly contradicts the intent of the General Assembly, which creates both a study requirement and an increase in the program capacity to improve the quality of this study. Additionally, CCSA has worked with MEA to require additional reporting requirements for subscriber organizations to really study the program efficacy to provide staff and other government agencies with additional information needed to evaluate the program. Now, CCSA's proposal in the joint petition is not arbitrary. Rather, it is an analysis consistent with the intent by creating an additional 3% expansion that matches the RPS increase. Additional capacity is needed to assure critical mass for the program, allow for new developers to enter the market, and materially contribute to the state's RPS requirements. CCSA's proposal is more robust than the current capacity amount, but is still very modest in quantities. For example, under BGE, there would be enough capacity to allow for one additional 2 megawatt project. In total, CCSA's proposal would grow the annual capacity requirements by about 12 megawatts per year across all territories. CCSA's proposal is consistent with the legislative intent, the state's RPS goals, and our compromises will achieve staff's concerns. We strongly believe that the Commission should adopt the joint petition's capacity request. However, CCSA strongly opposes staff's proposed application process that requires petitioners the Commission's additional capacity based on the review of many subjective distribution benefits and siting concerns. We believe that this is administratively burdensome for the Commission and will slow down the state permitting process. This would result in more delays in the commercial operation dates and more extension requests. Furthermore, this process sets up a mini CPCN review process that would require review from the Public Utility Law Judge Division or the process applications of the PSC administrative meetings. The General Assembly exempted community solar generating systems from the definition of a generating station, thus removing the Commission's CPCN authority. This case-by-case review of projects will require significant time and monetary resources from the Commission and circumvents county-level decision makers. We ask the Commission to reject the staff's proposal and increase program capacity as requested by the joint petitioners. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Elder. Do other petitioners want to weigh in?
I will. Garen Bischoff from Summit Ridge Energy. I'll try to keep this under 90 seconds. Last year, the Maryland Governor's Task Force on Solar Siting released their report on how to encourage and accelerate responsible siting of clean and renewable energy projects across the state. This report strongly encourages more solar to be developed on rooftops. Over the past 3 years, Summit Ridge Energy has made a very active effort to develop Maryland community solar projects on rooftops. We currently have 11 rooftop community solar projects, including a project that, when it's completed, will not only be the largest rooftop community solar project in the country, but one of the 10 largest rooftop community solar projects in the world. Maryland is home to one of the largest industrial real estate markets in the country. As Summit Ridge Energy and our peers continue to develop more community solar projects on industrial rooftops, the demand amongst industrial property owners to host community solar projects on their rooftops continues to grow. I'd like to point the Commissioner's attention to the 8 letters of support for CCSA's proposed capacity amounts that were filed last week by various industrial property owners in Maryland. These letters specifically illustrate nearly 40 potential rooftop community solar projects totaling over 52 megawatts. This is not demand coming from Summit Ridge Energy, this is not demand coming from the solar development community, and this is not demand coming from CCSA. This is demand coming from the building owners. And these building owners have made loud and clear that they want to host as many community solar projects on their rooftops as possible. Under the current capacity limits set for years 4 through 7 of the community solar pilot program, the majority of this demand will go unmet. These support letters prove that Maryland could be on the cusp of becoming one of the leading rooftop community solar markets in the country. Summit Ridge Energy joins these building owners in encouraging the commissioners to strike while this demand is hot and to increase the current capacity limits to the levels proposed by CCSA. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bischoff. Anyone else wish to speak? Anyone from the Land Conservation? Yeah, please.
Commissioner Richard, this is Salar Naini. Just a couple brief comments on that I'd like to touch on as it relates to supplementary capacity and staff's approach. Just for reference, I've been before you several times, but a reminder, my name is Salar Naini, and I run business development efforts for Turning Point Energy. We have been participating in the Maryland community solar market since its inception, and by the end of this year, we'll have over 18 megawatts of community solar operating across the state. The one thing I wanted to touch on is, we are very concerned specifically about the administrative burden that a supplementary capacity review would have, both on the community solar project developers, but the commission as well. With this process, presumably the commission would need to process these applications at administrative meetings or before the Public Utility Law Judge Division, potentially through contested case proceedings. And, I just want to reiterate, we sort of view this as what is seemingly the equivalent of a mini CPCN review. I think Leslie touched on it, and she was spot on that, right now we're in a situation where this approach would really just slow down development efforts in a time when Maryland is recovering from the economic impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, and the state is already struggling to meet the 14.5% carve-out. Logically, you would think that we would want to continue to remove barriers to project deployment, which have many positive impacts, including generating tax revenue, bill savings, create jobs, and contribute to the RPS goals. Our biggest concern is with staff's proposal, it really just does the opposite by creating an overly burdensome and resource-intensive process that will only stymie community solar development. And then the last thing I'll just very quickly touch on is, some of the criteria that were included in staff supplementary capacity approach were to address certain stakeholders concerned about siting and land preservation, which, just want to reiterate what Leslie said, are already covered at the county level. My company has specifically participated in numerous working groups in Baltimore County, Howard County, most recently in Carroll and Harper, Montgomery counties. And so, there's already a lot of work being done at the county level to touch on these. There's no reason to add another layer with a mini CPCN-like review at the PSC level. And then, finally, just again, we don't want to take away that ability that empowers the local jurisdiction to make those siting decisions, and just create yet another layer for community solar development. So therefore, just urge you to reject staff's supplementary capacity proposal. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Naini. Who else would like to be recognized? Do we have anyone from the land conservation perspective? Yes, Ms. Moore, please go. Please continue.
Thank you. We primarily, our position is that we need to do the evaluation before expanding the program again. But if we were to expand it, I agree with the gentleman who talked about rooftops. We'd prefer to see that go to the optimal sites, such as rooftops and brownfields. In our county, our open category filled up first, and we're actually at our limit. Our county put a 10 project list on each councilmanic district. So our ag district is full. So we almost have to go to optimal sites for the future. So we wouldn't object to expanding the program capacity, except for the fact that it really does need some analysis, and we would rather not keep putting the cart before the horse and taking the ready, fire, aim approach, but to have a look at how things are working and take some cues from other states. I also just wanted to note that in looking at the capacity, the existing capacity, both the BGE and PEPCO territories who get the bulk of the distribution, they entered year 4 with substantial capacity. I think BGE started year 4 with 24 megawatts of a carry forward, and PEPCO had 13 megawatts of a carry forward. And the bulk of that was the LMI category. So in addition to a sort of a geographic skew where we've seen sort of a land rush and strong preference for farmland over other surfaces, we've also seen that the categories don't have much balance in how they've been used. So I think there needs to be some adjustments to the program before we just let it grow, especially since it's leading up to a permanent program. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Chairman Richard, this is Kathy Graham. May I speak to?
Yes, please.
Okay. So our group, as we have written to you, that we oppose the expansion of the program under the status quo. We are coming at this after 4 years of participating more or less as observers of the land use debate in our county of Anne Arundel. Our focus in our proceedings was narrow, like I said, both focusing on performance standards, and we did argue for forests. But our observation from attending many community meetings, and this is affirmed in the county's recently adopted general development plan, is they expressly want to maximize the county's potential to develop solar on previously used sites and things like rooftops. And you can understand why they want to do that. In a county like Anne Arundel, half of the land is already developed, and 75% of the undeveloped land is forested and wetlands. Then there's open space, and we have some farmland left, and 40% of that is under protective easement. So for a county like ours, you have a population that is very committed to wanting to expand solar. And our group is in that category. Folks who characterize us as anti-solar development are just flat out wrong. We see reforms as a way to actually facilitate the resolution of the political conflict and also achieve a more sustainable program. The proposals we, after participating in the working group in particular, the proposals that we are focusing on directly relate to the Commission's authority to calculate net metering payments and to allocate capacity. We are not looking for land use siting. We recognize zoning, local zoning, lays the foundation and creates opportunities for where solar can be built. But that's just opening the door. It will not be built if the market incentives aren't right for all kinds of development, including, again, like Teresa, it's music to our ears, what Mr. Bischoff said, because we have seen in New Jersey and Massachusetts that they have been moving forward in getting a significant amount of capacity on rooftops and other surfaces. And Maryland has fallen behind. So the issues that we are trying to raise to you are that we are concerned that inadvertently, just because of the change in market dynamics, there's a chance that your policy of having a fixed and uniform net metering benefit might be creating differences, unintended differences in the profitability of different kinds of surfaces, and those differences can create, and profits can create more of an incentive for those developing greenfield as opposed to Mr. Bischoff's office rooftops. And it also could end up, of course, having Maryland residents pay more than necessary for the capacity. We see a difference in the value of different kinds of community solar projects and are particularly concerned as an environmental group about projects that are being built on forests, which then result in a net reduction in their value. Again, a value question. It's not just about siting. So I'm sorry I went on a bit, but we can get into it more later. But we feel these potential shortcomings in the current environment should be addressed before we expand the capacity so that we don't repeat mistakes going forward. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Graham.
Yes, so I'd like to also speak on the land conservation issues.
Please proceed.
Okay, great, thank you. So I'm Susan Minnemeyer. I'm the Vice President of Technology with the Chesapeake Conservancy based in Annapolis, Maryland. In 2020, we worked with the Valley's Planning Council to conduct a solar energy siting study for Baltimore County and City. Our goal for that study was to map solar energy development opportunities that would minimize the loss of farmland or environmentally sensitive sites. So one of the best benefits of solar is that it's highly compatible with the built environment. It provides energy savings and enhances the value of homes and commercial buildings. And when built on parking lots, provides shaded parking and other amenities. Degraded lands can also be brought back to productive use and are an ideal location for development. Also, as part of this study, we identified marginal agricultural lands that would be beneficial for second-tier opportunities, which we called preferred ground-mounted sites. I think it's important to address this because some of the criticisms of our work didn't point out that we actually looked at prime farmland itself and identified opportunities that were not on prime farmland and would not require the clearing of forest. With regards to optimal sites, we found that Baltimore City and County would be able to meet their region's fair share of the solar carve-out for Maryland's renewable portfolio standard by using only 8% of the identified optimal sites and just 4% of the identified optimal and preferred ground-mounted sites. The goal that we set for this region was based on energy consumption and was 18% of the total RPS, so it was an ambitious goal. We just finished another study for St. Mary's County, a rural county, and found very similar results. Our analysis was presented to the Governor's Task Force on Solar Energy Development and Siting last year and was adjusted based on feedback we received from the Solar Energy Industries Association and also the energy consultants who developed the Maryland Power Plant Research Program study on the RPS. So we stand by this analysis as demonstrating the extent of optimal sites, which to date remain mostly untapped across the state with a few key exceptions. I also wanted to address some comments that were submitted from the Chesapeake Physicians for Social Responsibility. They criticized some elements of the study because we didn't use the National Renewable Energy Lab's PV watts calculator. Actually wanted to clarify that we did use their data on solar irradiance. The part that we did not use was the parts of the tool that are designed for analyzing individual rooftops. So this is the study where we use the high resolution land cover land use data that we provided, where we can measure the total amount of rooftop across a county or the state down to the parcel scale, but it does not take into account the aspects of roofs. That doesn't mean, however, that it can't provide some very valuable insights in terms of the amount of rooftop area available. Currently, nearly all of the applications for the Community Solar Pilot Program in Baltimore County, as Teresa mentioned, are for development on farmland. But community solar is intended to provide access to renewable energy for all residents, to enhance access to low and moderate subscribers, and to demonstrate the promise of solar energy. But displacing farmland for solar is counterproductive. States like New Jersey and Massachusetts have come up with some creative solutions for this by prioritizing development on preferred locations. And in the case of New Jersey's community solar program, they were able to fill their entire capacity without using any farmland. So it is possible, but we have nearly the opposite situation in Maryland, where most proposals are going for farmland, and those are also taking most of those also have not been built to date because they've been receiving high levels of opposition at the local level. We believe it's critically important for Maryland to expand solar energy development, but by leaving out the best locations or leaving optimal sites on the table, we're not using the Community Solar Pilot Program to its best potential. So we encourage prioritization of optimal sites, and this does not have to mean banning ground-mounted solar energy development, but what we're asking for is to develop the optimal sites first and see if we're able to fill the program by using as many of the optimal sites as possible. So I'll stop there and thank you for your consideration.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Meyer. Just a reminder, we do have all your testimony, and we do have a lot of ambitious schedule today. So if you've heard your argument already made, you could just maybe reference that and also maybe summarize what is in your testimony, and that might help us move just a little quicker. But with that, do we have, who would next like to be heard?
Hi, Chair Richard. This is James Feinstein with Arcadia.
Yes.
Very quick background on Arcadia. We are a subscriber acquisition and management services company serving 34 megawatts of projects and 4,100 Maryland customers in the state alone. We're essentially a technology platform that sits between the customer and the projects. And at Arcadia, we're using technology to build the community solar market that I believe you want to see. Our customers receive guaranteed savings, face zero risk. They can leave a project at any time without any reason and without any exit fees. And that offers it available to anyone in the state, regardless of having a bank, regardless of their income status and credit score. And this is something we do in every state with community solar in the country. I'm proud of our relationship with our customers and note that more than 500 of them signed their name to a petition in this docket to expand the pilot program. We also work with partners across the country to help their employees enroll in community solar projects, including Fortune 500 companies like Biogen and Goldman Sachs. These companies offer Arcadia memberships, including community solar participation in states where we have projects, as an employee benefit to help meet our sustainability goals. In New York, we have partnered with the New York City Housing Authority to help low-income public housing residents subscribe to community solar projects. And finally, we work with other governments in other states. For example, we've successfully submitted a joint application with the Rhode Island Office of Energy Resources for technical assistance funding from the US Department of Energy to support the state's community solar program, and specifically to increase LMI and environmental justice community support. The one thing I want, I would ask for you to please try to take away from my testimony on capacity today is the fraction 2/3. 2/3 of American households, or 85 million homes, aren't a good fit for rooftop solar for one reason or another. For example, they don't own a home, they have the wrong kind of roof, or they can't afford the cost. This is true across Maryland. Is it across the United States? I completely understand staff and other stakeholders' concerns that the pilot program hasn't yet produced enough data to show net benefits. However, comprehensive studies routinely show that the benefits of community solar extend far beyond program participants, and the overall benefits outweigh the costs for all families across the state. In the past year alone, 4 significant studies have done just that and showed that community solar provides net benefits to all subscribers in the state. So just lastly, 19 states and Washington, D.C. have policy-backed community solar programs. Last year, Massachusetts doubled their community solar program from 1,600 to 3,200 megawatts, and New York expanded theirs from 3 to 6 gigawatts. Other states are doubling down on this budget-positive approach to community solar, and we encourage Maryland to do the same so that even those 2/3 that can't have rooftop solar can still participate in the state's clean energy future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Feinstein.
Chairman Richard, this is Susan Miller for the LMI Advocates. I'd like to speak for just a moment, if that's okay.
Yes, please proceed, Ms. Miller.
Thank you. A lot has been said, and we're going to try to avoid repeating much of what has been said. But I want to highlight, number one, the legislative mandate. It's argued that the nominal capacity increase adopted last May did not meet the mandate set forth in the 2019 legislation. And it's important to note that no commentator who opposes the joint petitioner's proposal refuted or addressed this issue. The 2019 legislation required that the capacity limits for each program category increase throughout the duration of the pilot program. But the adopted regulations capacity limits never even reached the capacity levels previously in place for years 1 and 2. Thus, the adopted regulations do not meet the law's express directive that the annual capacity should increase for the duration of the pilot program. Implementing the 2019 legislation consistent with legislative intent of the General Assembly requires the Commission to set capacity limits that consider the year 1 and year 2 limits. Second, both staff and OPC in their comments contend that the Commission should not take the implications of the Clean Energy Jobs Act of 2019 into account. The Clean Energy Jobs Act increases the in-state solar requirement under Maryland's renewable portfolio standard from 2.5% by 2020 to 3.5% by 2030. We believe this contention ignores the General Assembly findings in the Community Solar Statute, where the General Assembly specifically stated that consider community solar generating systems enhance continued diversification of the state's energy mix to achieve the state's renewable energy portfolio standard and greenhouse gas emission reduction act goals. Thus, the General Assembly specifically said that one of the purposes of the community solar is to achieve the state's environmental objectives. So the Commission should not ignore changes in those objectives. We also consider staff's reliance on the fact that it's going to be doing a study to be arguably a misuse of that study. The purpose of that study is supposed to be so the General Assembly can determine whether the pilot program will be made permanent. The purpose of that study is not to determine aspects of the pilot itself, because the information will not be available in a timely manner for that purpose. Essentially, the report is due next June in 2022. Once the report is out, the net metering working group will undoubtedly have extensive discussions about what that report means. I'm assuming 6 months or more, and then proposed regs will come before this Commission. So what you're looking at is, by time the report is before the Commission in the form of regulations, there'll only be a year left in the pilot. And that wasn't the purpose of the reporting requirement to begin with. The reporting requirement is to serve the legislature. So we don't recommend waiting to increase the capacity with regard to any reporting. Finally, we believe the commission should reject staff's proposal. First, the proposal does not provide any rights to solar developers that they do not already have under current regulations. The commission can waive any regulation for good cause shown. Thus, a solar developer may at any time ask the commission to waive the capacity limits for a particular project. Of course, such a request would have to demonstrate that good cause exists for a waiver. Staff's proposed regulation not only does not create new rights for solar developers, the proposal actually limits the rights solar developers currently have. The proposed regulations list specific benefits that solar developers must demonstrate, thus narrowing what constitutes good cause. Moreover, as discussed earlier, the staff's proposal does not meet the requirement of the 2019 legislative mandate. And finally, others have noted how burdensome this process would be. Essentially, it would be a mini, if not full-blown CPCN. Finally, I would like to point out with regard to the land use proposals testimony here today. I believe that Ms. Moore and Ms. Gramp's testimony today actually demonstrated why the land use proposal isn't necessary. Both Ms. Moore said that Baltimore County put limits in place and those limits have been met. Similarly, Ms. Moore stated that the development zoning for Anne Arundel County has already put limits in place. Thus, the counties are responding with limits they feel are appropriate for their county. So any land use proposal is not necessary. I'm going to address the land use proposal more when we get to that section, but I just, because that was mentioned in their testimony, I wanted to point that out. And also point out, they now say they're talking more about incentives than citing, but they've also conceded that the commission cannot do incentives. So essentially what they would be asking this commission to do is delay the capacity increase until the next legislative session, once the work group figured out what incentives they want the legislator to consider. And they've really offered no justification as to why the capacity limits cannot be increased while the commission considers any land use proposals. Essentially, the capacity limits are for the next 3 or 4 years. And so the land use proposal consideration by the net metering group should not take that long. So it should go into effect if the commission and the working group recommended it well before the capacity limits for the out years are even under consideration or use by solar developers. So there's no reason to delay adopting the capacity limitations to consider the land use proposal. I thank the commission for their time.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. I would like to get to commissioner questions soon. Does anyone else wish to be heard? We're also at the point where I had scheduled, I hope we have a break. So if we could maybe wrap up this section here in the next minute or two, that would be great. And then when we come back, we'll go to commissioner questions. But
yeah,
does
Mr.
anyone
Chairman?
wish to be heard? Yes, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, hi. Dr. Al Bartlett with Physicians for Social Responsibility.
Great, thank you.
Just briefly, first, as background, I would like to flag once again Ms. Elders noting that both Senate Bill 407 and HB 569, each of which double the net metering cap, have passed their respective chambers without amendment. And so that's important background to this discussion. We do support the argument that the legislative mandated extension of the pilot program is also extended to include intended to include a commensurate expansion of program capacity. We were active supporters of the 2019 Clean Energy Jobs Act, and that obviously requires significant acceleration. And we agree with the letters by the legislative sponsors of the pilot program extension that the pilot program should not ignore this requirement. We also find that the supplementary capacity proposal by staff falls short of the realignment of project capacity that's needed. It also would be extremely burdensome for commission and staff to actually carry out consideration of the individual project petitions that would be required by that proposal. So we support the 3% expansion of capacity as proposed by CCSA, MDVC, and the LMI advocates. But I do want to just comment briefly on the Chesapeake Conservancy study, since Ms. Minnemeier brought it up, noting that study's conclusion actually was differed from the conclusions of the governor's task force on solar siting. We worked with Dr. Ajit Makajani, the president and senior scientist of the Maryland-based Institute for Energy and Environmental Research. We recognize the Chesapeake Conservancy study was presented to the task force, but we note that because of the intrinsic limitations of the GIS methodology that the Conservancy study used, which is basically founded on measurement of areas, and calculation errors, and I'll point out some specific ones, from not using the standard NREL tool for calculating PV energy production, the Chesapeake Conservancy study hugely overestimates both rooftop and degraded land capacity. For example, for degraded lands, they estimate a capacity of 1,719 gigawatt hours per year, when the NREL tool actually at liberal 5 acres per megawatt DC comes up with 385 gigawatt hours per year. Big difference. So our conclusion of that was, and we have attached an in-depth analysis of the Conservancy study to our written comments. But as a result of those errors and systematic overestimates, the Conservancy report leads planners to a critically important incorrect conclusion that there's no need for solar to be built on open land. And we clearly disagree with that conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett.
Just do one video recording that could be. Can I just respond very quickly to that comment?
Yeah, if we could just hold, I'm hearing another voice. Could I ask people to please put themselves on mute if they're not talking?
Okay.
Okay. Does anyone wish to speak? Ms. Best, is it possible to identify where the sound is coming from?
Looks like Mr. Eric Paul from Nautilus Solar.
Okay. Okay. It sounds like we've resolved the issue. Yeah, before we have any response rounds, if we could maybe make sure we get through everyone who wishes to speak. At this point, we haven't heard from either OPC or MEA. Do they wish to be heard?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This is Bill Fields with OPC. I'd like to make a few brief comments on this issue. We filed comments in January opposed to increasing the capacity of the program at this point. The utility bill arrangements that go along with these projects will have impacts on customers, all customers, for decades. And we feel there's this approach should be evaluated, need to evaluate both the benefits and the costs of the program to determine what the best way is to continue with community solar and balance all of the interests. If the commission does decide to expand the capacity of the program at this time, we think the supplemental capacity approach proposed by staff is the better way to go. And we would prefer to see commission findings that the benefits of the project are there before allowing additions to the program. Thank you. We look forward to more discussion on the issue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I heard someone speak up, but then I ceased to hear them.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Batunde from MEA. MEA's position on this issue is that decisions on capacity, on pilot capacity, should be data-driven. And in this regard, that we had proposed language that would require the PSC to collect data from subscriber organizations, periodic data from subscriber organizations regarding the percentage of capacity being subscribed, the percentage of low-income subscriptions and LMI subscriptions, and the percentage of residential and commercial subscribers. So I believe that this we'll have further discussion on this later on. But that's my contribution.
Great, thank you very much. Well, it's 11:40. Why don't we go ahead and take our break now? We will come back at 11:50, and if anyone else cares to speak on the first round, we'll allow that. I'm hoping we can get to commissioner questions soon, and hopefully we'll have a decision before lunch on this issue. But with that, let's go ahead and start our break. I will see you back here at 11:50. All right, well, welcome everyone back from the break. Why don't we go ahead and continue? I want
You're on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Doug. Okay, we're ready to resume. Why don't we go ahead and continue and hearing from any party who wishes to be heard on this topic, the topic of capacity.
Yes.
Mr. Richard.
Who seeks recognition?
I'd like to speak if possible. Susan Minnemeyer.
Yes, certainly. Let me just check first to make sure no one still wants to be heard on the first round.
Mr. Richard, it's Jim Rice. I would like to.
Go ahead, Mr. Rice. And I'm Ms. Minnemeyer. I will get back to you. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Mr. Rice.
Yes. Thank you for the time, and I'll be quick. I think that just a couple of items that I'd like to address, just from our experience of working around the country on some of the exact issues that we're talking about here. And I'm just remind everybody, I'm at Nautilus Solar. Number one, regarding the prioritization of sites, I think that one thing that we have recognized in Maryland is that the ongoing land use ordinances and other zoning work, I think on a county by county basis, has been fantastic. We welcome the additional comments that we've heard today regarding continuing work regarding the right prioritization of the sites. And I'll note for everybody, one of the items regarding land use for farms is we have saved many farms around the country because they take their least productive land, allocate it to solar, earn lease revenue from that least productive land, and then are able to save the rest of the farms. And so the CCSA has a couple great videos of Maryland farmers who are continuing to farm because of systems that we are building and lease payments we're making. As I said earlier, I'm a engineer, and I think one thing regarding a study like this is getting the most that you can out of the hard cost and soft cost analysis. And I think one of the things here regarding the potential supplemental capacity here is allowing the industry and all participants to continue to be able to do that. And we've heard several comments today regarding some of the soft costs and items that go with that. My last comment would be around LMI. We fully support the discussion today regarding LMI and figuring out how to provide solar to LMI customers. We have a significant list of LMI customers. There's a lot of work to be done in this area, and supplemental capacity will certainly allow, I think, the industry, as well as all constituents here, to be able to work more on the LMI area as we go through the next couple of years. So thank you for listening and your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Rice.
Mr. Chairman, may I speak very briefly? This is Kathy Gramp. I want to address the question of capacity. Ms. Miller asserted that other participants like myself had not questioned the issue of the legislative intent. And I need to, the advocates from Herring Bay abstain on that question because we did not have time to look at the legislative history enough to know whether those were just two contemporaneous bills or whether in fact there's something in the Clean Energy Act that actually directly related to the issue of the numeric amount of capacity. So we abstain, or silence is not support.
Okay, all right, thank you, Ms. Graham. Anyone else on the first round seek recognition? If not, I will invite Ms. Minnemeyer to speak.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to make a clarification of our study. Unfortunately, I think it's a misunderstanding of our study that was presented earlier, saying that we oppose the use of land for solar. In particular, we wanted to point out the opportunity of using marginal farmland. That's a point that others have raised, and avoiding development on prime farmland. We also looked for sites that were not occupied by forest cover or environmentally sensitive lands, and we identified 3,400 acres of these potential sites that are land-based for ground-mounted solar that did not displace prime farmland or present challenges with regards to environmentally sensitive lands. So just wanted to make that clarification for the study. We think these are secondary, like should be second tier priority to the optimal sites, but there is actually a significant amount of marginal farmland or non-environmentally sensitive land that could be used for solar. We would just recommend first addressing optimal sites. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer. Seeing no other, no one else seeking attention, why don't we go ahead and proceed to...
Your Honor, if I could just respond very quickly to one of the points made by Mr. Naney.
Go ahead, proceed.
Yeah, I understand the concern that folks might have about the supplemental capacity involving a lengthy process for evaluating any additional projects. Staff has not, prepared a precise screening process, but we look at that as being something that would be a screening process developed by the working group and approved by the commission in advance, probably by commission order, much in the same way the commission's rules for net metering needed a commission order for some final interpretation. So we do not anticipate that each project would go through a lengthy process akin to a CPCN, which is a much more lengthy and rigorous process in evaluating a project. So we would probably be looking at developing a pre-screening that might include something like avoiding prime agricultural land or sensitive ecological areas, and possibly some form of a cost-benefit analysis or something that would help us examine whether or not the project would create any congestion or restrictions on the distribution system. So I just wanted to point that out. It's important to be able to understand how that would be done. This is something that we developed in between when regulations were filed back in January now, and the working group has not had time to dig in and develop that. We have some expectation that in the process of putting together the report, we are going to conduct cost benefit analysis, see if customers are getting energy savings. And one of the things that is important for this idea is that there may be projects that bring an additional benefit by perhaps being connected to a storage system or being linked, with an EV charging facility of some nature. If we have no additional capacity at that point because the wait list is permanent and there's no new entrants in certain service territories, and then a project comes by that has a clear benefit or just an interesting benefit that we'd like to try, we think it would be important to be able to add that capacity in the future. So that's what its intent is. It would require significant development over the next year or so before we'd be able to implement something. And we'd be looking to put that into effect probably a couple of months after the July 1, 2022 report. So we're looking for if we were to engage in that approach, we would develop that and have something probably in front of the commission for approval of the screening process around the time that we'd be releasing the report to the legislature. But that would be something that would allow additional projects that really made sense or had a clear and obvious benefit or an additional characteristic that we wanted to study. But that would not be, intended to just add anything that, folks wanted to add. It would have to have passed the screen or otherwise been beneficial. So I just wanted to clarify that piece.
Thank you, Mr. Vander Hayden.
Thank you.
Why don't we go ahead now and turn to commissioners. Commissioner O'Donnell, Commissioner Linton, do you have any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple.
Right, please proceed.
All right, thank you. Ms. Moore, are you still on the call with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to ask you about something you said, I think, and I just want to verify I heard it right. You're talking about land use in Anne Arundel County, correct?
Mine would be Baltimore County.
Oh, yours was Baltimore County. Then I'm talking about.
Yes, this is Kathy. This is Kathy. I'm in Anne Arundel.
Okay. So thank you for getting me the right speaker. Did you say 40% of your remaining ag land was under some type of preservation easement or of some sort?
Right. When you compare in our land use land cover report, Anne Arundel I think, only has around less than 20,000 acres. This is on from the land use reports, has 20,000 acres of land that is under cultivation. Again, that's used as agriculture. That's different from our rural agricultural zoning category. The zoning category has a lot of trees on it, blah, blah, blah. The actual farmland is actually not that big. And then the proportion of our easements is about 40% of that.
Having get some horrible feedback. Having made the drive for several decades from Annapolis down Route 2 to my home in Calvert County, and now for the better part of 5 years from, well, except for the last year,
yeah,
4 years anyway, from Baltimore down Route 2.
Yeah.
Everything south of about Central Avenue in
Right.
Henry County is beautiful farmland.
Yeah.
Not everything, but there are beautiful remaining farmlands, a lot of which are diminishing, as we know.
Yes. Yeah.
So I wanted to point out, kind of having asked that question, that 60% of that farmland is not under some kind of preservation easement.
That's correct.
Right? Would that be a correct assumption?
It is. It
Okay.
is.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I will stop elaborating.
Ms. Elder, could I ask you a question, please?
Of course.
Ms. Elder, you talked about the legislation that has crossed over from both houses, increasing from 1,500 to 3,000 megawatts for net metering, right?
Yep.
So the effective date of that legislation, because I went and looked, is October of this year, October 1st of this year. However, the fiscal and policy note is also instructive to me on this legislation, because it even acknowledges, Department of Legislative Services acknowledges that we won't reach the limit, the current limit, the existing limit prior to the legislation changing it, assuming that it gets signed into law by the governor. Not in 2022, not in 2023, maybe in 2024, more than likely in 2025 or 2026. So wouldn't it be helpful and instructive to the commission and to the legislature to have complete information on how to structure years forward and how to best use this capacity after we get the report next July? Wouldn't it make sense, just from a common sense standpoint, to have that information?
So I think it's and so I think that by expanding the capacity of the program, you can look at the effectiveness by adding in the additional reporting. You can also look at the efficacy in real time. So you can have a holistic version of what the program looks like. You can also meet the legislative intent to expand the program year over year. And then
Can I stop you right there? That was asserted by Ms. Miller that we're not meeting the legislative intent. I strongly and categorically disagree with that.
Okay.
We have made incremental increases, and I believe that's what the legislative intent was, incremental increases, considering the year 1 and year 2 capacity, but not dispositive of it. So I wanted to just stop and kind of correct that. Reasonable minds can disagree on whether or not we're meeting legislative intent.
Absolutely.
So continue, please.
I'm saying that I think that you can holistically have an expansion of the program and then also study it by also taking into account some of the compromises that we made with MEA and the requirements that would be on the subscriber representatives in order to report. And then also looking at holistically what that looks like from the pilot program, you can have a comprehensive view of that study, but then also increase the capacity.
So I appreciate your answer. I would just say this, that we are seeing some of the kind of proportionality of use of categories is not where some of us would like it to be in the pilot. And I think that that's widely acknowledged. Wouldn't the report next year be a great opportunity, since it's not going to push us to any limitation on capacity, a great time to consider course corrections for that, for the apportionment of the categories that that expanded capacity would go to in the out years of the pilot?
So I think that we've also put a couple of other recommendations in our joint petition in order to incentivize the other categories, specifically with LMI, in order to ensure that we could also look at the holistic components of those as well. So supporting the 100% LMI components to make sure that we can get there, so we can effectively look at that as well.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chairman? Okay, good. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a couple of questions for several parties. If I could, I would pick up on the comments that Commissioner O'Donnell just presented, as well as the questions that he just asked regarding the General Assembly's actions. I think it was some of the testimony that was filed by CCSA noted that the General Assembly is considering an increase to the net metering cap, basically doubling it. That legislation is pending right now. So I guess let me first start with the commission staff. Do some of your concerns change regarding increasing the capacity here if the General Assembly doubles, or let me say it another way, if the General Assembly passes and of course the governor signs the legislation that's pending currently in Annapolis to double the net metering cap?
Your Honor, I'll try and field that one for staff. I would say that the concern about not having sufficient capacity for rooftop solar would be significantly reduced if there was that much additional capacity. That's clear. We have not, I think we raised that issue last year, and that was one of the reasons that the program had been limited previously. There are also, now that we've had some opportunity to observe, there are a couple of other problems that would not be affected because they are, essentially would be an increase in cost that would be passed on to ratepayers. And there's probably something that's new that's a concern that depending on the location of some of the systems that are being constructed, they may cause restrictions on the distribution system that would actually prevent some systems from being constructed in areas where restrictions have occurred. So yes and no, I think, is the answer for that.
Thank you, and I can certainly appreciate that. So we don't know yet. Obviously, the General Assembly's the legislation is kind of moving through Annapolis as legislation moves through Annapolis. So we won't know probably for a couple more weeks, maybe not even until Sunny die before we know the fate of the proposed cap increase legislation as it pertains to the General Assembly. The governor will do what he wants to do with it once it reaches his desk, if it does so. So I guess I'll come back to that topic while I'm talking to staff. Let me ask a separate question regarding your supplementary process that you've proposed. What's your, and this might be for Ms. Garofalo as opposed to Mr. Vanderhayden, but I guess either one of you could take it. Ms. Miller, a few moments ago, suggested that the supplementary process doesn't really give any of the developers any new rights. That everything that staff is proposing, a developer could do today. And she even suggested that it constricted some of your rights. Some of the developer rights. So what's your response to that?
So is the question whether or not the, what I'll call, just for shorthand, the bonus capacity after the report doesn't give additional rights to the developers?
I'm referencing the supplementary process that was proposed in your filing, which is the bonus, I guess it's the bonus capacity required. We can go with that name, that's fine.
I'm going to ask Mr. Vanderhayden to at least start that off because I'm worried I'm not crystal clear on what's being referred to.
I
But I'm
think
still here.
let me try and answer that. I believe what Ms. Miller was suggesting is that under the commission's existing regulations, the capacity restrictions could be waived by the commission at any time. So if a developer came in and said, hey, we didn't get into this year and they're out of capacity in this category, please grant us additional capacity. So I think Annette, that's what is being asked, is whether or not you believe that the capacity is waivable.
I think the amount of capacity is pretty basic. Certainly, it is in the regulations, and so certainly a request for a waiver could be requested, and of course the commission could make a decision on that. I think as the person who's probably written all the responses that have to do with waivers, I wouldn't see us recommending that the amount of capacity be waived, absent some very surprising, unexpected circumstances.
Okay. Before I move on to some of the other parties, let me get a few lay of the land kind of issues out of the way, just so that I make sure I'm clear on where we are. I know that there's concerns that the queues are filling up in the different categories for projects. Is there any open capacity now currently for the queue for projects for the next couple of years?
Just to address that question, I believe that each year additional capacity will open up, typically at the beginning of the calendar year. So roughly, what was granted in the most recent rulemaking adds approximately 50 megawatts each year amongst all of the companies. So there is not yet capacity that has been granted for year 5, 6, or 7, but I believe some of the year 4 capacity has been granted. And to the extent that the wait lists are not full, then the capacity in the future years is available to folks who want to come in and enter the program that are not yet participating. But if the commission approves the wait list language that has been proposed, then there's no other new capacity available to new companies that would like to come if that particular category in that particular utility has a wait list that is already full.
Okay. What I'm trying to get to is to make sure that the increase in capacity proposals that we're hearing now are actually addressing a problem that is existing now, not one that's predicted. So is it fair to say that this is a problem that our regulations are, that there's some limit in our regulations to capacity availability for these particular projects, or is this because we expect more companies and more business and more growth, and so we're planning for the future, but we don't know that it's going to happen?
Your Honor, I think we'll probably have to ask the CCSA folks how they see the future is, but based on the net metering report that staff produces, we count the amount of available capacity. There was an available capacity as of June of 2020, and we had not fully given up all of the capacity that was available.
Okay. Well, let me pose the same question, and I'll ask a representative from CCSA, since you've been at least I won't say primary, but one of the main speakers on this issue.
Yeah, so based off of our analysis, we're currently looking at about 300 megawatts of current development, which is a far increase from where we have been. It's been a combination of a couple of different things that have been moving through. So the improvements that were approved by the commission last year have been incredibly helpful on extending the commercial operation deadline. And then also we are seeing an increase of zoning text amendments at the county level that is allowing calling for more community solar development. So with these improved changes, we are seeing a lot more excitement amongst the market from people to come in. And then to some of the things that staff has brought up already, increased capacity brings more market excitement and more developers coming into the market as a whole. So we would be very excited to see that happen.
Okay, so I guess along those lines, let me pose a variation of the same question that I asked for staff. We know that the General Assembly is currently considering expanding the net metering cap. They haven't done it yet, but it's moving along still there. It's not a bill that's been rejected out of committee, but it's been voted out of committee in a positive way. So why should the commission move on these issues before the General Assembly does?
Oh, Commissioner, if I may, Leslie, or go ahead.
No, go ahead, Jake.
Okay, thank you. Jake Springer, Commissioner from Nexamp. I think from the developer perspective, I would say two things. One is that the net metering cap, of course, may be instructive for the commission in thinking about how to approach the community solar program, but obviously it is not binding on decisions one way or the other. I think one of the concerns that we had heard was about community solar taking up essentially too much of the net metering cap. So to the extent that that is a concern, I think the fact that the General Assembly is considering legislation to expand it significantly may or may not be instructive. But I think in and outside of that, I think there's plenty of reason to expand the capacity of the program today, specific to the community solar pilot program. I think one of the things that we developers have been experiencing is a significant amount of demand within certain parts of the program that can only really be relieved by, increasing the amount of capacity. And to the extent that this is future looking versus today, I would say that there is a problem today, but the other thing to keep in mind is the amount of time that these projects take to develop. These are multi-year projects, and we need to have some certainty going forward that there's going to be a capacity available if we're going to take the risks to do the initial development work. So it is both a future problem and a today problem. So I think if we're especially looking ahead and thinking about, okay, well, what happens after the report comes out? That's really going to be too late, I think, for most developers making decisions about investing in Maryland's pilot program if we don't have clarity on where the capacity levels are going to be. So I think, again, just to kind of tie it up, I think it is a problem today, but it's very much a problem in the future. And if it's not addressed now, it's going to have those repercussions in 2 years, when projects that may otherwise have been, lucrative for folks who want to bring forward, see opportunity, maybe they're not going to see that opportunity today and won't make those investments. So with that, I'll stop there.
Okay. I saw a couple of microphones come on at the same time. I don't know if there's someone else that wanted to respond as well, or I have more questions, but I figured I'd give you a chance.
I was just going to say that it's really not just predictive; it's demand that is today.
Commissioner, I just have one thing to add. From our perspective, if you look at the queues, Delmarva, First Energy, completely full. That's 2 out of the 4 utility service territories right there. So just to demonstrate the demand for these projects. And then, Pepco is, they're open and small categories are also full. We do have an LMI issue. I think there's a lot, I think this is going to be a topic we discuss later on, but our belief, CCSA's belief is, if you can increase the capacity now and make some of the operational improvements that we're recommending later on to address the LMI issue, then, you have a 1-2 punch to allow for the continuation of the development and, to Jake's point, fix the problem right now, but then also address the LMI capacity issue specifically.
Okay, so let me pick up on a point that Mr. Springer raised a moment ago about the length of time it takes to develop some of these projects. I mean, as we all know, we've been discussing already today, this is a pilot program, and we have a reporting requirement at the commission that we need to complete. Some of these projects, even if we increase the queue, it's very possible that even though they've proceeded, we may not learn much from them, at least not enough that we can use, where we can use the data to do anything with it. So help me to understand, for the commission, we have a particular obligation from a reporting perspective to help develop the long-term policy and structure of the community solar program. How are we getting closer to getting that done if we are creating a scenario where additional projects can come into the market, but we know before they even get here that they won't produce data or produce enough information for us to help us develop the policy going forward?
So I can start there, Commissioner. I think, one of the things that Leslie has mentioned already is the addition that MEA and others have been interested to get that information. That's part of I guess we're going to get to that later. So that would be for all projects entering now, even before they're commercially in operation. My understanding is they'd be providing data for the commission and other agencies, in the development phase. So even before that, they are actually, operational projects. So that's an additional source of data the commission would have. Just to keep that in mind, that maybe there's more information that you would have in the future that doesn't exist today, what that's worth.
Okay. It was the same scenario as last time. I saw a couple of green mics, but they all turned off. So.
Commissioner Litton, this is Harry Warren. If I could, just one point about the timing that you've pointed out. It was interesting that when the legislature extended the pilot program to 7 years, and they did set the reporting deadline for next summer. I mean, I ask you to consider that clearly there in the design of this extended pilot, they intended community solar to continue growing and for a couple of years beyond the time when they were calling for that study to be done. So I agree, there certainly is a consideration that how much data will be available to inform the study that happens next summer. But the legislation clearly anticipated that community solar would extend and continue on beyond that study for a couple of years. And I suspect that the idea there was to keep the industry growing, keep the industry vital, so that when the legislature makes its decision to make the pilot program permanent, that they'll have a very robust and growing industry, at that time. So I think there's a clear disjoint. It wasn't that the program is designed only to get up to the point of the study and then kind of stop while those reviews are done. It's part way along the lifetime of the project.
So is it fair to say then, Mr. Warren, that you think that the General Assembly didn't change the reporting date to 7 years out because there's already been I won't say decision, but there's a preference to continue community solar beyond the 3 years of the original program, to not just 7 years, but even beyond that?
Well, I think obviously it remains to be seen for sure. As I mentioned in my introductory comments, I'd be very surprised that community solar didn't find a permanent place in Maryland's programs. But I think at the very least we can say that the pilot program, as currently constructed, does extend well beyond next summer's reporting deadline. So again, I think as people have mentioned, they clearly foresaw that they wanted the program to continue to grow each and every year, even beyond the point when the report is due.
All right, thank you. And one other question, Mr. Chairman, if I could, for MEA. And it really does follow up on the point that Mr. Warren just raised regarding the long-term, MEA's opinion rather, on the long-term approach for community solar. If this is a policy that, in their opinion, the state is going to continue beyond this pilot. I won't say regardless of our report, because perhaps the report may offer other solutions that to help make the program better or make community solar better. But is that something that you see as continuing to be part of Maryland's fuel mix beyond the 3 years and even beyond the 7 years that we're looking at currently?
MES position on the any decision to implement a permanent program will be dependent on what the data says about the current program, the pilot program. An evaluation of the pilot program will be needed, in our opinion, to make a determination on whether a permanent program, whether we should go ahead with designing a permanent program, and that's MEA's position.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've taken up enough time. I'll see.
Mr. Chairman, can I follow up with MEA, Mr. Idrisu?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Linton, and thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Idrisu, would it be wrong to start thinking about the report and the data that we'll get by next end of June, July, as an interim report on what was originally a 3-year program that turned into a 7-year program that will be informed by additional expansion of the program once we get that report, to figure out how to figure out some of the things that didn't work so well in the first 3 years? Is that a wrong way for the state as a policymakers in the state to look at that? And couldn't we create another permanent reporting requirement at the end of the 7th year?
Yeah, MEA believes that any evaluation of the program, an evaluation of the program will be needed to make decisions on pilot capacity. And if that comes with the interim report, that makes sense.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell. At this point, I mean, does anyone else, any participant, wish to be heard on this topic? If not, then I think we probably might be in a position. I will check with my fellow commissioners to make a decision on this issue. But first, I wanted to make sure everyone has had an opportunity to speak to this issue. Got to just get a quick sound check, make sure. I see a number of little circles spinning over people's face, and so I just want to make sure I'm not the one who's been cut off.
No, you're fine. You're good.
Okay, I appreciate that, Commissioner O'Donnell. Yes, please.
Yes, just very quickly, the utilities don't have a position in terms of whether or not the commission decides to go with the CCSA proposal or with the staff supplemental capacity proposal. I would just note that in the joint Exelon utility comments, we did have one language proposed change to the supplementary capacity proposal, if that is the direction the commission decides to go. So I did just want to raise that, sir.
Okay, great. That may be an issue that we raise after we have a discussion and make a decision on the capacity issue. It's again,
Mr. Chairman, just
as Commissioner O'Donnell reminded earlier, if this is the time to speak on this topic. So if anyone wishes to say anything further, please speak up. And I'm sorry, I just stepped on somebody. Is that you, Commissioner O'Donnell?
It was, Mr. Chairman, but I'll wait to see if there's anybody else who has a need to speak on this. Having seen none, I just wanted to ask a process question. The vote that we're, I think, moving towards making here on this particular point, this particular item, is an interim report, but not a final, or an interim vote, but not a final vote. And that we'll come back and actually step through the specific language later. Is that what I think that's kind of what we did on we gave guidance first through where commissioners were, and then we went through the language, or how do we plan on doing that?
Well, that's very possible, depending on what we decide. I believe that we have some very discrete positions. So if we were to adopt one of those positions in a vote now, I believe that could be a deciding vote. But yes, it could take a different direction as well. Did I help answer that question at all, Ms.?
I just really what I'm asking is, at some point, are we going to go through the specific language? That's really what I'm asking.
Yes, if that would be the desire of Commissioner O'Donnell, we could do that.
But I don't want to waste a lot of time going through the specific language.
Right.
If we're not going to be, depending on what we decide. So that's kind of where I was. What do we got here? Chicken or egg situation.
Yeah, I understand. I understand your question now better. Why don't we see where the commissioners are at this point, and then we can work with Ms. Best on actually going through language. But if I can go ahead and start, it is I will be supporting the CCA proposal. I do so after listening to a lot of the arguments. I believe the legislature the momentum is toward increasing and having a more robust solar presence in our state, and I believe that that's also the case for community solar as well. I just looked at the fact that they expanded the program. I think at the recent RPS expansion, significant expansion. Also, just the movement that seems to be taking place already on net metering. I kind of, for me anyway, I feel that that's the direction that the state policy is going. I do believe that the CCSA proposal is relatively modest. It will allow for expansion, but I don't think it goes too far at this point. I do take very seriously some of the concerns raised by the land conservation interests. I think that looking to what they're doing in New Jersey and what Massachusetts are doing, I think could provide some guidance on where Maryland should be going. And but that'll entail active role for both the executive and legislative branches in Maryland, and not something we can do by ourselves. I do take the point that at this stage, because we limit the size of the projects, the community solar projects, these are local decisions. So I believe that there are safeguards for the land conservation interest at this point. I was really pleased also to hear from some of the real estate developers, and specifically some of the points Mr. Biscoff made, and that is that there are a lot of projects being contemplated that are rooftop, and that it's important that we expand the program to allow those to go forward. So in any case, again, overall, I think community solar is an important program because it expands the opportunities for Marylanders, everyone, even if they can't have a solar, they don't have a roof, or if they don't have the financial means to participate. I think this expands opportunities for all Marylanders to benefit from our program. So I will be supporting the CCS the petitioner's proposal. So
Chairman,
with that, yes, please, Commissioner O'Donnell.
So, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, I'm taking a very different position. I think it's a measured position that staff has proposed for the supplemental proposal. I think what we have here is a 3-year pilot that turned into a 7-year pilot that's really going to have plant in the ground for 25 years. But, it's going to have plant in the ground for 20. These are long-term decisions. I think we need to be prudent about the effect on the grid, and Advisor Best and myself just participated in 2-year NARUC-NASIO distribution system planning, and the impacts that our decisions are not looked at holistically with regard to the distribution system, I agree wholeheartedly that it's the intent of the legislature that we expand the use of renewables. No one's disputing that. I'm not asserting that at all, and I am strongly supportive of those policy decisions of the legislature. However, I think that we need to be as informed as possible when making this level of decision. And I don't think we have all the information before us that we could. I think we could make next year's report an interim report, or request that the legislature do so and require another report at the end of the 7 years, because that makes sense to me from a common sense standpoint. And I like to operate from that perspective a lot. So it's very possible that we could do that. But if I get outvoted here, Mr. Chairman, that's fine. I'm not worried. I'm not concerned about that. We'll live with whatever the majority of this panel wants to do. But I just think we don't have all the information that we should have, that land use issues put the entire RPS at risk because of the issues that locals, and especially in rural areas of our states, have brought to the table with regard to siting of some of these plants. We're not talking about rooftop here and exclusively. We're talking about a lot of things, a lot of developments, and we could put a lot of things at risk if the locals won't give permits, if the locals fight us in the legislature, if the local jurisdictions are losing their farmland at an accelerated rate. So I'm taking the approach, we need as much information as possible to make a balanced interest in the public interest decision. So I'm going with staff's middle ground proposal.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell. I guess we'll find out now which of us are on the winning side of this panel. Commissioner Linton.
Much, Mr. Chairman. I've said before that I prefer to have information in front of me to make a decision, something that I can lean on in an area where I may not have, I'm not the one investing my own money, or that something is going to impact other members of the General Assembly, or of our constituents, or ratepayers, or even our regulated utilities, and of course, in this instance, our solar developers. I can see benefits on both sides of this, and I know that doesn't help you figure out where I'm going to go yet. But I think it's early. I think it's too early to proceed with increasing the capacity limit at this time. I think we know that General Assembly is looking at increasing that metering right now. It's not directly on point with the concern that's being presented before us today, but it's about the closest indicator that we have for our current session. And that's something that we'll learn about in less than a couple of months, where they are. When I think about a rulemaking and how long it takes for regulations to become permanent and adopted, our regulations will go into effect after the General Assembly session closes. So we'll have a much better idea as to where the General Assembly stands with increasing that metering at that point. And my understanding is that the legislation is moving well through Annapolis. I don't know exactly where it's at, but I understand it's moving well. I'm concerned also, though, about the staff proposal. I think we heard some testimony this morning that it's not, it needs to be fleshed out a bit more. And I know many of the parties have been working on these issues for an extended period of time. And so I am concerned that that proposal, as it's standing currently, it hasn't been presented. My understanding, at least, is that it hasn't been presented to the work group. And so I'm reluctant to endorse it as the alternative option at this point, especially since a number of parties have suggested that it's not something they could foresee as moving forward with, primarily because of, well, for a number of reasons. And I can see some merit in some of those. I do think there'll be an additional administrative challenge for some companies that may want to move forward under that model. And it's an administrative challenge that doesn't really exist right now. So we'd be creating one. So I'm concerned about that as a solution. So I don't want to say that I'm supportive of it because it hasn't been fully fleshed out and the work group hasn't done that as well. I suppose if the work group wanted to do that and they actually came up with a solution, then I'd be willing to consider it again. But so with regard to moving forward, I don't want to say that I'm supportive of the staff proposal, but with regard to moving forward with regulations, I think that at this time, it's better to leave the cap at its current place until we can have a look, because it's a 7-year pilot. And I do think that Commissioner O'Donnell has a good point in that some of these are 25-year investments that are being made through the pilot program. And while I hope, as well as a number of parties here hope, that community solar continues beyond the 7 years that it currently has as a status, we haven't gotten to that point yet, and we don't know what it's going to look like after 7 years. So we're making a lot of commitments moving forward. So I'd like to see a little more to make sure that the increase we're talking about is even the right one. Should it be more than it? Should we make the caps larger? Should we change the buckets around? There's several other issues that we should be thinking about as part of this decision. And I'm not entirely confident that we've, at least at this point in front of us today, we've flushed all of those things out. So I'm not sure if I don't think we voted on a regulation, but at least that's what my thoughts are right now.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Linton. Well, I think I am taking that as a vote that at this time it's 1-2 that we're not going to proceed with the CCSA capacity proposal. I would be interested to know, is there, with regard to the supplemental program, supplementary capacity proposal, maybe I could ask Ms. I think Ms. Elder, I think you spoke on this. Is there something that we might be able to consider today? Because I heard Commissioner O'Donnell express interest in that. I could be supportive of that approach if we're not going to at this time raise the capacity, if that's something that CCSA believes would be at least a measured advancement of the program.
I think from CCSA's perspective, maybe a different approach could be that we could reconvene and look at this once the net metering cap legislation has moved forward, or whatever happens with the legislature. I think we would be interested in reconvening at that point in time, if the commission would be open to that.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so please, Commissioner O'Donnell.
I have a suggestion, since we're kind of almost at you said 1-2, but it was almost a 1-1 kind of vote. May I just make a suggestion? I don't think the support is there to adopt now the CCSA proposal, the applicant's, the petitioner's proposal. However, there is an opportunity to provide guidance. We still have working groups and provide guidance that we want the due diligence on the alternative proposal or some other alternative, as Ms. Elder just spoke to, that may be instructive going forward for us to consider and get that due diligence that Commissioner Linton talked about done in the working group format. So maybe, I know it may not feel like it for some of the advocates, but at least there could be some further thought process development on this particular issue.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell. And that's what I believe I just also heard from Ms. Elder, that rather than try to do something on the spot here, it would be better that we provide guidance and have have the work group meet. And, hopefully it'll be informed by the legislature so we can, so commissioners can feel that they've got, we all have the same kind of degree of assurance of where the legislature wants to go. And then also if there's going to be an alternative, something that we know has gone through the group process. I guess with that, I believe that's guidance that we're sending this back to the work group. Is that a good summary, Commissioner Linton, Commissioner O'Donnell?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, for me, anyway, I didn't hear Commissioner Linton, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I think that's a fair assessment at this point. And I would also agree with, well, both of you that to the extent there's an alternative option, or even if it's the same option, but just fleshed out for that, there's the option that the staff proposed. I see that as temporary. I think at some point, assuming that the solar industry remains interested in support and willing to invest in Maryland, and we see that if our regulations are somehow or another prohibiting that, then obviously there's something that needs to be changed. But until we get to that time, I think it's useful to make sure that we have processes in place to make sure companies can engage the state if they need to do so.
Thank you, Commissioner Linton. I think that was well stated. I share the desire that Maryland is a active and good place for the solar to do business. And so, to the extent we can get the work group working. I know this is a long process, and I really appreciate all the participants as we attempt to work through these complicated issues. But hopefully we can do something as soon as possible. Again, so we are a good place to do business. We have very aggressive solar policies in this state, and we definitely need to have our developers feel like they've got a sound business opportunity here, and we are going to depend on them if we're going to be successful. So with that, I believe for now we can send the capacity issue and supplementary capacity issue back to the work group. With regard to the land use proposals, since those are so tied to capacity, I believe at this time we could probably also go ahead and have that continue to a point of discussion at the work group level. I think there are a couple of issues that were raised, at least for me, and that is one, what the legal, I guess, what legal support do we have for actually making decisions in this area? And then also, it could be more, what do we propose to the legislature if we wanted to have policies such as we've seen in New Jersey and Massachusetts? So any case, it would be my proposal that we also send the land use proposals to work group for further recommendation. Commissioner O'Donnell, Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think you can have a discussion of the first issue without a robust part of that being the land use issues. I think they're part and parcel of each other. And that's where opposing parties and interests here kind of laid out their position on the capacity. So having said that, I agree with you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner O'Donnell. Commissioner Linton.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I also agree with that.
Great. Okay, well.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please.
I apologize. This is Kathy from Advocates for Herring Bay. Our group is enthusiastic about working with the working group to resolve these things and appreciate your support for that. As you may recall from our March letter, we would actually ask that the statutory report that's due in July 22 include some of the topics that we raised in our letter. We would recommend a rigorous review of the effect of having the uniform net metering payments to ensure that that particular approach, which is definitely squarely in the jurisdiction of the commission, is not having any unintended consequences. And then as well as the environmental issues, if we feel that they maybe need, the report would benefit from covering all of those topics, not just having the working group participants debate it. So the difference is, yes, the working group works on it, but also we would add it as a substantive topic to the commission's July report.
Okay, Mr. Vanderheyden, do you have any thoughts on that? Is that something that would be appropriate for the work group to take up?
Mr. Chairman, I believe the enabling legislation in that section 2 that describes the legislative report allows for any additional topics that the commission chooses to select for the report, as well as anything that the working group itself finds to be useful to provide to the legislature. So it's well within the direction in that enabling legislation, and given the amount of information that Ms. Grant has provided, along with the various reports that we have in the record now, I think we have sufficient material upon which to build. It might likely be something where we analyze the existing projects to determine the types of locations where they are constructed, and information about the types of agricultural ecological impact that those have had. Again, we haven't begun collecting that data yet, but I think it would be appropriate, especially if there was some assistance from some of the stakeholders that have expertise in this area, to add that at least in some degree to provide some insight to the legislative report. So I would say yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. Clearly, this is an important issue for the state, particularly as we move aggressively forward with trying to meet these solar goals. So we will be a participant, but a lot of these policies, I believe, will be made higher up or in Annapolis. So in any case, anything we can contribute to the decision, I think, would be helpful for the state and the success of solar energy in the state. So, well, with that,
Mr. Chairman,
I believe it. Yeah, please. Yes.
Yeah. Sorry.
Who spoke?
Dr. Al Bartlett again. Just could I ask, as we take these matters back to the working group, and we will look forward to those discussions, could I ask for some guidance in terms of how the commission wants us to consider the aspects of cost? Because the issue, it will come up later when we talk about bill impact, but the issue of cost to non-participant ratepayers has come up on the petition of and the issue of cost in terms of land use issues have come up. So they will be important drivers of how we think about those issues. But the Public Service Commission, through its PC 44 process, produced the what's known as the Daymark study, the study on the value additive solar to both the electricity sector and to electricity companies themselves. And that, but we have not heard discussion or consideration of the positive aspects, nor, for example, the Biden administration's new $51 per metric ton of carbon avoided when we have those discussions. And so it's going to be important for us to understand where the commission stands on the cost and value added of solar, and to what extent they continue to support the positions, for example, in the value additive study solar that came out of PC 44.
Yeah, thank you. Those are all important points you've made. I'm not sure if we are in a position today to give a commission position on those issues, but I think we would welcome the work group to discuss this and make recommendations on what those positions might be. And again, I believe that as the legislature considers net metering, they are, I guess, implicitly making decisions about costs to non-participants, but also there's a suggestion that
in meeting a state policy that does make, maybe I could argue, all Marylanders participants just to some respect. But in any case, your comments are duly noted, and we will ask the work group to consider that in their discussions, and also to the report that Mr. Vanderheyden referenced. Why don't we go ahead? It looks like we're just a few minutes early, but rather than starting to before starting with subscriber representative topic, why don't we go ahead and take lunch and plan to come back at why don't we say 1:40? And also, if I can get the applicants to just look at the list of issues. Are there other items that we ought to refer back to a work group with guidance, or should we attempt to try to vote and create regulations on all the rest of these items that are on the agenda? So some kind of guidance maybe from the applicants would be helpful at the start of, after we come back after lunch. Do Commissioner O'Donnell, Commissioner Linton, do you have anything else you'd like to add before lunch?
No, sir.
Not
at this time.
See everybody back at 1:40.
We're off the record.
We will start afternoon session in about 1 minute. Good afternoon. First, is our court reporter available?
You are on.
And ready. We're on the record. Thank you very much. All right. Well, welcome back to the rulemaking session of the Maryland Public Service Commission. When we broke for lunch, I had asked a couple of questions. But before we begin, I'd like to just lay out what a proposal. Rather than taking votes today on the items, I will propose, similar to the supplier consolidated billing proceeding, we will postpone the second part of the rulemaking, and preferably sometime in the late April and a May timeframe after the legislature has adjourned. That'll hopefully do a couple of things. One, it'll provide some opportunity for the legislature to give us any guidance they might have, particularly related to the net metering legislation. Also, it'll give the parties, the work group, the opportunity to meet, and particularly on some of the areas such as the supplementary proposal, or possibly continue to refine and provide information to the commissioners on capacity expansion. Some of the questions that were raised by Commissioner Linton and Commissioner O'Donnell, give the work group the opportunity to come back and maybe provide some answers to those questions. So I don't have a specific date at this moment, but I think the commissioners agree we would like to at least have something in the near term. And by taking this route, we don't have to initiate another rulemaking. We can just postpone this one, and then hopefully take all the issues at one time that we're able to take in the April to May timeframe. So that is what I am proposing, and I would just like to allow my fellow commissioners to weigh in and with their thoughts on that proposal. Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that's maybe a wise course unless I hear a compelling argument against doing such, because otherwise it's going to drag things out much longer for everybody else if we don't head in that direction. So I think it's a wise way to go. Look, we all want to get there. We all want to get there in the right way. And I'm sure all the parties appreciate, we got a lot of competing interests here that we have to amalgamate and come up with a public interest decision. And you may not like that, but that's our job. And so that's the direction I think we should go.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell. Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also agree. I think that's the appropriate course to take. I'd like to see something sooner rather than later. I've sat in many a work group over the years, so I know that this is not the friendliest way to move forward. There's certainly not I'm sure not everybody's not excited about going back to the work groups to talk some more, but that's all part of the effort to find the best solution. So this is it's an unfortunate effort, but that's the way it's got to work. So I think that the end result will be one that will be better for the market and for the regulations we're looking to adopt, and for the commission as a whole. So,
okay, thank you, Commissioner Linton. Let's see, Ms. Elder. Can I just ask if you have any thoughts or comments on that this suggestion?
I think that CCSA could support that. Thank you for your consideration.
Great, thank you. Does anyone else care to offer a thoughts or opinion on moving forward in this fashion?
Your Honor, this is Annette Garofalo for staff. Could we have some direction on what the working group is supposed to do? Because we only have a few issues in this rulemaking, and we've spent many weeks on them.
Yes, that was going to be the next part of discussion. Is
okay.
That we go ahead and we work through the issues rather than taking firm votes though today. We will be glad to hear arguments for each of the topics, and then the commissioners will I'll ask them, invite them to offer guidance on direction. But one thing we did hear is that, for instance, on the issue of the supplementary capacity, that this was something that has not even really been fleshed out at all among the parties. And so that would be one topic that I think we'd like the work group to go back and discuss. But other than that, why, Ms. Elder, is that, would it be useful for us to go through all of the remaining issues and I don't know if you're looking at the same document I am, it's the agenda for today, but starting with the subscriber representative and then just moving our way down, or there are some topics that you think that we should focus on and not others?
I believe that there's several items that the net metering working group have come to agreement on that are probably worth just kind of talking about. Maybe we can move aside on, and then some others that it would probably be very helpful to get commission's guidance on.
Okay.
Although staff, I think staff would also probably have opinions on this that would be helpful too.
And that's what you were looking for, is that correct, Mr. Garofalo? Just some guidance from the commission on these issues? I think you're on mute.
Yes, Your Honor. And I realize you're going to go down the agenda for those items, and then maybe at the end you could come back to the issue of capacity so that we have some idea what you're looking for there.
Okay. All right. So with that decision, I think that we can move into the topic of subscriber representative. Again, not to take any firm votes, but to go ahead and let's listen and hear the issue, and then the commissioners can provide some guidance. So staff, do you, Mr. Vanderheyden or is Ms. Garofalo, would you like to
Your Honor,
start us off?
We have some things we like to say, but it might be more appropriate to allow CCSA to make their pitch because they're the ones asking to add this new element to our program.
Very good. Okay.
Hi, Your
Ms.
Honor.
Elder, are you leading on that?
I'm James Feinstein. I'll actually be leading for CCSA on this.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. I would like to share a little background on why the subscriber representative definition matters. When the pilot program was initially created, I think everyone envisioned a vertically integrated market where one entity would be responsible for project operation and subscriber management. That entity is defined in the regulations as a subscriber organization. What has become apparent as the market has evolved is that the skills required to build a solar project, like siting, financing, and construction, are very different from the skills required to find and manage subscribers, like marketing, allocation sizing, and billing. The logical conclusion is that many subscriber organizations are working with partners to manage the subscriber-facing elements of participation in the CSAG's pilot program. This model works great for the market and has resulted in thousands of subscribers participating in projects. The challenge is that the entities managing the subscriber-facing elements of projects, like Arcadia, are operating in a regulatory vacuum. There's not a process for us to register with the commission so that you, commission staff, and other stakeholders can see the role that we're playing in the market. Over the last 18 months, we have worked with working group participants, including the utilities, MEA, OPC, and staff, to craft a solution. After exploring many potential options, we have proposed the subscriber representative definition in the CCSA petition. This is a simple change that defines what a subscriber representative is, puts important consumer protections in place, and clarifies that many of the rules that apply to subscriber organizations also apply to subscriber representatives. As you'll see in the record in the RM56 docket, this proposal has broad support. We do understand that OPC has proposed some edits to the definition, but are otherwise generally supportive. And we have no objections to the OPC edits and would encourage the Commission to adopt the proposal. So yeah, thank you for your time. And I look forward to this discussion.
So, Your Honor, staff is perhaps the minority in opposing this. We oppose it for, I think, 3 reasons. I'll correct my number at the end if I was wrong. But there is a role for someone who wants to do something in the nature of a subscriber representative. It's allowed by the statute and not prohibited by regulation. However, what is being done here really does not give the same consumer protections as the same work being done by these entities, either as agents of subscriber organizations or as subscriber organizations themselves, which are properly vetted and bonded. And it has some other side effects, which Mr. Vanderheyden can talk about, but this is the, I would say, basic reasons that we oppose this, and we think there are ways that this can be done and done properly, but done with protections for community solar customers and customer ratepayers of the utilities. And I think Mr. Vanderheyden had some things he wanted to add about that.
Thank you, Mr. Garofalo. I think the simplest way to express the way staff looks at that is we believe actually that the way Arcadia operates should be that of a subscriber organization. We've looked at the law, and Ms. Garofalo can point you to the section. But what CCSA has proposed and with Arcadia is essentially creating a separate entity. We do not believe that this entity is needed. We believe that they can continue to operate as they are operating currently as the agent of other suppliers, which is currently how they're providing services to customers for subscriptions. But they may also apply for, and we would grant very likely, the authorization as a subscriber organization, in spite of the fact that they don't actually own currently any projects themselves. We believe the law allows for it, and the definition of subscriber organization allows for it. So this is all fine, and certainly there's always ways to explore additional like methods by which one could market. But we have some concerns that the approach used, where there are multiple offers from multiple subscriber organizations being marketed under a single brand, could create a scenario where customers are not seeing price information from competitive offers throughout the various participants in the program. There's also, as Ms. Garofalo mentioned, a concern that staff has that the bonding requirements that are being proposed here are not the same as those that are required by the Commission's order for a subscriber organization. And this could potentially create a disadvantage for the standard subscriber organizations in that they have to provide bonding, and they have certain disclosure and contractual rules that do not appear to be required by the subscriber representative that's being proposed. So this is not in any way that we think there is something wrong with what Arcadia is doing. We think that they've really come up with an interesting way where they're simultaneously able to offer community solar subscriptions, retail choice offers, and a form of billing that consolidates all the payments together. There are some things about that relationship that we are not entirely clear that fits within the boxes that we've created for supplier consolidated billing and for retail choice issues. I think what we would prefer is that CCSA would continue to operate either as they currently do as the agent of various subscriber organizations, or that they would apply for and be subject to the same rules as any subscriber organization. And then at some point in the future, if perhaps when the program becomes more permanent, if there is a need for something to function like a broker or some other thing, we can attempt to resolve whether or not bonding is required for brokers that would be the same as subscriber organizations, and whether or not they should follow the same marketing and disclosure rules that subscriber organizations follow. It's just at this point, it adds additional complexity to our rules. It may create some market concerns about combining offers, for many different subscriber organizations that would kind of lose the variety of offers that we may have expected. And so we would just ask that at this point, CCSA would kind of withdraw that, and we'll continue to examine it. But again, it's something that's relatively new in our market, and I think it's an interesting approach, and it may be very useful and beneficial to customers. But at this time, I think we'd like to observe it a little bit further and understand how it fits with all the other forms of retail energy services in not only in Maryland, but and also in the program.
Thank you. Commissioners, I'd like an opportunity to respond. That's okay?
Yeah, certainly. I do want to make sure that I give MEA and LPC, since they have commented and they've worked on this as well, an opportunity. But if you'd like to go ahead and make a response, that's fine. Mr.
Right, thanks. So first, there are a couple of different suggestions and proposals by staff there. So first, regarding operating under in the agent definition, as commonly understood and as I believe envisioned in the program rules, an agent neither operates under its own brand nor maintains a lasting relationship with the customer. The subscriber representative definition that we've proposed will have a distinct brand and long-lived relationships with the customer, which is why we think that simply declaring all companies to be agents is insufficient. We also work with multiple subscriber organizations at the same time, so we are not properly considered an agent of any one project. Then to the concern of the suggestion to register as an SO or subscriber organization, there are a few challenges with this approach. First, our understanding is that some utilities would be unable to link multiple subscriber organizations to a project. And through the working group meetings, we have heard that from the utilities that it may require a costly, time-consuming system upgrade at ratepayer expense to be able to do so. Moreover, per the statute and the regulations, a subscriber organization owns or operates a community solar project. Our interpretation of this language is that it refers to physical operation of a project. So entities that perform the function of a subscriber representative, as proposed, do not meet the definition of a subscriber organization. Then lastly, because it's now been said a couple of times, so I do want to also add just a little clarity about supplier consolidated billing. Respectfully, I think there's staff has an inaccurate understanding of our business and the subscriber representative definition as proposed, both in the Ms. Garfalo's opening remarks this morning and some of the more recent comments this afternoon. The Commission, as you are aware, recently issued regulations regarding supplier consolidated billing. Arcadia does not offer a supplier consolidated bill as contemplated under that rulemaking. And as Mr. Vander Hayden noted, yeah, we do offer customers a bill pay service, but that is very different. So Arcadia will come into receipt of the customer's account due to the utility bill and charges the customer for the same amount and remits payment to the utility. So I do want to make that distinction that, again, Arcadia does not, and the subscriber representative has no bearing or nothing in its scope would cover supplier consolidated billing. And the last thing, I know staff also noted concerns about consumer protections. So not only throughout the CCSA's proposed red lines, do we make sure that subscriber representatives have the same requirements for consumer protections as subscriber organizations, we also added in additional consumer protections that staff actually suggest be struck from the proposed regulations if they are to move forward. And I suppose I should also mention that there was, actually, no, that's all my remarks in response to them right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Does MEA or OPC care to weigh in on this?
Yes, Commissioner. Bill Fields with the Office of People's Counsel. We've been generally supportive of...
Can you turn your microphone up just a little bit? I'm having a hard time hearing you. Mr. Fields, are you still with us? Sounds like we may have lost OPC for the moment. Why don't we just pause and we'll go to Maryland Energy Administration. Did you have any comments?
Thank you, Commissioner Richards. MEA sees the benefit of both positions. So we have decided to stay neutral on this issue.
Okay, thank you. I did hear the utilities mentioned in this discussion.
Commissioner, this is Bill Fields. Hopefully I'm back.
Okay, sorry. Why don't we go ahead and back to OPC, and then I will invite the utilities to weigh in on this topic.
Thank you very much. Sorry for the technical difficulty there. We've been supportive of this language. We think that the business model that we've heard about does fall in between the definitions that we have now, and we think it would be worthwhile to be sure that this an entity doing business this way falls into some definition and has some official status with the commission as part of this pilot program. The one, and as Representative for Arcadia said that they were okay with our changes. I think the main one was to refer to it as a subscriber broker as opposed to representative. We thought that terminology would better reflect the status of the parties involved. With that, we would also not be opposed to obviously continuing to talk about this in the working group and dealing with some of the concerns that have been raised, but that's been our position on these changes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Daniel Herson for BGE. I was hoping to give a utility perspective on this.
Thank you. Please proceed.
We didn't file anything in our latest round of comments on this point, but we're generally supportive of this concept because we find ourselves on the front line of this issue quite frequently. When Arcadia approached us last summer about this concept, we were intrigued. Maybe not for the same reasons. They talked about commercial certainty. We were looking at it more from the view that we needed something to plug what we view as a hole in the consumer protection regulations. At the time, and maybe still ongoing, we were seeing what I call some questionable marketing practices. Entities that were not calling themselves subscriber organizations. They weren't considering themselves agents of subscriber organizations. We're not really sure what they were considering themselves, but they weren't including certain information on their materials, like SO, project numbers, or specific project names. And then we were looking at the regulations, and the regulations seem to cover SOs pretty well, cover agents pretty well, but there really wasn't anything that would cover what these entities were up to and doing. So we generally really like the concept of trying to plug this hole by putting a new definition in to cover some different businesses. There may be, different ways to approach this, whether it's the way the CCSA proposal is, or, maybe you expand the definition of agent or SO to pick up some of these entities. But just doing nothing, I don't think that's a good idea. I think we do need to do something in this space to cover this area, because otherwise we're going to continue to see some of this stuff going on. And I can tell you, our customers call us with questions. They call us because they're confused by some of the materials that are out there circulating. So we'd really like to see some additional consumer protection regulations put in place. Thanks.
Commissioner Richard, I can't hear you.
Okay. I have a double mute system here. I've got to do my iPad and my ear. So I just was going to say, if we don't have any other comments, why don't we go ahead and turn to commissioners with your questions?
Your Honor, if I could just add one note in response to Mr. Feinstein.
Okay.
So I would like to point out within the legislation in 7-306.2D11, staff reads that language along with the definition of subscriber organization with Mr. Feinstein read. It says a subscriber organization may contract with a third party for the third party to finance, build, own, or operate a community solar energy generating system. So we have always interpreted that portion of the law to allow an entity that didn't own a facility to be an SO and to contract out for the other, portions of operating or ownership that they themselves did not have. There are to my knowledge, two subscriber organizations that we have authorized in this manner, both of which do not own all of the facilities for which they are selling subscriptions. They do, however, to my understanding, we have required them to hold bonding for all of the facilities that they are marketing from. And I think that's probably one of the key elements. We may be able to sort this out if it's clear that Arcadia will, be bonded for their projects the same way that all the other SOs are. So that's kind of an element that's somewhat important to the way of developing this. The concerns we have for the other two that are operating, that it may require them to change what they're doing and lose their subscriber organization status and shift to this subscriber representative, which is why staff had concerns about the two elements that Mr. Feinstein mentioned that we would like to remove, because those place constraints on what the contract with the customer says. I believe the one specifies that there must be a discount, although it does not specify how much that discount might be. And the other requires that there be no fee for terminating a contract or changing the subscription level, which may be a very friendly thing for a customer to have, but at the same time it might also be something that limits an offering that another company wants to offer, which would allow them to hedge or otherwise reduce the cost. So there is that concern. And the third thing I just want to mention is that there does appear to be a disagreement about the way we interpret the rules about disclosing prices to customers. Many of the folks that are operating are providing only a discount off of a rate, although it's not always clear if that is the full retail rate or the SOS rate. I believe mostly it is the full retail rate. But our rules, the way staff reads them, say that if you are going to provide a contract in that manner, you must provide disclosure of an estimate in a cents per kilowatt hour rate, so that a customer can look at one contract and look at another contract and compare the two of them. And we think that's an important element. So some of what has been proposed for the subscriber rep might create some complications there. We do hear the concern about if the utilities are not able to manage 2 subscriber organizations at one time. We believe that there's probably a fairly straightforward administrative way in that the entity that the utilities will keep track of will actually be the one that sold the contract. So there are clearly some technical things we'd like to explore further here. But we believe that this simple request may be beneficial in that it makes it clear who is selling the contract, and that is very helpful. At the same time, we would not want to, alter the way the market works so that some of the other subscriber organizations that cannot market in this way are disadvantaged. So that's what I'd like you to consider. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Vanderheyden. Commissioners, do you have questions?
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner O'Donnell.
Yeah, please. Go ahead, Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you for the recognition. Appreciate it. Mr. Feinstein, with respect to CCSA's proposal here, remind me how Arcadia currently operates their billing model. How's that work?
So to be sure, I think people on this call would all agree that utility billing is a complicated process that involves meters, meter reading, and then applying a rate. So what we do is we present bills to our customers. We will present them, a bill that has both their utility electricity charges and their community solar subscriber bill all in one. Outside of Arcadia, how this generally works is that a customer will receive one bill from their utility, which shows their charges, and then one bill from their community solar project, which shows the savings generated based on their community solar subscriber subscription. And it's difficult for a customer to see the actual benefits of their participation in that program because they have to, again, look at 2 bills, kind of do a little math and see how it all lines up. So we think our approach, it's not a requirement, but we think it's definitely beneficial to the customer by putting it all in one place where the customer can, again, see both their utility bill and their community solar subscription credits in one place. And then obviously, if at any time they want, they can just click a button or 2 and see the underlying bills as well. So it's really a good presentation. Thank you, Commissioner.
And did I understand you to say that under your subscriber representative proposal, that you would receive direct payment from the customer and then remit that from the subscriber, remit that on behalf of that subscriber to the utility? Did I hear that right?
Yes, that's functionally right. Again, yeah, the customers essentially pay their utility bills through us. And that's one of the reasons subscriber organizations like working with us, because we help make sure customers pay their bills and receive their credits, in a timely manner.
Well, make sure I understand here. Currently, they don't pay their utility bill through you, right?
So customers who sign up to use Arcadia for community solar, they do sign up. They almost, if they are on community solar, yes, they will use our bill pay service to pay their utility bills. And we accept, sorry, go on, Commissioner.
So currently you collect the distribution portion of the utility bill, you collect the fees like Empower and all the other fees that are part of a bill, all the components of a bill, you collect all of that and submit that to the utility.
That's right. We present the bill to the customer and they owe the full charges to the utility, and we make sure they pay that. Exactly.
Commissioner, my apologies. I'm Max Minsner. I'm the General Counsel at Arcadia. I just wanted to jump in and clarify anything here. This is the model Arcadia has operated on nationally now for many years. We integrate with 120 utilities in all 50 states on this bill pay model. It's not just in Maryland. It's not just for community solar. Customers can sync their utility account with us, pay their utility bill to us, whether or not they're also subscribed to community solar.
And Mr. Minsner, Is that true in Maryland right now?
Yeah, yes, that is true in Maryland, as well in all 50 states.
Okay, so what happens if you're remitting the entire utility bill, all the fees, all the charges, all the distribution charges, all the fixed charges to the utility on behalf of your subscriber? What happens when your subscriber doesn't pay you?
So our model is set up such that if a subscriber is unable to pay, we quickly remove them from the platform. We never want to be in the situation where a utility bill goes unpaid. So if we learn that we are unable to charge a customer and pay the bill on their behalf, we return them to their obligation to pay the utility bill within a matter of days, so that they have the remainder of the billing cycle to pay the bill themselves.
Right, but really what I'm asking is if they fail to pay that utility bill, who pays it? Because someone has to pay it.
Ultimately, the responsibility returns to the customer, and we have built our model such that the obligation returns to the customer almost immediately, so they have the full billing cycle to do it.
Yeah, almost immediately, but you're not prepaying, right? You're not prepaying for the month. You're paying based on usage. I'm really confused here. You're confusing me because these are not prepays, these are postpays.
That's correct. We would be happy to have my team set up a briefing with your office on our full model of how it works, if you'd like to do that.
Well, I appreciate that. Mr. Feinstein said he didn't think Mr. Vanderhaden understood your model, but I certainly don't, because I don't know how that payment is made to keep the utility whole for a host of other charges. If you're just simply dumping them back on the utility, then they have to collect all that?
Our customers have the payment obligation to the utility if they would otherwise. But we, rather than go into a detailed discussion of this on the record, we really would be very happy to set up something separately.
Yeah, I'm really confused, especially just coming through supplier consolidated billing and lengthy, detailed, esoteric discussions about obligations, the purchase of receivables, and a lot of other things that, to me, are being brought into play here, maybe if we adopt this proposal. I'm not sure about that, but this is not clear to me at all.
Well, we would be happy to go into more depth with your staff. I will say that we do not engage in purchase of receivables, are not operating on EDI. And I think that was Mr. Feinstein's point, that we're in a very different situation than was the proposal on this consolidated billing docket.
Mr. Herson, do the utilities have any concerns along these lines at all?
We do, and you know, I'm not here to speak on Arcadia's business model. I share some of the uncertainty about how exactly it works, but I think that goes to the greater point here that whether it's Arcadia or whether it's another entity, there are people practicing in this market that are not calling themselves subscriber organizations, and they're not representing themselves as agents of subscriber organizations. And that's why, you know, I thought it was actually refreshing that Arcadia brought this forward, because, you know, they're one of the entities in this area. But this is why I think there's a hole in the regs right now for this type of entity that's sort of operating in this regulatory vacuum.
I appreciate that. And I certainly didn't mean to pick on Arcadia. I appreciate that you're here, you're participating, and you're thinking innovatively. I like that a lot. But that doesn't assuage my concerns necessarily that we're getting into intertwining of different parts of our regulations that are, quite frankly, confusing to me as a minimum. And we're not just making regs for Arcadia, or we're not just making regs for CCSA. We're making these regs for everybody. And it's what I had to keep reminding ourselves in the last proceeding, was we weren't just making those regulations for the petitioners. We're making those regulations that would cover the entire state, because that's the purpose of having utility regulation, right? It fairly applies to everybody. So I have a lot of questions in this area and a lot of concerns, to be honest with you. So thank you, Mr. Anderson. Thank you, Mr. Feinstein and Mr. Minsner. I appreciate the discussion.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell.
If I may, this is Leslie Elder from CCSA. I think you bring up a good point. I think CCSA included the subscriber representative definition into our petition, not just for Arcadia, but because there are multiple businesses that have a similar business model as Arcadia. And although we don't represent all of the industry leaders in community solar, this is something that we thought could enhance the regulations. And so although James is not only a chair of CCSA for the Maryland committee, but also the expert for us. So that's why he was presenting. But I just wanted to say that this is more of a holistic item that we were trying to bring that would bring improvements to the program as a whole.
Ms. Elder, I appreciate that very much, but having sat through a long rolling process on consolidated supplier consolidated billing, this sounds suspiciously like supplier consolidated billing to me, even though it may not be intended to sound as such.
I can appreciate that.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. I had a couple of questions I guess I'll start with Mr. Feinstein for Arcadia. In your opening remarks, you noted that your company and some other companies like yours are operating in a bit of what you referenced as a vacuum, in the sense that you're not identifiable in our current regulations. Could you help me to understand what it is? Because you're already operating in Maryland. According to your comments, you have over 15,000 customers that you represent in some way. What is it that you are looking to do that this definition is going to give you the ability to do?
Commissioner Linton, thank you for that. So the two big things are to be able to market to customers under our own brand and to be able to do that for multiple subscriber organizations. So again, one of our concerns about operating under the existing model as an agent is because we have multiple subscriber organizations that we represent, we can put out an advertisement, but we have to list many subscriber organization numbers. And I'm just not convinced that's exactly the best way to do this. Instead, I think it may actually add confusion to customers, and which is why I think if there was some kind of subscriber representative, which also I'll just note that in the net metering working group, we suggested we'd be happy with any kind of bond requirement, and even like on par with the subscriber organization bond requirement. But we would be happy to continue operating. Again, we're concerned operating in this way when customers just see more and more subscriber organization numbers listed on a piece of advertisement, when instead they could just have one subscriber representative number. I think then the customer, the utility, the PSC staff, everyone would know exactly who an advertisement is referring to with this specific subscriber representative number, as opposed to having to go through 24 or more subscriber organization numbers to find out which SO is ultimately responsible for, say, a piece of advertisement.
Okay, so when a customer decides to sign up with Arcadia, currently you're representing multiple suppliers, so you don't actually have the solar generating station that they're purchasing from. You're actually, I guess, signing on their behalf with the solar company?
So subscriber organizations contract Arcadia to find and manage their offtake, or find and manage their subscribers. So yeah, so when we find customers, but we don't sign a community solar subscriber agreement with the customer. The customers sign that and co-sign it with the subscriber organization. So that relationship is, that contractual obligation is directly between them.
Okay. So we have a number of consumer protections in our regulations currently. In creating this definition, we wouldn't necessarily, well, let me just ask it a different way. Are you agreeing to follow all of the existing regulations and that we have all the consumer protections we have currently?
Most certainly, we do that today, and that's the proposed red lines make sure that the entire consumer protections parts of the CSEGs apply to subscriber representatives as they do to subscriber organizations. In addition, we also proposed in those red lines additional requirements for subscriber representatives. These would do things like prevent them from, require them to provide guaranteed savings to customers. So it would, right off the bat, allow prevent customers from being gouged or overpaying ever. And so also to be sure, our model in Maryland and across the country, we have a very productive model that's good for the customer. Customers never pay early termination fees, long-term, and they never have long-term contracts, and they never have to have credit checks or anything like that. So we have a very friendly customer protection model that we use, and that's exactly the basis for the regulations that we propose, is making sure that everyone is kind of being fair and good in the eyes of the customer.
Okay, so I know, I'm sure your counsel would advise you to say that Arcadia is unique among all of the firms that do what you do. But I've heard a few other people on the call, on the meeting here today, hearing here today, suggest that there are other firms that do similar work as what Arcadia does. And I guess I'll pose this for the commission staff. Are you aware of these other firms? Have they been participating in the work group meetings? Do we know anything about them? Just trying to understand if this is only something that we've heard of anecdotally for other companies, but we know for a fact that Arcadia's here, or do we know that there truly are other companies like this actively operating in the state?
Your Honor, I'll try to answer that for staff. There are two that we know of. I could tell you what their names are. I don't know if that's appropriate for this or not. And there may be others. I mean, I certainly have seen, especially on social media, like if you're on a web page or on like the Facebook app, sometimes you'll see advertisements for something that says community solar, and you click through it and you're not seeing the identification number. And I think maybe Arcadia originally had that problem back when PG&E raised this. There may be some others. Staff mentioned that there are two. I think we know of those two. We have not seen complaints about any specific advertising. So I think we heard about this through PG&E, and this became part of the discussions within the working group. But I don't know of a broad number of other companies that are doing this, because sometimes when you're looking at these advertisements, it just talks about Maryland Solar, or it may be rooftop solar, it may be a power purchase agreement, or it may be something where someone's marketing, like multi-level marketing, as an agent on behalf of one of our consumer or community solar organizations. So there are some out there. I think the problem we run into is there might not be a great way to enforce the rule that requires that you provide your subscriber organization number. And I haven't seen recently that we've had a lot of problems with these, but there may be some. It's not something that we are doing anything proactive on at the moment. I think if we see something, and we hear about it from one of our stakeholders, we will investigate.
Okay. And thanks to all of you for your answers. I did have one additional question for, I guess, Mr. Herson. You're speaking on behalf of all of the utility companies. You already mentioned that your CSRs have received some occasional calls with questions from customers about firms like this. Have you been hearing, and I don't know if you're tracking it or not, but have you been hearing and getting calls from customers on multiple companies? Has it just been Arcadia? How significant an issue is this from utilities perspective?
That's a good question, Commissioner Lynn. As of late, I don't think we've received all that many of them, and we have in the past received them about multiple entities. And really it's confusion, because somebody will be getting a card in the mail that says community solar project coming to your community or your neighborhood, but it doesn't have an SO number listed. Sometimes it doesn't have a name of a project or even a name of a company, and it might have a phone number or an email. So we get a question, is this legitimate? Who is this company? What are they up to? And we don't know. We just, and then that's when we're, like Mr. Vanderhayden was saying, we have to start calling OPC or staff and inquiring further. So to me, it's really about accountability for these businesses and, you know, excuse me, putting them under some sort of regulatory construct that right now they're avoiding. And, you know, maybe they're avoiding it on purpose, maybe they're not, we don't know. But the reality is that sometimes when you identify them, they're not claiming to be an entity that's subject to any of the existing regs. So that's the issue from our perspective.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Herson. And thanks to everybody who answered questions. That's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Linton. Are there any other comments at this
Got one
stage?
more question as a follow-up to one of Commissioner Linton's questions, if I might.
Yes. Please.
Mr. Feinstein, you said you would be willing to come under all applicable regulations of the state of Maryland and COMAR. And does that include you being compliant with the Maryland Telecommunications Telephone Solicitation Act?
Hi, Commissioner Linton. So we don't do any type of telephone sales in Maryland. So if we were to engage in that, yes, we would. I presume we would have to register, and of course, we'd be happy to register and comply with that.
Do you know if the solar companies that you work for comply with the Maryland Telephone Solicitation Act?
So yeah, James, we will certainly take our compliance obligations very seriously. If we did make outbound telephone calls on behalf of a project or anything else we were doing, we would comply. I will say that it's possible that projects that we are signing up for are also using other vendors to sign up through, not through Arcadia. And I just don't want to leave the commission with the wrong impression. If there are other marketing activities going on that are not through Arcadia, we might not know about them.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm just using Arcadia as an example because Commissioner Linton asked an intriguing question in my mind. Who's making sure that consumers are protected by all the various consumer protection regulations that are out there? We're a very consumer protection oriented state, both the Office of the Attorney General and the Maryland Public Service Commission. And I'm not sure if the solar developer who supplies you or who you work for, who's holding them accountable to all of those regulations. I'm not sure how that all works. And you don't have to answer the question now, and I certainly wasn't pointing at Arcadia. I'm just asking generally, how does this really work? Because I got to tell you, in 2019, I did not know, Mr. Chairman, what I know today about billing and billing determinants and about purchase of receivables and about a lot of other things that I certainly know about now.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, if I might make one small suggestion, something that has been suggested, and I think I've heard this mostly from the folks at MEA have been advocating that the commission take this on. If there was a place, a reputable place like at the utility or at the commission, where we posted a list of all of the subscriber organization numbers, then a customer could be instructed when they call in either to the commission or to the utility that says, hey, you know, I got this ad, it says community solar is legitimate. If we posted the numbers in a place where folks could look it up, it might, you know, allow that to be the thing that helps a customer determine whether or not they're dealing with a member of our program or not. And there are some costs associated with putting such a web page up and then maintaining it and that sort of thing. We have had some initial discussions about what sorts of information would be provided, but quite possibly as a means of assisting customers with that. And again, it's not a trivial undertaking because there's money involved in setting it up and money involved in continuing to maintain it. That is potentially a way to sort of kind of solve this problem, whether or not numbers are a subscriber rep number or a subscriber organization number. If there was a place we could point customers to that said, hey, if you want to find out if they're legit, make sure they're on this list and make sure they have one of these numbers. If you don't see it, well, then it's not one of our programs that we can't vouch for it. So that might be something that's feasible to do. It also might be kind of expensive, and it also might be something that possibly the development folks should be looking at, or the subscriber organizations themselves should be organizing and funding. But that is something that's been talked about. No one has made it specifically a reg. I think possibly MEA has asked for some of those things to be incorporated at the commission site, but that's maybe some place where we can examine further.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderheyden. Well, if there is no more discussion at this point, I think this has been a very, very interesting just examination of this issue. I think as far as his guidance, I think I am persuaded that it's not customer representative. I think we're calling it subscriber broker, which was the term that OPC used. But I've been persuaded that this is a very unique function, and I think that for accountability purposes, and that's the way I heard OPC and the utility, creating this function and having its own identity would be useful, one, to really address some of the concerns that Commissioner O'Donnell and Linton raised, and also Mr. Vanderheyden, as far as being able to ensure that customer protections are applied to this this business entity. So I would encourage, if there is some maybe additional work that can be done at the work group to see if they could accommodate some of the concerns of staff. But I think I would come down on the side that I think this is it's important we have this subscriber broker identity. Commissioner O'Donnell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree that more work needs to be done here. As you heard in my line of questioning, just this consolidated billing was used several times in remarks, and that kind of piqued my ear. And it may not have been intended, because that's a specific term in Maryland, for sure, in statute and in regulation. But I heard the utilities have some questions and maybe some concerns. I certainly do, and I think more work maybe needs to be done so that I have a full understanding of what we're doing with this, specifically in the area of consumer protections, and making sure that we're not heading down a path here that we didn't intend to head down.
Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that this is a definition that should be included in the regulations. And the phrase could be surprised. I think it's interesting that subscriber broker was proposed as the definition. The business model that Arcadia has brought to Maryland, and quite frankly uses around the country, sounds a lot like what brokers in the deregulated market were envisioned to do 20 plus years ago. Didn't quite work out that way, but at least not for all of them. But generally speaking, it was that kind of model. And at that time, the General Assembly did, in statute, actually create a scenario where they could be licensed by the commission separately. I do think staff has an interesting interpretation of the statute to say that the commission has that this business model fits under the subscriber organization definition. But I think there's a benefit to having them licensed separately, and I think the same statute can be read to say that the commission can do that. And the reason why is because I do have some concerns here about how consumers can filter through the different advertisements that they're getting to know exactly who they're signing up with, what's being offered to them. If there's a problem, who do they go to, and when they go to that entity, which is probably the commission, who were they complaining against? Is it Arcadia? Is it the subscriber organization? Is it an employee of either Arcadia or the supplier organization? So there's a lot of issues there. So I think that to the extent we add the definition, and I do support that, there's more that needs to be done here. I don't think it's just a question of adding the word subscriber broker to all of the places where we have subscriber organization in the regulation. We need to make sure we think through what an entity that's operating like this, what responsibilities they actually have, because they are in a customer-facing position. So their marketing materials are far more important than the manner in which they're interacting with the local government for purposes of getting zoning requirements, because they're not on that side of the business model. So we need to make sure that, and I would suggest that the work group take some time to just kind of look through the rest of the community solar regulations to see if there's some other areas in there where the subscriber broker concept needs to be incorporated, but also to make sure there isn't something new that needs to be included that we don't have currently. And I haven't looked at it to that level to know what those kind of things may be, so I can't really give much advice or guidance there. But I do think that several flags get raised to me when I think about an entity like this. I'm glad to hear that there aren't any consumer challenges. Nobody's upset about them at this point, Arcadia. I am a little concerned that we don't know who else is doing this. I know we know of a couple, but and I didn't hear an answer to my earlier question about whether or not those other firms were active in the work group, which means that we're now going to have to chase them and tell them, guess what, you're regulated, you need to come in and get licensed or get a permit or something. And what kind of reaction we're going to get as a result of that. So it's important to the extent we can to let them know, if we know who they are, that this is, and hopefully all of the solar companies that may have contractual arrangements with firms like this, you can let those firms know that you're going to have to get under the appropriate regulations with the Maryland Public Service Commission. I don't want to create regulations that hamper this business model, because apparently it appears to be something that consumers enjoy and like. So, but I do think we need to make sure that they are operating in a way that's safe, that is and is not going to be detrimental to the development of the community solar program.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you, Commissioner.
Could I add one thing?
Of course.
Something I forgot to mention too is that we should make sure, if this does go back to the work group ultimately, that the work group takes a look at contracts, because I guess what's becoming apparent to me through the course of this proceeding is that the consumer signs a contract with the solar company, but they're going to receive a bill, or they do receive a bill from Arcadia, but there's no contractual relationship there. And I don't know how all that fits together. I really don't, but I would ask that the work group consider those things as well, because I'm sure if Commissioner Herman were here, she'd be asking about contract law and what this all means, having someone with a customer relationship that doesn't have a customer relationship. I don't know how all that works through a contract that some other companies administer. So maybe it's an easy answer, maybe it's not, but it just comes to mind as another concern.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell. Okay, Ms. Garofalo and Mr. Vanderhagen, and also I would ask Ms. Elder, have we provided guidance for you on this issue?
I think we have some that we can take back. It sounds like what we're going to do is examine the existing rules for development of an entity whatever the name ends up being, that functions in a manner similar to that of a broker, with the idea that we're going to make sure we fully understand that relationship between the broker and the ultimate subscriber organization, as well as the customer. So I think we're going to take the instruction back to essentially add this to our definition and add this to the list of market participants and fully vet any issues, much as we would have done with the subscriber organization when we set the program up. Does that sound like good?
That sounds good to me. Mr. Feinstein, Ms. Elder?
We sincerely thank you for all of your feedback and your time and attention to this. It's been very helpful. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay. Let's see, we're looking now at the list of issues, I guess D through Q. Again, can I put you on the spot, Ms. Elder? Which of these issues would you like to go through, or would you like to go through all of them? And I can ask the same question of Mr. Vanderhayden and Ms. Garofalo from the work group perspective.
Your Honor, I think we could probably just start with start at the top of the document that I think Ms. Bess is going to put up on the screen with the draft regs, and just walk through line by line, probably starting just after the definition, or right at the definition of municipal and rubble landfill. And we just want to try and touch base and walk through all of those. We should probably be able to get some discussion and maybe some decision making.
Okay, great. That's what we'd like to provide today. Like I say, we're not going to do a final vote on anything until the next rulemaking session, but I would like to ensure that we can get through and provide guidance. So hopefully at the next session, we can be successful at making decisions on all these items. So if that's acceptable to you, Ms. Elder, why don't we start with brownfield?
So, Your Honor, I think Ms. Bess and I talked about, staff can tee this up and kind of explain where the issue comes out for each of these, and then let parties kind of describe what their concerns were. So we're in 7-306.2 in 2062 0102 in the definitions, and we are coming down to the definition for
before you get too far, could I ask Ms. Bess, is it possible to make this any larger? Because that's much better. Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Vanderhayden.
Oh, that's all right. So we're down in, I think it's is it C? It's 2, and then down in 3 brownfield. So we've got a definition that exists now that basically just says we're not changing the definition that identifies a former industrial commercial site or mined lands. This gets into what is a landfill. So what I believe was proposed was a desire to clarify that, in fact, a construction and demolition landfill would be treated as a brownfield, much in the same way like a municipal waste, like a regular garbage dump landfill is treated. So the existing regs currently just said a closed landfill regulated by the Maryland Department of Environment. So the two distinctions we're looking at here is we're sort of refining landfill to municipal or rubble. And I'm reading from the set of the regulations that were talked about in the working group. And I think where there's a little bit of a disagreement is the use of the under a refuse disposal permit and or a local government agency. So I think staff is suggesting that it's best to continue to make sure that if we're going to use a landfill as a brownfield, it's a landfill that's regulated by the Maryland Department of the Environment. The word municipal and landfill and rubble landfill are covered by those two, by the regulations that that MDE has under their their waste management regs. The use of a refuse disposal permit, staff's proposing that because it allows us to identify the location A refuse disposal permit's going to have a number of pieces of information, both during and after. After you close one of these things, there's a monitoring phase that's maintained for some time. So we're suggesting that we continue to use MDE's oversight as the key element. I think and I'll let the CCSA folks talk, I think they are very much interested in being able to also have municipal government oversight. And I think that was our concern, is that it's not quite as clear that there would be a permit with an identifying location and maps and record keeping. So I don't think anyone is disagreeing that a rubble landfill is something we would like to add. A rubble landfill is not full of municipal garbage. It's full of construction debris. Sometimes there's tires in it, but mostly it's pavement and broken up concrete. So it doesn't have the same kind of toxic materials typically. A municipal landfill is a waste landfill that is going to have garbage in it, and it has to be sealed and capped. And there's various types and sizes, but for the most part they fall under municipal or rubble landfill. So I think everyone's agreeable to expanding the definition to include these construction and demolition or rubble landfills. Rubble is the term that's used in the MDE regulations. That's why staff is recommending that. I think what we're having the disagreement as to whether or not it should be something that's covered specifically by an MDE permit, and whether or not local government agencies can provide sufficient oversight to add one of these to our brownfield list. Does that make it clear enough to?
Yep, thank you. I guess CCSA, and I have a list here. It looks like Franny Uhas, is this the topic you were going to address for the applicants?
Yes, sir. Thank you. So with the topic of the definition, the CCSA proposal expands the definition just a little bit more. I have served on several working groups and task forces to address the county ordinances related to solar siting, including most recently Howard and Montgomery County. All stakeholders agree that landfills and brownfields are underutilized sites and are ideal for the placement of community solar projects, as we've also heard earlier today in today's discussion. I've not heard even one objection to using landfills to situate solar projects. The challenge with the current definition is that it's too narrow. So it only allows for landfills that are regulated by MDE, as Mr. Vander Hayden just explained, and only allows for certain types of landfills. So we're very pleased that, there's willingness and consensus to include the rubble landfills, which are also referred to as construction and demolition landfills. But because the rubble landfill does not contain any hazardous waste, it's not uncommon for a rubble landfill to be governed by a local county permitting authority and not by MDE. So MDE typically regulates landfills and brownfields that contain hazardous waste. So by definition, rubble landfills don't contain hazardous waste, but are clearly landfills and, something that everybody wants to use. So the language that staff has introduced is too limiting because it precludes and could omit landfills that may be governed by the local jurisdiction instead of MDE, and landfills that, may not have a refuse disposal permit. So there's broad consensus across the state that Marylanders want to see more projects cited on landfills. And the CCSA proposed language is very specific. It clearly cites COMAR 26.04.07, which is consistent with other definitions articulated in the regulations and more closely aligns with the majority of stakeholders' intentions. So in its filing, the reason staff cited for its definition, as Mr. Vander Hayden stated, is to allow for clear identification of an eligible brownfield, which unfortunately resulted in a more narrow definition. So because that language prohibits the ability for many other landfills to qualify under that definition, which is clearly not the intention that the stakeholders throughout the state, had intended as first consideration. for a solar project. So for that reason, because the current definition is so narrow, there's only 3 landfills or brownfield projects that are currently in operation or development so far. I think one's in Delmarva and there are 2 in Pepco's territory. So please don't, further limit the potential of using these sites that are preferred by everyone by limiting to what MDE can regulate. So if you could include the local jurisdictions being able to govern that, that would open up some more properties available to do that. So, again, we think CCS recommendation that specifically refers to the COMAR language, which is consistent with the mined lands approach and leaves nothing open to interpretation, is the better way to go.
Thank you very much, Ms. Uhas. Does anyone else want to speak on this topic on brownfield definition? Hearing
Your
no
Honor,
one.
if there's no one else who wants to talk, I have to respond there. 260407 is a much broader section of COMAR than the mined lands, which references a specific section in the COMAR, also an MDE. So staff is, we have to process these applications when they come into us, and the utilities also have to. One of the things we were looking for here was to be much more specific, and so we could quickly identify locations. I don't know that we're going to be able to keep track of all of the various counties' permitting requirements, and there, it may take a lot more time to sort out whether or not a particular site is in fact a brownfield location the way we've defined it here. So, municipal landfills are probably not being chosen in some cases, not because they can't be found, but because possibly they're putting large utility scale facilities on there. If it were easy, if there was a list or an index for all of these things that we knew that they were clearly identified. One of the things we sort of cycled through in the discussion was to identify, there's a brownfield list that MDE puts out. What we're looking for here is a way to quickly and easily identify. I have not yet seen one of these municipal landfills being addressed, but it is sort of important to make sure that we can quickly identify them, easily identify them, because it does take part of our time to sort that out. So, if there was the MDE provides permitting, the MDE has, lists of certain things like brownfield lists. It's much easier for our process. I have not, no one's explained to me that we're holding up projects and are being refused because they're not built on MDE licensed and permitted landfills. So that's something we're looking for, to make it actually easier to approve brownfield projects because we have permits for them.
Thank you, Mr. Bannerhaden, and I am pleased that to hear that we are trying to expand this definition. I guess for purposes of, as we're trying to find these preferred sites, and given that already community solar, because of just by nature of their size, are largely under the jurisdiction of local government anyway. I'm trying to understand the harm in just allowing a local government to make the determination as to whether or not, this, I think we'd all agree, would be a preferred site, but allowing them to go ahead and just affirm to the commission that it is, for the purposes of local government, a brownfield, just so it can fit into this category that we have created. Again, this is a preferred site, so I'm just trying to struggle to understand why we would want to restrict this.
So the reason we're using this definition is because we're going to allow co-location on brownfield sites. So now you're talking the scale is a little bit bigger. Instead of 2 megawatts, you could have up to 6 megawatts, and that might be many more acres than what you're looking at. So I don't know the size of a municipal landfill. If there's a landfill that's big enough that it can house 6 megawatts, I don't know precisely why that would not be something MDE would also be wanting to take a look at. I think possibly some of the municipal landfills are older and have not been in use, and maybe are predate some of the the permitting requirements that MDE's put in place. That's another possibility. So I don't think I think it's my understanding that MDE, if it's a landfill and it's anytime within the last couple of decades, MDE has permitting for it. If there are sites that, and again, it's like there are still some issues with
can I just ask just a quick question?
Yep.
These are they formally had permits, or are these active permits? I'm just trying to understand what you just said, because I thought we were talking about a site that is no longer under the jurisdiction, under the permitting authority of MDE.
I think what we're talking about is sites that were never under MDE's permitting requirements because they're older. It's not my understanding that there are municipal sites that MDE does not take jurisdiction over. If it's a waste permit, or it's a waste disposal site.
Oh, okay, but again, if an applicant, if a project wants to bring to the commission a site that is deemed by a local government as a waste site, a brownfield, I mean, isn't there something that could be presented to the commission to overcome some of these administrative burdens that you are concerned about?
Think if in fact somehow there was a large facility where you would cite 6 megawatts that somehow didn't fall under MDE, it's possible MDE wouldn't be considering it a brownfield, and its definition as a rubble landfill might not be what MDE is qualifying for. And then we have kind of an issue is, well, is this thing actually a landfill at all, or is it something that someone's referring to as a landfill but is not actually land that has no other use? Because remember, if we're going to allow multiple facilities to be sited on a particular spot bigger than 2 megawatts, now we have an exemption that we're creating. And so we're trying to make sure that those sites are sites for which there's no better use. If there's an actual landfill, it should be permitted by MDE if it was created in the last couple of decades. So I think we're trying to remove uncertainty, and I don't think what is being proposed here actually increases the certainty. I think it makes it less clear that what we're dealing with is actually a brownfield. And like I said, I can't say that I've actually seen one of these local government agency landfills being proposed for our program. So maybe there's a site out there that somebody has their eyes on and they would like to have that incorporated, but it really should be a brownfield if it's going to be allowed to have the co-location on it. And so we would like to make sure it's very easy to determine that it is one.
Okay, no, I appreciate that answer. I guess we're trying to find out that balance between, we want to make easy to identify, but I'd be concerned given the urgency of trying to find these preferred sites that we don't make it overly restrictive. So anyway, I'll open up to my fellow commissioners if you have questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Please, Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I generally like the idea of expanding the opportunities to site on these sites. But my question then becomes, if, as this language says, a closed municipal or rubble landfill required under a refuse disposal permit. So that tells me they're permitted by the Maryland Department of the Environment or the local government agency. So they're currently permitted, right?
Mm-hmm.
It has to be all of them. Do we have state preemption of law, of local ordinance in this matter? Is there state law preemption where a local government agency couldn't permit unless they met the minimum standards of the Maryland Department of the Environment? I mean, we operate a lot of those where the permitting is actually delegated to the local authority, but they have to meet the minimum requirements of state law under the principle of state preemption. Can maybe Ms. Garofalo, it's a legal question. Can you answer that?
Your Honor, I might be able to help with that before Ms. Garofalo provides a legal answer. A refuse disposal permit is an MDE term in their regulations that describes these types of landfills and what must be filed. So
Right,
there may
but-
be a
but the-
comparable term for the local government agencies, but we use refuse disposal because it refers specifically to the MDE regulations.
I understand, but that's really not my question. My question is, do they have to, the local permitting authorities have to meet the minimum requirements of state law? And I would submit they probably do. I don't imagine a situation where they wouldn't have to.
Your Honor, there's a yes in your question, but to be sure, I'd really have to research that.
Okay, well, since we're going to go look at some things here and do some work on some things, I think that's a central question here for me at least, because if they do, if Maryland Department of the Environment has delegated authority to the local government agency under the principle of state law preemption of local ordinance or local law, then I don't think we have a problem with, I don't have a problem with, or local government agency language that CCA proposes here. But I'd like to hear a little research on this and an answer to that question for sure. Thank you.
I'll do that.
I would also like to hear that research, but I think that I like the language of the definition. I want to make sure that field is clearly a term of art across both federal and state laws. I'd like to make sure that since we are incorporating our definition under that term, and to make sure that what we are defining is not in conflict with existing law. But I think it looks fine to me.
And you're
Well,
referring to the COMAR, or the language in the CCSA applicant?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. And I think that as I'm reading this, it gives a COMAR definition, like a COMAR 26.04.07. So I don't have access to that right now.
Small correction.
Well, we can double check that.
It's meeting one of the following. So it could be A or B or C.
Okay.
And at least for B, I wanted to make sure that we're not conflicting with existing statutory law or even federal law, because we reference it in A. So I just want to make sure.
Well, we'll definitely research state law. We'll attempt to research federal law, but
okay.
And perhaps it's as easy as just sitting, just talking with MDE, to work out the details, and we can do outside of this process. Similarly, like going back to the working group. But it sounds like we're all kind of generally on the same page.
Yeah, I would agree. I think we're hopefully very close to consensus here, and hopefully we can come up with a definition again that, as I think some of the points that Commissioner O'Donnell made, would allow us to accept local jurisdiction over these sites, and therefore would allow the locals to determine a brownfield location.
Great.
Okay. There are no other comments. I guess we move on to the start dates and in combination of year 4 and 5 capacity. Who wants to lead that? Is this discussion? Is this CCSA or staff? Mr. Vanderhaden?
Sure, I'll take that up. So I think the commission might remember that we had this issue regarding program start dates with approval of the tariffs for year 4. That probably was in an admin meeting in late December of last year. So what you got here is, I think we are more or less in line with the idea that the utility will have the flexibility to place a start date either on their website or in their tariff at the utility's discretion. And then the language that talks about the utility's responsibility to make best efforts to begin the program year within 12 months of the start date. So I think what that means in practice is that each utility is either going to put on their website or on in their tariff a schedule for each year beginning. Year 4 currently would have started in 21 in January, year 5 in 22, and year 6 in 23, and year 7 in 2024, with the program completing in December of 2024, as it states right there above in B. So I believe that the difference that we're looking at here, and the language that's right below the green in the blue 3, I think that is addressing how we would combine years 4 and year 5 together, and then begin year 6 probably in 2022 in January instead of being in year 5. So what's being proposed is that we would begin, we would essentially allow year 5 to start as soon as these regs are effective, instead of waiting until January of 22, and then year 6 would begin within 12 months of the beginning of year 4, and year 4 began in 2021, so that means year 6 is going to begin in January of 2022. It actually doesn't say what would happen with year 7, but I presume that we would, if the blue 3 is accepted, that probably the green 2, which says you start each program year within 12 months of the start date, that would put year 7 starting in January of 2023, which would leave about 2 years until the program would officially end. So, and then I can see the blue 4 actually duplicates the green 3, so that looks like it's the same. So again, I think folks have agreed that the utility can put this on their website or in their tariff at the utility's discretion, and that the utility is going to try their best to start each program year 12 months later. What you're being asked to kind of rule on here is whether or not program year 5 would be released in 2021, presuming that these regulations become effective in 2021. And I think staff primary concerns with combining year 4 and 5 and starting any earlier than what is currently expected is that there would be additional labor and additional time needed to analyze the extra projects, both on the staff side and also the utilities would be handling an additional year's worth of interconnection, which that may be a resource situation for them, and it could also impact any of the other interconnections that are requested of the utilities. I think that covers it.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Vanderhaden. I understand that Mr. Naini is speaking on behalf of CCSA on this subject.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Richard. So I think just to clarify, from CCSA's perspective, we sort of view the start dates and catching up of the program, the combo of years 4 and 5, is really one issue. And I think just in general, and if you look at priorities, obviously the capacity is a big priority, but so is this one. And I think further, after having the robust discussion today, it became apparent to me that to Commissioner Linton's earlier concerns about getting enough, making sure we have an informed study. This also helps, I think, support the informed study as well. I know a lot of dates have been thrown around, and sometimes it's hard to conceptualize what we're talking about here. But just to sort of put it simply and by way of example, if you simply just look at, we'll pick one utility and not picking on any particular utility, but just want to use that as an example. But if we look at Pepco, year 2 did not start until 490 days after year 1. Year 3 did not start until 462 days later. So in other words, we've slowly been, the dates of when I think initially we were conceptualizing where we would be have sort of slipped. And so from CCSA's perspective, you know, that's about a year worth of slippage. The other clarification I'd like to make is, you know, while CCSA, I know Mr. Vanderheyden suggested that CCSA we're in agreement with this. The only you know, the question is sort of this number 3 on this list. I think from our perspective, we wanted a requirement, just to be clear. However, I think you know, we were amenable to accept the language as stated, assuming that we could get the program back on track. So again, it's you know, not just making sure the program stays on track in the future, but getting the program back on track to where we believe it should be. We should be now. Now, staff has raised concerns, and this is something that we discussed at length within ourselves about, specifically about staff and utility workload associated with accelerating year 5 in the program. And, you know, as a result of these concerns, CCSA did consult with the utilities offline and did come up with what we believe is the language that you see before you to get things on track. So again, you know, I think there's some general consensus among you know, CCSA and the utilities on that. And you know, in those discussions, and I'll let the utilities speak for themselves, but there was nothing necessarily raised in those discussions or the working groups about concerns to workload. And you know, I think the other piece of it is, of course, staff's workload, which we understand, and is also something we discussed at great length. But I think we would be open, you know, if there were ways that we could relieve staff of some of their workload to better address this. I think this is a big enough priority that we'd be willing to discuss with them if there's a way that we can try to help thread that needle. But anyway, I will pause there. Appreciate the time.
Great, thank you. Just so I understand now what our decision point is. Do I understand that the language now that we're looking at on the screen is acceptable to CCSA? Is this consensus now, language?
Correct. With the addition of essentially number 3 being added, that is consensus from our perspective. Correct.
Oh, okay.
So, yep. The entire 3, including number 3, would be consensus.
Okay. And then as far as the issue that Mr. Vanderheyden brought up about year 5, is there a decision point for us to consider there? I just want to understand what guidance we can provide for this item.
This is Leslie Elder from CCSA. To be very explicit, it would be, to be consensus, it would be the addition of the blue language, so number 3 and number 4 from our perspective.
Okay.
And sorry, what I meant, number 4 is, so with CCSA's language, it adds number 4, but that's basically the same language. May include a schedule as staff's number 3.
Okay.
It just kind of shifts it down.
Okay, let me open the floor to my colleagues, Commissioner O'Donnell, Commissioner Linton. You have questions?
If we can reach consensus when we come back on getting this program back on track, I think we should strive to do that. So just a comment, not a question, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually agree with Commissioner O'Donnell, but I did have a couple of questions for the utility companies. I wanted to make sure that the language that I'm looking at on the screen here, so what we're doing is for the blue number 3 is replacing the green number 3, and the green number 3 is becoming the blue number 4. So I think I said that right.
Okay.
And so for the utility companies, it's been represented here that you are accepting of this language. Is that accurate?
Yes, Commissioner Lind, it is accurate. We did consult with representatives of CCSA on this language, and they did incorporate what was our primary concern, which is essentially to have it so that we will make best efforts to meet these dates. What we didn't want to do is have any dates hardwired into the regulations so that if for whatever reason we're not able to meet a date for reasons outside of our control, then we would not be in violation of COMA. But we clearly have we have every intention of making our best efforts to meet these dates, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. So in this blue section here, when we talk about the effective date of the revised regulations, we're talking about this version, this draft of regulations. Is that accurate?
Your Honor, I will say this is the first time I'm seeing this version of the regulations. I believe the green language is what staff proposed, and the blue language is what CCSA proposed.
Right. Yeah, I'm referencing the blue language. It's number 3. It says within 30 days of the effective date of the revised regulations. So I just wanted to know what's the revised regulations. Is it this one we're working on now, or something else?
We would be okay with both versions of the regulations, Your Honor, if that's your question.
Commissioner Lynn, from CCSA's perspective, it would be these regulations.
These regulations. Okay, thank you.
Yes. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yes, it would be the effective date of these revised regulations.
Okay. All right. For the commission staff, I'm assuming you've already seen this version of the CCA regulation. Are your concerns still do you still have the same concerns with these regulations as what were stated earlier?
Your Honor, whatever the commission either chooses to put into effect, staff will get it done.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I got.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Linton. So I think we're all in agreement. I'm sorry, I'm stepping on somebody.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I might just add that if, under the language of number 3, if there didn't appear to be indication of best efforts on behalf of the utility or an electric company, we would hear about it and the issue could be raised down the line. So I agree with the utilities. They don't need to be held to a fast date, because if the CSEG community thinks there's, not indicia of good best faith efforts, we'll hear about it, I'm sure.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell. Good. So I think we're in agreement. We can accept the language from CCSA, which is in blue, and that makes number 3 the new 4. Or I guess there's already 4. Okay. All right. Moving along to. I'm sorry.
It's number 3 to new 3, and number 3 the old number 3 to new 4.
That's right. Okay, so now I think we're talking about the LMI discussion. Oh, turn that. And Mr. Van Hayden, are you going to lead on this, or?
Yeah, I can take this. Okay. So we're at the section where it says the electric company shall accept an additional 0.15% of 2015 capacity for projects in the LMI category. So what is simply being changed here is in the SBO category, or what's often known as the small category, SBO being small, brownfield, or other, there is a requirement for 100%, or I'm sorry, greater than 51% LMI service. That was not granted the ability to add a small portion of capacity in the manner that the LMI category was. And as a result, what this is doing, I think everyone agrees to this, and the additional change further on down. This is simply, it's referring specifically to 2062-02-02A3 little a IV lowercase, where it essentially defines what's in the SVO category. And so this is just saying, well, both forms of LMI would be eligible for the additional 0.15%.
Very good. And my understanding, this is a consensus item. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we don't need to spend any time on this unless Commissioner O'Donnell, Commissioner Linton, do you have any questions?
I don't have a question, just under the heading of nit typo, the previous section we discussed, I think at the end of number 1, there was a closed paren and just pointed out to say something to fix when you go back to the work group or the next round of this session. So you don't need to go back there for me. I'm just pointing it out. It's a nit typo, I think.
Okay. All right, I think we can move on to the wait list.
Excuse me, Chair Richard, I do have one clarification question to ask.
Yes, please, Ms. Miller.
There is also another LMI request for change in the joint petition, which is not included in this document anywhere because staff did not support it. And my only question was the LMI co-location exemption for 100% LMI projects. So my question is simply, where should we discuss this? Should we discuss it under the LMI part of the agenda or under the co-location part of the agenda?
And Ms. Best, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe co-location and adjacent parcels is it's on your list and it's the last item. Is that correct, or is
that is correct, Chairman?
Okay.
So your preference is to discuss this then?
Ms. Best, I mean, since it's been raised and it is related, should we just go ahead and take that now, or do you think we should stick with your list, stick with the agenda?
I'm happy to jump down. I do believe I have the suggested language at the end of this. This document has it combines all of the suggested regulation changes from the various parties. So it should be at the end of this document. So I'm happy to jump down there, or we can continue and address it.
Let's just continue. Let's just continue.
I apologize. I didn't realize Ms. Best had added it to this document, so we can just discuss it when we get to it.
No, not a problem. I'm glad you did. It's important that people, when they see their items, they should raise them. But yeah, it looks like we already have that on the discussion list. So why don't we go ahead on to the issue of the wait list? Mr. Vanderhagen, did you want to begin that discussion, or do we want to start with CCSA? I believe that's Mr. Springer.
I'm happy just to cover it quickly. So the idea of a wait list has I think been in place for some period of time. The idea being that once a project is entered into the category wait list, and to distinguish, there is a wait list for the interconnection queue, and there is a wait list in the project queue, and then since there are 3 categories, there are 3 wait lists at each utility for, one for each of the categories. And so what this language is doing in G 1 through 5 is basically saying that, number 1, we are going to leave all of the capacity that has been granted in the wait list. It's going to stick for the entire length of the program, and that's a change that was not previously addressed because there was year 1 there was a wait list, years 2 and 3 had a wait list. And then for year 4, through the tariffs, we determined that anything that was on the existing wait list that came out of year 3 was allowed to be used in that order for year 4. This would then make it clear that that the existing wait list would remain. Further on down in this section, there was a desire to be clear as to what happens if the project leaves the wait list, and generally it's saying that if you're in a category and you want to change your category, you get out of that wait list. You have to go to the end of the category wait list. Again, that's a project wait list, not the interconnection wait list. for the category you want to get into. And so this is it has a couple of elements. I think I think it's attractive for the developers because it allows them to know that their project, once it's in, it's in. Staff has kind of looked at this and this is one of the areas where we found it would be agreeable, especially if it's combined with something that allows for the additional capacity that we talked about as the supplemental, because we do have concerns that this type of approach will lock up capacity in the areas where it's very much desired, which tends to be the low cost, low cost land areas. But I think we gave up our desire to kind of reevaluate the wait lists over time, with the idea that we're going to go for certainty here and allow the projects that are in the program now to hold that position in their wait list and not, have to reevaluate or re-enter the wait list once they're in it. So that's kind of what this does.
Great, thank you. Mr. Springer, did you have anything you wanted to add? It's my understanding now this has become a consensus item. Is that correct?
I don't know that there may be one or two concerns about this elsewhere. I don't know that it was a complete consensus, but it seemed to be pretty close.
Okay, well, let's turn to Mr. Springer.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Richard and Mr. Vanderheden. I think from our perspective, CCSA supports the language that is in front of you. So from our perspective, we certainly support it. I think my understanding is that aside from some of the concerns that I think Mr. Vanderheden just stated, I'm personally not aware of opposition to this. I think just to be very clear, this sort of essentially codifies what we consider to be existing practice on the projects being able to change categories. We think that's something that's already being done, to be honest, but this sort of codifies how you would do that. You would actually have to ask for your application to be removed and then resubmit it. I think that's fairly straightforward. With regard to the wait list and how that works, I would say that my understanding is that the utilities have actually already essentially will be doing this for years 4 through 7 of the program. Through the tariffs that were filed in December, essentially codified this practice that the commission has already approved. So this doesn't change anything from our perspective, and including in the regulations makes sense. So we certainly support it.
Thank you. Do commissioners have any questions or discussion on
Yes,
this item?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, yes, Commissioner O'Donnell.
Mr. Vanderheden, what provides equal access to people, to developers who may not be part of these proceedings now, but who we want to encourage to come into the program later down the line, from being squeezed out now by all the category capacity being eaten up?
Your Honor, frankly, there's nothing that would prevent that. This would establish the wait list, and the order that projects are accepted on that wait list will essentially lock up capacity. If it's all used up, it will lock up capacity. So new entrants coming in really after right now might not have the ability to get into some of these smaller categories, say in Delmarva or in Potomac Edison, because we have not established a means to say, all right, this wait list will end, through the end of year 4, and then year 5 we're going to reopen it, and folks will have to compete for space again. So to answer your question, it sort of locks them out.
Yeah, that is somewhat. Did the working group discuss that, or did the participants in the working group discuss it?
Your Honor, I think we have always sort of raised that. I think that was one of the reasons why we thought, we might be able to resolve some of these things with some additional capacity that would be added later, that would be open to different projects. I think, obviously the developers have an interest in maintaining. If they're in Maryland, they want to know how many projects they're going to be able to build, and this, prevents them from being, having to recompete for it. It is a concern, and I think maybe we, had some thought that there would be an opportunity to kind of evaluate things later. But if this is accepted the way it is, without a model that would allow a portion of the wait list to be reserved or some additional capacity to be opened up later, there would not, in categories, say like in Delmarva's open category, where the land is potentially less expensive to build on, and there's only so much capacity because it scales to the size of the company. Much of that capacity would probably be used up, and there wouldn't be any more for new entrants after this point in time. So I think the staff raised the issue. I don't think we got a lot of traction with developers in kind of reserving capacity for other competitors. So this is one of the things I think we decided to give up on a little bit.
Yeah, so I can see the utility having some interest in certainty here too, because they know who's coming and where, and so for their distribution system planning. Okay, they may get beneficial information. Certainly the developers that are currently active in this area would love to lock up capacity. I'm sure, who wouldn't? If you're planning on expanding significantly, make sure you're in, and that provides certainty. But I'm worried about the potential uncompetitive nature of this for 4 years by potentially locking up capacity. So I'm not sure on a preponderance of those benefits or concern or a concern what's the right answer, but I do have some concern about anti-competitiveness by locking this capacity up completely.
Understood.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell. I share the concern. At this point, I will be supportive of the CCSA language, just to keep the program, its consensus, and to keep the program moving along. But yeah, I think that is something they wanted to have some discussion in the work group over. Let's see, I'm very mindful we haven't taken our afternoon break yet. Why don't we see if we can do one more issue here, the bill impacts, and then we'll go to break. Also, I'd like to, if Mr. Vanderheyden and CCSA could think about the final 10 issues. And if possible, it would be great if we could finish today. We do have a very hard stop at 5:30. But if we can maybe prioritize those and make sure we get through the ones you'd absolutely like to see some discussion and some commission guidance, that would be helpful for you to tell us that after the break. But let's go ahead and try to do one more issue, and that will be the bill impacts. I believe this is a staff proposal. And so, Mr. Vanderheyden, did you want to start?
Yes, yes, Your Honor, I'll definitely cover this. So staff proposed this kind of as a means to provide an additional lever on a policy standpoint. I mean, as commission staff, one of the things that we almost always want to know for a program is what the bill impact is going to be. All this regulation does is it allows the commission to impose a limit on the number of projects or capacity for an individual electric company, such that it has a bill impact that doesn't exceed, in this case, 50 cents per month during the program period. So I think we originally proposed this with 50 cents a month. That number is probably chosen because it's a round number. It's roughly it's about half of what would be imposed if we had a 400 megawatt system, built or program built. It's roughly something that's noticeable on a bill, but possibly still on the order of some of the other types of charges that customers will see, like the EUSP charge or something like that. So what this does, and I think the other parties are otherwise. Sorry, I have my dog in the background. I thought I had him contained. All this does is allow the commission to kind of very specifically place a cap on the impact of this program. We wrote this up specifically for residential non-participants, because we didn't want to kind of have to compare the participants versus non-participants calculation, and the non-participants should, outnumber participants by a significant number in the residential class. And we thought it would be fairly difficult to make a determination like this for commercial customers. So the means by which you would determine what the bill impact would be is fairly similar to the way staff calculated the bill impacts for the net metering program. What we do in the annual report on net metering. I think as it turns out this year, it's very small, probably on the order of 2 cents per customer per month. So given a much larger increase, a 25-fold increase in operating capacity, we might see 50 cents. So primarily, this is if the commission wanted to have a way to kind of precisely limit the impact, a regulation like this would do so. 50 cents might be too low or too high, depending on what the commission's preferences would be or comparisons with other types of surcharges for similar programs. So it's our understanding that there is not much support at all amongst the other folks in the working group to propose this. Certainly, developers would be disadvantaged if their projects were excluded because of it. But we thought that given the expansion of the program that was proposed, it might be effective to have another means to identify the impact of ratepayers and provide a means to control it directly.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderheyden. I want to go right to my colleagues on this one. This, I believe, a fairly change in the program, and I think from the comment, something that really has not yet been discussed in the work group. We also may get guidance coming out of the legislature with the net meter about the impact on non-participants. So, and unless you'd like, Commissioner Linton wanted to discuss this, can I suggest maybe we just refer to the work group and also perhaps wait to see what comes with the legislature? Donald?
I'm fine with that, Mr. Chairman, but I do want the work group to think about something else. Does this provision have the potential to allow for shifting of costs to non-residential customer classes that exceed 50 cents? So think about that. I'm not sure. I don't know the answer. I'm not advocating that there is, but I want to make sure that we do have an answer for that when we come back or when we get guidance from the legislature.
Okay. Thank you.
Acceptable
Thank you,
to me as
Commissioner.
well.
Thank you, Commissioner Linton. Okay, well, with that, why don't we, let's see, it's 3:40. Why don't we plan to get back, well, 3:42, when we come back at at 3:52, and that would give us 10 minutes. And then at that time, if we can also discuss what are prior items, make sure that we get to as much as we can today. Thank you. See you in 10 minutes.
Okay, welcome back. I don't know if I was just on mute or not, but is our court reporter ready? Can I just get a confirmation that you can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, I can hear
Okay,
you.
okay, good. I still haven't heard our court reporter. Doug?
Doug, I can see you, but we cannot hear you. He's here, Mr. Chairman. I'm assuming he's saying we're on the record.
Okay,
He's
we're on the
giving
record.
he's
Okay,
giving
thank
a
you.
thumbs up.
Got it. All right. Thank you. Why don't we go ahead and go on to the next issue? It looks like it's project lists and subscriber lists. Mr. Vanderheyden,
Yes,
it
sir.
appears that project list we have consensus language. Is that the same for subscriber lists?
So they're two different subjects. There might be some non-consensus in the subscriber lists. I think the project list is one of those. It should be consensus because all it is doing is clarifying that the utility may post the information that on their website instead of having to send it to the commission twice a year on the 30th of June and December 31. So I believe that reflects their current practices. So this change relieves them of the obligation to provide the list to the commission as long as they're putting it on their website. I believe everyone's okay with this.
Good. Commissioners, Commissioner O'Donnell, Commissioner Linton, do you have any questions? Both good? Okay.
I'm good.
Let's, so then subscriber list, just to make clear, is this all consensus or do we need to provide some input on that item?
So this is the section down under subscription credits. Yeah. Okay. So I believe most of this it's very close to a consensus. I think the difference is there was language proposed by CCSA that they worked out with the utilities that more or less reflected the utilities' current practices, and it has a lot to do with being able to make updates to the subscriber lists when as the subscriber organization needs to do that instead of on a monthly basis. And also in this particular instance, the first thing you're seeing there is they're clarifying that it's electronic data. It's not a document. Now I think there was a desire to change that. From my understanding, most of the subscriber lists are being provided as an Excel spreadsheet or something of that nature. But it links further on down to the introduction of the electronic portal. And so what this is sort of doing is kind of lining all those things up. But the distinction here, and maybe we're going to want to hear from the utilities specifically to make sure we understand what they're capable of doing. I think I'm correct when I say that subscriber organizations were looking for being able to have about a 2-day window before the meter read of the EGS facility. So the meter of the solar facility, they need to be able to change that list, and they wanted to be able to do that within 2 days of the meter read of the facility. I think that is what the utilities are currently capable of, but there was a hesitation to be compelled to meet that 2-day window, which I think kind of gave some alternative language. So I think the subscribers will probably tell you precisely what they're looking for, and the utilities will probably need to tell you if they've reached any further agreements about how that should be done. But what this is basically doing is it's creating a kind of a requirement for a portal, which will essentially cover the Exelon companies that are already using one, and PE companies, or the PE, Potomac Edison rather, they will construct one after this becomes effective and I believe it gives them 12 months to do it. So
Okay.
I
Well, why
think
don't we go ahead
that-
and turn to CCSA,
Yep.
Brian Eckstein to explain their proposal, and then we can hear from the utilities. Mr. Epstein or Eckstein?
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Richard. Brian Eckstein again, Forefront Power. We have 6 operating projects in the state of Maryland across all the IOUs, representing more than 2,000 subscribers. The proposed language from CCSA is really a core operational aspect of the pilot program. So I'm going to talk to you about these couple technical points, core to community solar subscription model and the pilot. Essentially, you can think of the electric companies functioning as the United States Postal Service in delivering a package. Just as the USPS is responsible for delivering a magazine to from the publisher to a subscriber, the utility is responsible for delivering credits generated by a CSEG project to the subscriber's utility bill. What's more, the utility must also confirm delivery of the quantity and value of credits delivered to a subscriber, similar to a package tracking number. This concept of reporting or tracking the electric company's delivery of credits to subscriber utility bills is critical so that the subscriber organization have the information to service subscriptions, including billing and invoicing for the credit value actually delivered based on the allocation, credit generation, and the utility application. Remember, subscriber organizations are not copied on subscribers' utility bills, so must rely on the utility report what credits were applied. So this first point that we're talking about, the subscriber list, is the delivery instructions, and then we'll talk about the reporting later. So for number 11, this is the language we see on the screen now. CCSA supports the staff language, noting that CCSA support is predicated on the Exelon Utilities and Potomac Edison's commitment to adopting tariff language that specifies utilities will process updated subscriber lists up to at least 5 days before project meter reads. This is a longer period than the 2 days currently in practice. Anything longer than that means that the wrong utility customers are getting the wrong credits. This is to account for correctly and timely allocate the credits to subscribers as subscribers come and go from a project. For instance, in the case of a subscriber relocating outside of utility service territory. So that's the basic premise here for the language on the screen. I think we're in agreement. Open it. Thank you all. Happy to answer your questions.
Okay. And did you want to go ahead and discuss also the electronic portal?
Sure. Yep. I'll follow staff's lead there. So in the next language down below in Section H, we are generally in alignment with utilities. CCS supports staff's proposed new language. And we appreciate the electronic portals already implemented or in progress by the Exelon Utilities and Potomac Edison. To clarify staff comment, in the discussion section, CCSA views the current functionality that Potomac Edison provides as the functional equivalent desired on the electronic portal concept. And other than aspects related to the timing of processing of updates just discussed, Potomac Edison should not need to take further action. So we don't think they'll need more time. The 12 months for implementation is to account for BG&E to complete some changes that are already in progress and should be available shorter. And then one expansion not currently in Section H, but was reflected down below in I, is the concept of reporting, utility reporting. I'm trying to look at the screen. If we can just scroll down a little bit further.
Yeah. Thank you.
Great. So number 1 and number 2, these are consistent with CCSA's position. There's another section not included here. So in addition, as noted in CCSA's March 15 filing, we urge the Commission to adopt the new regulations proposed in Section I to bring transparency and accountability if the occurrence of issues in utility billing and utility reporting of the utility billing to subscriber organizations. As noted in the USPS shipping example, the utility has a central role in delivering credits to subscribers through the utility billing system, in parallel to subscriber organizations, billing, and invoicing mechanics. Existing CSEG's regulations under COMAR recognize the importance of accurate utility billing in the success of the program. As another COMAR section specifies, quote, commission staff shall report annually on electric companies' billing accuracy, unquote. However, there is no existing reporting mechanism that would alert staff to such billing inaccuracies. Indeed, such billing inaccuracies have occurred and at scale, but to subscriber organizations' knowledge, staff has not reported the occurrences to the commission. We speculate this is because staff does not have the source of information with which to determine when billing accuracies do occur. Utilities are the only parties with complete information. The adage, you can't manage what you can't measure, seems applicable, and we want staff to start measuring so we can then manage. CCSA's proposed Section I is modified to incorporate utility feedback, though not a consensus position, is the missing link to oversee the electric company's central role in delivering the C6 credits from subscriber organizations to subscribers while minimizing administrative burden on all parties. Thank you.
Thank you. The utilities would like to comment on these two sections,
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt Segers.
Yeah, subscriber list, I'm sorry, and electronic portal. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Segers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The utilities we concur with the language in the green, which I believe is staff's proposals for both the electronic portal and the subscriber lists. We are not in favor of the language in the blue, which, as Mr. Eckstein just described, that would impose a reporting requirement upon the utilities. And our main objection to this is that it is just unnecessary. And one thing I would like to note is that in the comments that CCSA filed in earlier this year and in their most recent comments, they say that this mirrors an obligation that is currently in effect in the District of Columbia. That is actually not correct. There is no obligation in the District of Columbia right now that PEPCO, the electric utility, issue these subscriber reports. And secondly, while there is an obligation in the District of Columbia for billing errors, if there's a billing error that affects more than 100 customers, a report must be submitted to the DC Public Service Commission. But I can tell you, and as we said in our comments that we filed back in January of 2021, for community solar subscribers, the PEPCO has only had to submit this report once in the past 5 years. So I just wanted to make that clarification. Also, it is, as of right now in Maryland, there is no obligation to submit a billing error report for any other the class of customers. And we just don't see the need why there needs to be one for community solar. But we do recognize the value of these subscriber reports to the community solar organizations. That's why the utilities are willing to now make this an obligation in COMAR. And if for whatever reason the subscriber organizations are not receiving these reports in a timely manner, they can bring that to our attention. They've done that before. We've worked with them and we've resolved those issues. And worst case scenario, since it will now be a COMAR obligation, they can bring it as a complaint to the commission. And as Commissioner O'Donnell indicated earlier, the commission will hear about it if we are not satisfying our obligations under COMAR. So for all those reasons, we are not in favor of the language in I3.
Thank you, Mr. Segers. Any, I guess, response by CCSA to what they've heard, or any comments by staff at this juncture?
Your Honor, just maybe to clarify on staff's position here, I think, we're possibly attempting here to kind of create a reporting schedule that does not reflect kind of ongoing problems. And I think maybe echoing what Mr. Seeger said, and probably the best way to, and we do have an operating working group that has historically handled everything from interconnection problems to other sorts of technical problems. That's probably a more effective means of managing problems that kind of crop up. The requirement to meet or rather to measure and then report back. I don't know that we're going to be able to constantly be developing something that may have very small reporting requirement or very small data that shows up. I think we would prefer to leave out having the utilities having to file additional reports of the commission and essentially handle this with the kind of existing approach that we manage the development of the program through the technical working group. And also, there of course is always the opportunity to file a complaint if something is not working out. But generally we've been able to manage technical complaints informally through the working group. I think that's probably the better approach. I would recommend kind of following that approach that's worked well rather than establishing an additional requirement for the utilities. I mean, we're going to cover a little bit further a discussion about costs that are being imposed on the utilities that might have a need to be recovered. So any additional work that they need to do for this program, we would want to be doing, imposing any additional requirements with an eye towards making sure that it was effective and there wasn't a cheaper way to manage it.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderhaden. Just one question for CCSA, I think Mr. Eckstein. Maybe help me understand what is the problem here. Has there been a lot of concerns and issues with bill errors or inability to address them when they've happened? I just want to get a sense of what the problem is and the magnitude of the problem here that we're trying to address.
Hi, Chair Richard and Mr. Eckstein, if you don't mind, I'm happy to take a first stab at this for CCSA. So actually, Chair Richard, by our calculation, PEPCO would have actually needed to file this report in quarters 2, 3, and 4 of last year. So they would not have had to file this report in Q1, but the other 3 quarters, based on just the Arcadia projects alone, we believe PEPCO would have had to file this report. Totally understand billing and crediting is a very complicated issue. We see billing and crediting errors in every state where we operate. And just to give you an idea of one billing error, in May through July of 2020, there was a substantial billing error affecting a couple of our projects in the PEPCO territory. PEPCO's initial fix was incomplete and created more confusion. And in total, there were more than $11,000 worth of misplaced credits and just shy of $11,000 of misplaced revenue there. In January 21 of this year, more than 6 months after that problem began, there was still no solution in sight. And we had no choice but to pay $11,000, which the utilities had owed to our subscribers, just to preserve a reasonable customer experience. So we understand, yes, this affects customers' bottom lines, but the greater concern, I think, for CCSA is that these consistent billing errors are eroding customer trust in this renewable energy program. And it makes it harder for us to retain subscribers, and we worry about what effects that could have for the future viability of the program. Just lastly, want to note again, I think I've seen reports that I don't know exactly what requirement DC may have, but I have seen the reports that PEPCO has filed for their billing and crediting errors in DC, and Marylanders just don't have the same that same opportunity to have that presented. And also note this should not present an administrative burden to PSC staff, because we're not asking them to act on this or anything. We're just asking them for to receive and process these again, so people can just be aware of the frequency of the issue. Exactly. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And you heard the suggested remedy by Mr. Vanderhaden, that there are other processes the applicants could pursue to address should this become an issue as an alternative to putting something in regulation? I mean, did you find that answer at all satisfying, or?
So Your Honor, I'd have to look at that a little more. I think one of the concerns is like I think ultimately would like just some kind of formal mechanism just to have like a formal set of where these problems, like the frequency and magnitude of them and how they are going. We are, again, very happy to work through working groups and things like that to resolve the problems. We've had a ton of success doing that in New York with their CDG billing and crediting working group. So I think there's a lot of possibility for that. But I think at the end of the day, we still want, some visible, transparency into the frequency and magnitude of the billing and crediting errors.
And if I may step in, just to supplement, there in the New York precedent cited, there is mandatory utility reporting. So we need the information first before we can resolve it as a working group. And that's what we're missing. Beyond CCSA membership, we are aware of other subscriber organizations who have been affected by utility billing errors. So to leave it to industry to grope around and try to find one another to raise and elevate issues for resolution seems inefficient, and even more inefficient from the individual household who's subscribing. We think this should be more programmatic in monitoring this information to address issues. And one other point, I believe Mr. Seeger's comments about the DC program were with respect to 3A on the screen. 3B has precedent in DC, and I think Mr. Seeger can confirm that.
Mr. Zegers, did you want to respond?
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor. And I believe I made that clear when I spoke that there is a billing error requirement in DC. But as I said before, there is no such requirement as of right now in DC that PEPCO issue these subscriber reports.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I'll turn over to my fellow commissioners for if they have questions or comments. I'll just quickly state that after listening to the presentation, I am supportive of the CCS language and would want to make sure that billing is done correctly for the customer experience. But Commissioner O'Donnell, Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Seegers, could I hear you respond to the allegation that PEPCO costs Arcadia, I think I heard it right, $11,000 due to billing errors?
Your Honor, I'm not able to speak to Arcadia's specific example, but I will say that in the past, when a subscriber organization has approached us and said that they're not receiving their timely reports, we have worked with them, and to my knowledge, we are in the process of resolving those issues.
Yeah, in the process, but 6 months later, that's a long time in terms of utility billing and credit. I'm failing to see why I shouldn't approve these requested provisions unless you have a good explanation as to why that happened, if it happened.
I don't know if I can speak to, again, I don't know if I can speak to Arcadia's specific issue, Your Honor, but but the utilities do recognize the importance of this. And as I said before, that is why we are now willing to support language that would include this language, to include the issuance of subscriber reports in COMAR, so that if we do not meet those requirements, it would be a COMAR violation and it would subject us to a complaint. That is not the case right now. So we do recognize that importance, Your Honor.
I appreciate that. Mr. Vanderhayden, does staff's position change after hearing Arcadia say that cost them $11,000?
Your Honor, I have no context on whether that's $11,000 over the 15,000 customers, so less than $1 a piece, or if it's a few tens of customers that didn't get paid at all. This is the first that I can recall hearing about this, so I would have preferred to maybe if this is a widespread problem, we would have had someone either they call me for a lot of things for interconnection stuff. So I'm not sure why I didn't hear about this. I still would prefer to, address these things with the technical working group, because That has worked well rather than imposing a reporting requirement in the regulations. I can't tell you if $11,000 is significant without knowing, what proportion of total revenue that is. If it's very large, obviously we'd be concerned. If it's a few percentage points or less, then maybe it's caused by an inaccurate meter or something that may or may not have been like just a complete neglect of the project.
Yeah, I don't know that level of detail either, but I was concerned when I heard that, and maybe $1 per customer. Who knows? But maybe it's definitely $11,000 to Arcadia. And how do they get made whole? How's that work?
Commissioner O'Donnell, I can add some context. So these billing issues in the case of Forefront's projects were, I think, in the order of $20,000 over the course of 3 months, May, June, and July of 2020. And this affected the entirety of certain subscribers' bills, which could range from $80 to $250, so our subscribers are just not credited. So from the household impact, the totality of their subscription, and from project revenue perspective, which of course goes into financing models, could be around 5 to 10%, which is significant when you're looking at under delivery of revenue. So these are the nature of the issues as they affect different subscribers. This issue was raised on a net metering working group, and we did not have sufficient forum to resolve it in the context of this proposed regulatory language. Hence why we haven't filed a formal complaint as industry, because we're hoping this regulatory language would be adopted and save us all a lot of time and energy by going through a complaint process.
Thank you, Mr. Eckstein. I think it'll be interesting to hear when this comes back, when we come back to further proceedings, what level of discussion was had here, and maybe there is a resolution here, but I'm not sure that I'm not sure. I speak for myself. As a commissioner, I should be so unconcerned about some company in Maryland costing them $11,000 or $20,000 for another entity's billing error. So thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell. Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm actually supportive of the language that CCSA has offered, but I'm cognizant of the fact that we're sending several different discussions back to the work group. So I'm willing to let the work group take another look at it. But when they return in a couple of months, if it turns out that for whatever reason this is not a matter that's been addressed, then I'd like to take another look at the CCSA language as it's drafted currently. I'll just point out that I share some of Commissioner O'Donnell's concerns. If there's a issue with regards to billing, then I would certainly I'd like to hope that either the aggrieved party would see the commission as a place they can go for assistance or to resolve it. If for some reason, and it hasn't been my experience that this happens, but if for some reason the utility hasn't been as responsive as we would expect them to be. Again, that is just my experience. So my hope is that this was just an anomaly, and maybe the work group can flush that out and determine that there's another way of addressing this issue going forward. But if it's something that is occurring more frequently than we're hearing right now, then this is probably a better solution, or something similar to this would be a better solution to look at.
Thank you, Commissioner Linton. All right, why don't we move on to the next topic? Is it cost recovery, I believe. Is that correct, Ms. Best? I think so.
I believe so. I'm going to try and get down to that section.
Okay. All right. In the meantime, I believe this is a staff proposal. So, Mr. Vanderheyden, did you want to go ahead and lead off?
Yes, Your Honor. So this is a relatively simple change, although it's sort of a policy decision that maybe reflect more of an up or down approach. Currently, the regulations do allow the utility, you can see there in 9A, to receive full and timely cost recovery of program credit costs. So that's addressing the credits that each utility is placing on the customer's bill in exchange for receiving the output from the solar facility. So that's just addressing credits. And the previous approach to setting the program up did not imply that there would be additional costs imposed on any member or any ratepayer that was a subscriber, specifically for the cost of administrative or other types of expenses. Staff was somewhat concerned with some of the additional costs that the utilities were describing. We don't know if there are significant incremental costs associated with developing the portals or automating the processes. I think the concern here is really just that if by expanding the program, as was done previously, is there a desire to socialize or continue to socialize those costs to all ratepayers, which might be entirely reasonable for a pilot, or is it, has the program grown in size where it's operating large enough and reflecting incremental costs such that there should be a way to recover those costs, from the entities causing those, presumably through the subscriber organizations. I think we're still recommending that the customers themselves would not have additional fees, but that any program costs that were recovered by the utilities from a subscriber organization would be reflected in the subscription rates that they would be charging to their customers. So this is not something that obviously the developer folks were interested in. Staff raised this as a means to potentially control any program costs that went higher than what would be expected. At this point, this is simply something that allows or requires the utility to get those additional costs and not socialize them. So it's really it's kind of a policy decision. I think it's probably something that it would be helpful if we understood more about what the actual incremental costs would be for each of the utilities. We have not explored that at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderheyden. Let's see, I believe James Feinstein from Arcadia, you are going to speak on behalf of CCSA, is that correct?
I actually believe it's Solar.
Oh, sorry.
No worries.
Would you like to go ahead and make your case?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Commissioner Richard. I think from CCSA's perspective, there quite candidly there was a lot of confusion as to sort of the last minute nature of this being sort of introduced by staff. It was only recently introduced and not discussed in any length. I will note that one comment that Mr. Vanderheyden did make, that we don't know if there are costs, and I think that is sort of where we were all at when we initially saw this, was that we weren't sure what why this was being introduced now. I think some of the other concerns that it's with this language, it's very unclear how the utilities would implement this change, what the nature of the fees would be, what the costs would be. I'd also like to note that we were a big reason we were confused is the processing of subscriber lists is already being done by the utilities, and in fact is really one of their key roles, as we've discussed at length, in implementing this program. So there's already established methods to process these lists, and there's no justification that we've heard in any of staff's comments, whether in the working group or in their comments provided, why such fees would be appropriate at this point in time. The other thing I'll note is the PSC's own value of solar study that I think was referenced earlier noted that the value of solar to be much higher than the full retail rate that the community solar facilities receive. And so, you would think from a logical perspective that you would want to you would want to weigh all those specific expenses against any benefits of such facilities to really truly come with any net benefit or net cost necessarily, rather than just simply introducing this. The other issue that we had with this language was there's no requirement for the electric companies to receive approval of the fee as just and reasonable, quote unquote, prior to taking effect, which would be in violation of Public Utility Act Title 4-202 in our belief. It appears the way the language is drafted, there'd be, as part of the regulation, there'd sort of be the ability to recover unlimited costs without any sort of commission oversight on that. A couple more issues I'll briefly touch on. I think in the enabling statute, the General Assembly clearly specified that interconnection costs is the responsibility of the SO. There was not any sort of language that discussed other types of program costs. And again, we'll note this is no different than the utility's role in other types of programs as well, any type of net metering. And then, finally, speaking on behalf of all our member companies, we do have a lot of concerns as to how this will relate on the financing side. There's undefined and unvetted costs that could be result as a result of this definition, and it's very unclear how those would impact already operating projects that maybe didn't factor those in. I think at the end of the day, I don't think anybody disagrees that costs should be accurately captured for community solar projects. However, our belief is that staff's narrow focus on costs and the rejection of the Commission's own value of solar study is not the right approach. These things need to be viewed holistically. Therefore, again, not because we simply don't want the cost, but because this isn't the right approach to do it. So we therefore urge the Commission to reject staff's proposal on this topic for the reasons stated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Naini. Just before I turn over to my colleagues, I will just say that I tend to agree that while this would be important information we provide in the final report on the pilot, I just don't think this would be an appropriate mid-pilot change. This would be a very significant change in how we're operating the program now. And I could probably just stop there. That I would not be supportive at this time. But again, this would be a good topic for the work group. Really, for me, with an eye to the final report to the General Assembly on how the program will continue or should continue if the legislature decides that this should be a permanent part of Maryland's solar program. So with that, I turn now to Commissioner O'Donnell. Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Mr. Vanderheyden. Mr. Vanderheyden, Mr. Naini raises the issue of a lack of prudency review. In a rate case, would this type of item rise to the level of a prudency review?
Your Honor, it would depend on how large the expense was. It has been not typical to delve all the way into an IT cost, and you would have to know, you have to go looking for it. And I think if there was a desire to specifically find it and pull it out, you would inquire as to the labor hours associated with this project and pull it out of whichever FERC account is where the utilities acquire those. Typically, projects that are only perhaps even a few $100,000 would not be examined in that way. If it became a large project, it still might not be examined unless there was a specific intent to identify it, isolate it, and recover it from a specific cost causer or class of customers.
Thank you for that. So I support the further discussion of this as you go back. I have a suggestion. I don't know if it has merit or not, but I'll suggest it anyway. One of the ways to prevent socialization of costs is the provision that's suggested by staff But one of the ways to prevent over recovery is the lack of the word actual costs of the subscriber list. So if you insert the word actual before cost, if there's no cost, as Mr. Naini suggests, then they're not going to recover anything. If there are costs and you have actual there, then it's going to have to be justified. And I think that others will have to, others will be able to come in and dispute that if they think it's not fair to them, to their interests. So I think if you insert the word actual before cost, that helps a lot, but I'll leave the working group take a look at that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell. Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Commissioner O'Donnell. I think that several parties have suggested that if the commission is not willing to reject it outright, then we should just send it back to the work group. I do think cost recovery is an important issue to discuss, but I think it's important before we make a decision to know what types of impact that cost recovery will have on the program itself and the potential consumers that are participating. I also agree that we are looking at potentially making other changes at a later date, but soon. So this might be an issue that's worth raising at that time, especially since not only will we be making some other changes to the program anyway, but I do think CCSA has a good point that some subscriber organizations are already proceeding with their projects, and these costs, whatever they may be, were not made clear to them in the front end. So we may have a statutory issue there that we have to straighten out. So I think it's appropriate to have a work group continue discussing it. I'm hopeful that there would be a resolution that all the parties can agree on. And I'd also like to see, and this is just me speaking, but I'd like to have some idea about what the potential numbers are. I mean, what are we talking about? These millions of dollars or something smaller?
Thank you, Commissioner Linton. All right, I believe our next topic is low moderate income verification, but I also believe that this may be a consensus item. Is that correct, Ms. Bess or Mr. Vanderall?
Commissioner, I believe this is very likely consensus. To my understanding, staff is proposing this simply to break apart some regulatory language that had combined two concepts in one regulation to make it easier to understand and more straightforward. The D1 that you see there, this now has the single concept that if you're a participant in an OHIP program, you're deemed to have been provided low-income eligibility verification. Right now, the subscriber organization is responsible for certifying and writing to the utility that the LMI customer that they've signed up has met the income requirements. And so what this is doing is simply separating them. So first, participation in OHIP, which already does income screening at the level that matches our program levels. Number two is stating that the use of pay stubs or income tax documents to verify is an appropriate means. And number three is sort of separating out the participation in OHIP. I don't know if you can see the struck language is what is actually up in number one right now. But it's then allowing for something the commission has already done a couple times in establishing an alternate means to verify the status of low and moderate income customers. So long story short, I don't think this is changing any of the way the regulations operate or anything about them other than to separate the two concepts that were put together in what had been, I think, the first element of the first subparagraph of this, and it's splitting it into three. So it should be consensus because it's, to my knowledge, not changing a thing.
Okay. CCSA, Ms. Elder, is that correct? This is consensus?
I believe it is. I do want to give the opportunity to Susan Miller just to make sure that she is on board with all of these things from the LMI advocates.
Yes, Chair Richard. This is Susan Miller, and this, in our view, is a consensus proposal.
Great, great. Commissioner O'Donnell, Commissioner Linton, any questions or comments on this item?
I have nothing.
Hearing none.
Well,
oh.
I actually have one question, and I respect that it's a consensus on it. But for those of you who are familiar with the Office of Home Energy Programs certification process, it involves a bit more than just the use of pay stubs and income tax documents. So I guess my question is, are we setting two different standards here by suggesting that a customer may not qualify for OHEP as a low-income customer, or maybe even qualify for some of the other state assistance programs that OHEP recognizes as certification. But because they've provided their pay stubs or pay stubs or income tax documents, so it could be one or the other, that we've allowed them to be certified as low or moderate income.
Commissioner Linton, I don't know that we were attempting to do anything other than make it very easy to accept a customer that is an OHEP customer or an OHEP program participant, because we know that the utilities will also have access to that information in their records if they're participating. The pay stub or income tax document would be for the situation where you have a customer that for whatever reason qualifies for OHEP but has not yet applied, or for some reason has chosen not to apply, but they still have income requirements at the low income level. For moderate income, that wouldn't, I don't believe our standard for moderate income would get you into the OHEP programs for most households. So we still need to clarify that to qualify for moderate. I'm not sure I answered your question, but there was no attempt to sort of leave anyone out. It was an attempt to make it very easy to verify customers that participate in OHEP.
Right, and I appreciate that. I can see what the challenge is here, especially for moderate income verification. There isn't really any formal state way to do that. I know we have consensus on this one, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Van Hayden. I won't try to stand in the way of it. I know we're going to be taking a look at all of these again in a few months, so I may just think about it a little more, but for right now, it's okay.
But I think if there are any other comments on this item, we can move to, I believe, MEA ripping.
Chairman Richard.
I think on this, we'll go ahead and start.
Chairman Richard.
I hear a voice. Hi.
Yeah.
Go. Continue.
Yes. Hi. Dr. Al Bartlett again from PSR. This is just a bit tangential to the class or the qualification of LMI, but from the perspective of the LMI advocates, I just wanted to raise the issue that unless something has changed from when we all first worked on COMAR for the program, OHEP assistance can't be paid to subscriber organizations, as that's the way I understood it at the beginning, and this issue was raised, but has sort of been left behind. It can only go to the electric company. So if a family's utility bill is actually reduced by participating in community solar, their net energy assistance may be inadvertently reduced. And that issue has been raised a couple of times over the past, but has been left hanging. Commissioner Linton may actually know more or tell me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's still the status. And I just want to raise that in this moment because we're paying attention to the OHEP issue.
Commissioner Linton, please.
I think that Mr. Bartlett raises a good point. I don't know if OHEP was participating in the work group at all. Perhaps you could invite them to join a future meeting to give some thoughts on that. But I think Mr. Bartlett's got a good point here that if there is a lowered of the overall energy burden for the customer, then typically the grant money is based on the customer's income. But you could have some, it could impact how much money the customer actually gets because their overall bill is smaller. But I think it'd be best to have some representatives from OHEP attend the work group meeting, and perhaps they could just tell them they don't have to stay the whole time, and they'll be happy to show up and cover this particular topic.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Lind. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett, for raising that issue, and I agree that would be a good topic for the work group, and we want to make sure that we don't lessen the benefit of this program for any Marylanders. So I think this is an important issue to address.
Hi, this is Lynn Heller with the Climate Access Fund. If I can just respond to that, I've been doing some. I've been talking with the head of the OHEP program. That is actually not the case, and Dr. Bartlett, I'm happy to talk to you offline. The only question is within Potomac Edison, where the rate is, the credit is based on a dollar amount and not a kilowatt hour amount. So I'm sorry, the reverse. No, that is correct. The dollar amount, not kilowatt hour. So it's not an issue in the rest of the utility service territories. And the director of OHEP does not believe that it is an issue in Potomac Edison, but he hasn't gotten back to me yet.
Okay, thank you for that information. And yeah, I think the commission would very much like to be advised on what the facts are in this issue, so we can address any issues of Marylanders not getting the full benefits of this program. With that, Mr. Nair, I see you. Are you ready to discuss the MEA proposal?
Yes, we are. I'll actually hand it over to my colleague, Dr. Idrisu, who will discuss more about that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So MEA's proposed language that will require PSC to collect data from subscriber organizations on a periodic basis. We believe that this information will be important for us to know subscriber rates, evaluate programs' health, and collect information that will be valuable for a future permanent program. We divided this data into two main parts. A publicly available part, which should be available on the PSC website. This includes information such as parties authorized by subscriber organizations to market their subscriptions. We believe that this is valuable for the public to be able to get information on subscriber organizations and parties that market these subscriptions to them. In addition to that, MEA is also proposing the second part of the data to be made available to the PSC, MEA, and OPC. And that includes information such as the percentage of capacity that has been subscribed, the percentage of low-income subscribers and low and medium-income subscribers, and the percentage of residential and commercial subscribers. We believe that this information is critical for doing a proper evaluation of the program and to be able to analyze the health of the program and learn lessons that could be used in designing a future program. MEA has worked with CCSA in developing language for this, but we have yet to reach a consensus on, particularly as regards the time basis, the period, how often should this be reported? MEA prefers monthly reporting, but we are willing, we're willing to consider quarterly reporting if that's going to drive consensus between the parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jusu. I was going to ask if the language, and I'm not sure if I'm looking at the CCSA language or not on the screen. I'm looking at their filing. But at this point, do I understand that this is not yet consensus language, but it's something that MEAs continue to work with the CCSA?
So the major obstacle right now is the frequency of the reporting.
Frequency. Yeah. Very good. Does do any other parties wish to comment on the MEA reporting requirement proposal?
Yes, this is Leslie Elder from CCSA. I think we would just like to note that there is one error within our comments. So under 20620305B1A, it should read that the name and description of the community solar array to include the project ID, electrical service territory, and optional address or latitude or longitude. The address and coordinates should be optional. And the reason for this is that the landowner may not be comfortable to have their address published on a public platform. That's my only comment.
Good, thank you. Okay, thank you. Well,
Chairman?
since the work group is going to continue working on this, I will say I do support MEA's information requests, and but do encourage the parties to come to a consensus. Hopefully next time we meet, we'll have something that is agreed upon by all the parties. But I think I heard someone trying to get my attention before I turn to the my other commissioners.
Yes, Chairman Richard, hi. Dr. Al
okay.
Bartlett again from PSR. I just wanted to mention that this is one of the areas when we opened the rulemaking today, I mentioned a request for resource support. This is one of the areas, and I believe that Mr. Vanderheyden also referred to it as a place where we would seek resource support for the compilation and online management of this information, which is important both for potential subscribers to identify community solar projects for which they might be eligible, or also to verify the validity of offers for subscription that they might receive, as well as for the Commission itself, OPC and MEA, to understand the status of the program. So it's important information. The public facing part, we would suggest that it be made available through the PSC website, potentially through a Shop for Community Solar link, analogous to the Shop for Electricity and Shop for Gas links that are presently on the website. I think that would make it accessible to the extent that it would be beneficial and useful for people seeking to subscribe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett, for those recommendations. Commissioner O'Donnell, Commissioner Linton, do you have comments?
Mr. Chairman, I agree with you, but I think what Dr. Bartlett just gave us was something important for the group to discuss as well.
Agree.
I also agree.
Great, thank you. All right.
Your Honor, if I could
allows us to move on then to.
Your Honor, if I could comment on that
Yes.
briefly. I don't think there is any opposition from any of the working group members for proposing, for putting together a website that would provide customers a place to go look up the offers that would be available, and to provide specifics about the status of various projects. I think it's really just comes down to whether or not there are the funds available to construct such a thing. I think MEA has proposed that the Public Service Commission host this website and update it and provide that, similar to what Dr. Bartlett just referred to as similar to the Customer Choice website. I mean, the Customer Choice website is a fairly expensive website. So, I mean, if it is the Commission's desire for this to be, provided, I don't really think there's anyone who's opposing it. It's really just a matter of, I think, what staff has attempted to do for the working group members is have some basic discussions with the folks in our administration, with our IT departments, to understand, what would be feasible without, engaging a significant expense to build one of these. And it appears to be more something that would be information that would be posted as like a table, similar to an Excel file with various lists and that sort of thing, But even so, that would require some kind of ongoing maintenance to update it. And I think staff would be happy to to use whatever ability we have to request this information from the scrub organizations and possibly the utilities and make that available to MEA. We have not, I think, undertaken a budgetary process to propose that we develop a new system for this. And so if that is the commission's intent, obviously we would take that up.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Vanderheyden. Of course, resource is an important consideration on this. And yeah, you are correct. The customer choice websites were a fairly significant undertaking, and were somewhat costly, but I think important. But you are correct. If we were going to provide a similar service, we would need to take cost into account. Unless there are any other discussion on this item, why don't we move on to utility website?
Mr. Chairman, before we move
Yes.
on, just in response to Mr. Vanderheyden, I might suggest that discussions with our Public Relations Director, Ms. Tori Leonard, and our Assistant Executive Secretary and our Executive Secretary, Mr. David Collins and Andrew Johnston, would be appropriate in this regard, so that some sense of doability from folks who administer could be obtained fairly easily, I would think.
Your Honor, we have undertaken those discussions.
And did you receive a response?
The response was that generally the existing resources would be such that what I mentioned before, a posting of a table similar to an Excel file that might list the individual projects would be something that is does not require programming, but such a thing as a static piece of data. It's a table of data. It would have to be uploaded and modified on a routine basis to make that information available and keep it up to date. So I think there might be some rudimentary information that could be posted, but for each utility, there may be a fairly large table. So you've got 4 utilities, participating, and it would not be searchable in the way we know without some programming, which was not really contemplated in the design. You would not be able to search it and find locations that were available within your service territory. You would certainly have to look through. But I mean, the concept of providing that table is not from what I understand, a complex element. Complex. It's really just posting it on the website, but it would require someone within the commission's IT department or within the staff to update that and then submit it to IT.
And did they give you a sense of cost to do such a thing?
The cost for simply posting, a table of data was really more of the cost associated with staff time to provide that. I don't think there was a significant cost from the IT department because they would not have to program or maintain everything. We would provide them with a table or an Excel file, and then one of their folks would upload it whenever we sent it to them.
All right. Well, I think MEA's proposal envisions more than that, but maybe that's possible. If the work group discusses this more, that might be appropriate to take into account to bring back before the commission for a decision. So, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell. Why don't we move on to the next to last item, and that's utility website. And are you going to lead us on that, Mr. Vanderheyden?
I'm actually not finding that section. Is Ms. Best moving to that?
Apologies, I'm trying to find it. I'm pulling up my notes for where
The
this
next thing I had
is.
was actually the adjacent parcel language, but
You can probably move to that, and if I find anything I think we missed, we can circle back to it.
Okay, let's do that. That's a pretty good item to conclude on, and probably one that we commissioners may want to provide some guidance. So on the co-location and adjacent parcels, are we going to start with CCSA, or Mr. Vanderhaden, is that something you're going to lead?
I will I will lead this off, kind of describe where we are. So in the section for project location, the co-location rules, we're not changing anything except for kind of refining what an adjacent parcel is. So this is some new language. Currently, the way the regulations are established, you're not allowed to have more than one project on a single parcel, and you're not allowed to have a project next to another project. And it was noted that there may be circumstances that it would be helpful to have some exemptions from that, and in particular, noting that the legislation allowed for construction on contiguous parcels when there was a rooftop project. So it was, you know, it was not determined to be co-locating if there happened to be two buildings next to each other and you put systems on top of the roof. So we sort of needed to refine a little bit the definition of adjacent parcel. So the new language down here in D is basically kind of defining the situations where there are adjacent parcels. Obviously, we defined it anyway, but if a parcel shares a common boundary, it's an adjacent parcel. If the parcel is separated by a right of way, it's determined to be an adjacent parcel. Or if the parcels are defined or separated by a roadway or a highway, that's somewhat distinct from a right of way, because we're trying to capture a roadway or a highway, and a right of way would be potentially a railroad or a utility power line right of way, or a gas pipeline right of way. And then the last thing is, there was a concern, I guess, with staff that, from our experience in examining projects, that there could be a situation that there was two parcels that effectively were very close, but they happened to have a small remainder parcel that was in between the two of them. So we, after some negotiation, we agreed with the rest of the working group that as long as something is separated by less than 75 feet, it would be considered to be adjacent. So I think much of this language is a consensus. The one element that was raised is with D1B, which is regarding rights of way. I think originally we had settled on language that established that parcels separated by an easement, where a right of way is an easement that is used to traverse a property, but there are other types of easements. But rather than attempting to kind of define them all, we're going to use easement. And then it was raised by Dr. Bartlett that there's such thing as a conservation easement, which might, you know, cover half of a property, and that could create some sort of issue that would be difficult to interpret. So we staff, you know, went back to rights of way or right of way as the language to use to cover things like railroads, gas pipelines, transmission lines, power lines, things of that nature. So I think these are more or less have been worked on in our consensus, and their intent is theirs to kind of clarify and make it very easy to define when a project is adjacent to another for the purpose of determining whether or not it's co-located. So I think we are not changing a lot here. It's kind of providing some additional clarification, and the idea for doing that is to make it easy to define simply by looking at the map of the parcels or a subdivision or a plat.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderhaden. Before we get to the issue that Ms. Miller wanted to raise, do we have any other discussion on these on this element, this part of the co-location and adjacent parcels discussion?
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, please.
So, Ms. Best, if you could scroll up to section A of this regulation so I can see what that is. Okay, scroll down a little bit, please. Okay. Okay, so my question is this. We recently had Title VI training as it regards to our CPCN processes for environmental justice purposes. We had an issue on siting facilities, which 6 megawatts would maybe come under, arguably, for the purposes of environmental justice and making sure that our processes were right in that area. And I want to make sure that we, although as good as this intention may be, which I don't disagree with, I want to make sure we're not setting ourselves up for some hypothetical. I won't even draw up a hypothesis or a hypothetical situation, but with Title VI requirements that we're under some federal scrutiny under. Anybody want to speak to that? Staff?
Your Honor, unless Annette is planning to provide a legal response, are you asking about whether or not 6 megawatts, as it applies to the adjacency rules, we would be requiring a CPCN?
I'm not suggesting we necessarily require CPCN because we could always waive a CPCN under the waiver provisions, but should one go through under CSEGs, we may not have the scrutiny on that provision to make sure that we're complying with our Title VI requirements. We had to set up special processes and procedures under kind of federal order. And if some group of individuals feel like these 2 megawatt developments right next to each other constitute a plant, a generating facility in excess of 2 megawatts, and we don't apply those standards, are we setting ourselves up for a complaint that may be successful? That's my question.
But if I could, there may be some other folks who want to chime in on that. My understanding is that the community solar legislation in 7-306.2 defines these as not being generating stations. So to the extent that there are a 2 megawatt facility is definitely not a generating station. If there are 3 of them located or co-located on brownfields, that it's not clear to me whether or not that is actually still not a generating station, because none of the community solar projects can be generating stations. So if you take 3 of them together, I guess we'd have to do some research to determine whether or not that sort of breaks any application of what the law says regarding it, because the law is very clear that a community solar is not a generating station. And I'm guessing that was done to avoid having ever to do a CPCN.
Well, community solar, I would agree, at 2 megawatts is not a generating station in Maryland under the public utility article, but 6 megawatts may or may not be. And I want to make sure we don't run afoul of our Title VI requirements for environmental justice.
Should we take that back and just do some research and make sure that that's been addressed?
Mr. Chairman, I would appreciate that, just to keep us on the straight and narrow in this regard, because it's a very sensitive area, as you know.
I agree. That was a good recommendation. I support that.
I support it as well, Mr. Chairman. I also had a question to follow up on a comment just made by Mr. Van Hayden. This issue has come up before, Mr. Van Hayden, at the commission, where there have been a couple of developers that have sought to participate in the community solar program. And in doing so, they were connecting together or looking to connect
Your Honor, we are really in the program only allowing currently. I mean, there's actually another proposal that's before you that we're going to talk about as soon as we're done with this, because it's the next one down. The exclusion for not building a project next to another project is it's listed in B on the situations where there is exemptions for that. So under no circumstances are we allowing more than 2 megawatts to be considered community solar or net metering. It's just that where there is a brownfield location, because of the desire to make the most use of that brownfield, those projects are being allowed to co-locate either, I think, generally being co-located on parcels that are next to each other. There's also the use of that in an industrial space that has a recorded subdivision, so in an industrial park, for example. So we've already established that certain locations are more valuable in a combined sense because you're not displacing any better use for that property. So they allow them, but only up to 6 megawatts, and that's what B3 is allowing. What this is doing is in D, what we're proposing is actually making it more clear what adjacency is, so that we are not inadvertently allowing 2 parcels that are actually adjacent by the way we've defined it in the new regulations. We're actually making it harder to be adjacent rather than easier. So I think it's actually moving further away from the risk that you're concerned about.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Van der Hayden. And I think the language as it is here works pretty good. I may have a question or two with the next section we talk about, but I think we're moving in the right direction so far.
And thank you for that question, Commissioner Linton, because I would just say to Mr. Van der Hayden, whether or not there's a right of way through the separate parcels, or whether or not there's separated by one or more rights of way or parcel share common boundaries, may be immaterial to the community where these were located. And this is not just applying to brownfields, right? This is anywhere.
This would be any location, and it would have the effect of preventing projects from being built next to each other if they were separated by a tiny, small distance. I mean, clearly something's adjacent and you can't build on it if they share a common boundary, and we just included that because it was obvious. But what this is attempting to do is make it clear that the other side of the road is still adjacent, and the other side of the railroad is still adjacent, and the other side of a transmission line or a pipeline. That may not have been clear in the past, and then this would effectively eliminate 2 projects being next to each other when they were so close that they would effectively have been sharing a common boundary.
I appreciate that. That's why I didn't bring this up in the brownfield discussion, but decided to wait until we got to the part that Ms. Miller had asked about, because I'm coupling staff's proposed language with the blue language down here, which looks like it's, when put together, we're authorizing 6 megawatts on adjacent properties anywhere in the state, not just brownfields.
Your Honor, I think that is in fact what D, the blue D, I think that was, I don't know that those are meant to go specifically together, but the language in the blue D that's being proposed by Ms. Miller would allow for, and as she corrected us, for projects that serve 100% LMI, it would allow co-location anywhere, not just on brownfields. And that might itself run afoul of the law, which prohibits construction of these projects on contiguous properties unless they're on a rooftop.
I appreciate that very much for the discussion, and appreciate Commissioner Linton's question, because that kind of clarified in my mind what I was trying to get to, because I was automatically kind of coupling together the D1 language and the new proposed LMI D language in the same discussion. So thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell and Commissioner Linton. We are getting very close to the hard stop here at 5:30, but I do want to give Ms. Miller the opportunity to discuss the additional co-location proposal. My understanding, you will be representing CCSA also on this topic. Is that correct, Ms. Miller?
That's my understanding as well, Chair.
Perfect.
Richard.
Very
Thank
good.
you, and I will make this as briefly as I can because I recognize what time of day it is. The purpose of this proposal is to encourage LMI participation in the pilot project. It would allow generating stations of up to 6 megawatts to co-locate, provided each and every facility only serves 100% LMI subscribers. This proposal mirrors the brownfields exception currently in the regulation. It's important to bear in mind that LMI projects are very complex to develop and have very thin financial margins. Project expenses often become major hurdles or outright barriers to an LMI project's financial viability. One very expensive aspect of the project development is interconnection costs. Experience has demonstrated that interconnection costs can run in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. A 2 megawatt 100% LMI project simply cannot pass these costs through to its LMI subscribers and still offer the reduced electricity costs that these subscribers should receive. However, if two projects share the interconnection costs by co-locating, the financial viability of each project can be maintained. Creating this very narrow co-location exception will greatly enhance the project's program objective of ensuring that LMI residents receive the benefits of community solar. We note that the General Assembly has expressly stated a policy preference for encouraging LMI projects and found that such projects would be in the public interest. What's interesting is the Commission created the brownfields exception, which we absolutely agree with, not based on any direction from the General Assembly. So it would, to our point, the staff's objection that the brownfields exception was created because there were lands that the Commission wanted the projects put on, it would be unusual or odd to create that exception, but refuse to create an exception that is specifically designed to encourage the LMI projects with the legislature specifically directed the Commission to encourage. Finally, staff in its comments stated that LMI projects have been constructed according to the current rules. However, there are currently no LMI projects in operation, so it's not true that they have been constructed according to the current rules. And with regard to what the position Commissioner O'Donnell raised concerns about, I honestly do not know if this would violate the federal agreement and the CPCN concerns. I will have to look into that, and I will certainly get back to the Commission. But I need to point out that it arguably also the brownfields violates it if someone were to raise an objection with regard to putting it in a brownfields because they live next door to it. And I'm not disputing anything at this point. I just have to look into that issue more.
Ms. Miller, you might be right on that point. Very well might be right, and we may find out that we're jeopardizing adherence to Title VI requirements in both. I will say that there are a limited number of brownfields in the state. They're not everywhere in the state, and they're not ubiquitous. And the language proposed by CCSA and your organization would allow these to be put anywhere in the state.
That's absolutely true, Commissioner. I don't dispute that at all. But I also need to point out that there would be very few of these projects because every generating station would have to be 100% LMI, and there just aren't going to be that many. It's not like the state's going to be covered with them because of the co-location exception. But I agree with you. We need to look into the issue you raised.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Do any other parties or Mr. Vanderheyden, does staff wish to opine on this topic?
Yes, Your Honor, just very quickly. So, you know, we think that it's interesting to try to find ways to get projects to serve 100% of LMI. Co-location of 6 megawatts creates a number of kind of problems, including the ones that have been mentioned. But also we have to remember that a 6 megawatt facility is fairly large. It is going to use up a fairly big piece of the capacity, but it also may be introducing some costs onto the distribution grid if it's interconnected in a place where it creates additional, you know, congestion or constraints. So, I mean, the idea of a brownfield where we are saying, well, here's land that we can use that we can't use for anything else, so let's use it, I think is a very different reason for co-location than we can reduce the cost and we can serve 100% of the kilowatt hours from this 6 megawatts to low and moderate income, you know, customers. It's quite possible that we can achieve as many LMI customers as we need simply by building more LMI you know, projects that have 30% of their membership in LMI. So if we're trying to analyze how we reach as many LMI customers, it may simply be more feasible to build, you know, the projects or increase the percentage of projects which have an LMI requirement. There was a time when we were considering requiring all projects to carry 10% LMI of different levels as a means of ensuring that you know, there would be more LMI customers that had the opportunity to receive subscriptions, because if all the projects had to have them, you wouldn't run into having a LMI category where projects weren't being constructed. So, I mean, it's definitely a meritorious kind of desire to do that. It's taking an approach that might not work to max out the available subscriptions, and it certainly comes with it a number of problems that you know, we were trying to avoid, not only and also that you know, net metering is supposed to be distributed generation, and it was capped at 2 megawatts, and this would sort of kind of get around that for a purpose that is a good idea, but possibly there's better ways to achieve you know, higher levels of LMI participation. That's what we would say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderheyden. Does anyone else wish to speak on this issue?
Yes, Commissioner Richard, this is Lynn Heller with the Climate Access Fund, if I may.
Yes, please. Please continue.
So, just to address a couple of the concerns, the rationale behind this, as Ms. Miller outlined, is within the context of experimentation with LMI community solar. You know, the purpose of the pilot program is to try a lot of different types of projects, to bring in a lot of different types of developers. With LMI projects, there are currently 0 projects in operation. There are also no, there's 1 project in development, actually I should say 2 projects in development that would be 100% LMI. 1 is on a landfill and 1 is not on a landfill. But in the interest of expanding access to LMI subscribers and really being able to serve as many LMI subscribers as possible, we wanted to see if we wanted to prove that the economics of 100% LMI projects, particularly when co-located, would work. Now, the economics are more difficult. They're vastly more difficult when you serve 100% LMI customers. And so there would be very, very few. In fact, I'd be surprised if there would be any other 100% LMI projects side by side in the state of Maryland, other than sort of one experimental project. And to Mr. Vanderheyden's point or observation, suggestion that there may be other ways to increase the number of LMI projects. The problem with 10% and even 30% LMI projects is that it doesn't allow for a sustainable financing model to be put in place, because what often happens is developers, or rather the owners of these projects, simply write off any losses of LMI defaults. And so part of the intent with these side-by-side 100% LMI projects is to establish a sustainable financing model. And I will just end by asking if a 4 megawatt cap rather than a 6 megawatt cap would make, and I'd have to confer with the other LMI advocates, but I wonder if that is something the commission would make the commission and other stakeholders feel a little bit more comfortable.
Well, thank you for your comments. And let's see, we're really down to our last minutes here. Let me just go really quickly. I do support the LMI advocates position. This is a pilot. I think the serving LMI Marylanders was an important reason for this program, an important driver of the program. And I think this was a useful experiment, if you will, or a good proposal to see if we can increase the number of LMI Marylanders who can take advantage of the benefits of solar energy policies in our state. So I do support. I encourage the work group to continue to refine this program to try to reach consensus. If the 4 megawatt cap is a place where you get consensus, then that would I would support that as well. But why don't I go ahead and now turn over to my colleagues, Commissioner O'Donnell and Commissioner Linton.
Mr. Chairman, I just think that as important as this is, that we need to get it right. Ms. Heller asked a question about whether 4 megawatts will make it more palatable. That doesn't take away my questions. Some of my question does 4 or 5 or 6. I understand it helps the economics, but I'm not sure until I see some answers to my questions whether or not we have a problem here or not. So I don't know. I'm not ready to throw my support behind it until I get some of that information.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell. Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm in the same spot. I think it's to the extent that we want to encourage or support changes to the cap itself. For LMI, this is a good place to look at it. But I'd like to see that the parties are a bit more aligned on what the solution, the final proposal would be. So I think this is another one for the work group to take a look at. And if it turns out that we're in the same place we're in now, I'd probably have a different vote. But I'd like them to try a little more and see if we can come up with a solution that will help, that will get us all together, or at least closer and together.
Thank you, Commissioner Linton. Well, we're rapidly approaching the hard stop for some of our participants today. Let me start by thanking everyone for the time, effort that everyone has put into this. I know many hours have just taken to get to this point. Sorry able to come up with any answers to it. I hope by keeping this proceeding open, can over the next month or two get the work group together. We can arrive at a consensus and resolution to some of the issues that we've discussed today. I hope that we provided as commissioners useful guidance to get you to the point where hopefully we can act on proposed regulations. I'm also hopeful that perhaps we may get some guidance and direction from the legislature before the session is over as well. So we are not going to set a date right now, but I think I heard both of my colleagues suggest that we want to do this sooner than later, probably soon after the legislature completes its work this year. So we'll kind of hope to guide you to come up with a date that you can propose in April, May. Otherwise, we may try to come up with a date ourselves, but we would like to give the work group the opportunity to convene, discuss, and hopefully next time we can come together and act on adopting regulations for community solar. So with that, Commissioner O'Donnell, Commissioner Linton, do you want to provide any final guidance before we recess?
Just to say, Mr. Chairman, that I think everybody should be thanked. Obviously, everybody has worked very hard on this, and I associate myself with your comments in that regard. So it's much appreciated. I know it's daunting and it's tough work, but it's important to me to get it right and to all of us. I'm not sure we gave enough guidance on capacity, the very first issue that we spent a lot of time on. And I think Ms. Garofalo had asked us to come back to that. I'm not sure if that's still true or not. And I know we don't have much time to do it. So I'll just cut my remarks right there, yield to Commissioner Linton, and then maybe someone will have 30 seconds to let us know. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell. I'm looking forward to the work group's final, the next version of what they might report to us. I won't take up a lot of time, but what I would suggest is that to the extent on the issue of capacity, if there's, I'm looking to make sure that we're not just fixing a problem, but if there's an issue with companies that would like to participate in Maryland, I'd like to know more about that. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Linton. Hopefully I provided some useful guidance on the capacity, but I think others need to get you need to persuade them. So in any case, thank you again for all.
I think Ms. Garofalo is seeking recognition, Mr. Chairman.
I apologize.
I'm merely seeking recognition in the following sense. So with regard to capacity, I think I might have heard conflicting instructions that capacity should be combined with the issues that would affect the way in which zoning for these projects might be done in the municipalities, or we might need to combine something in addition to capacity as opposed to just treat it as an addition to capacity. If there's anything you can tell us about that, that'd be very useful.
Commissioner O'Donnell, would you like to start?
Sure, I'll start. My main issue, I think, raised there is why not wait till we get the report mid-year and seek legislative authority to make that report an interim report and move it to the end of the authorized pilot years, because that's where it was set, at the end of the authorized pilot years at the time anyway. So that was my main issue. Wait a year, get some information, make an informed decision, and have a chance to make a legislative request.
Commissioner Linton.
So my concern was that we didn't have enough information in front of us to make sure we were making the right decision. As I mentioned a few moments ago, I'm concerned about making sure that we also are fixing a problem if there is one. And I heard conflicting information about the state of the industry now with regard to the capacity that we already have. We need more. There are companies that can't participate in Maryland. So I believe I asked a couple of questions on that. So anything that helps me to understand where we are now and not just where we're going, but if there's a problem we need to fix and a problem that our regulations are causing, I would like to make sure that we don't have that. So hopefully that's helpful.
Thank you, Commissioner Linton. And as I stated earlier today, I do support the CCSA proposal. I did note, though, it sounded like commissioners may be open to the concept of the supplementary capacity. So in that, CCSA might be able to work with staff on that proposal. In the alternative, I would support that likely if that would be at least an advancing measure. So with that, I think that we have concluded for today. We'll go into recess until we can reconvene the rulemaking, hopefully for final action in a month or two. So with that, thank you very much.
Off the record.
Thank you.